Yes. Good morning, Chatty House. We're at
Hello, everyone.
Just about 58:30, Kyle.
Okay, perfect. Let's see.
Someone got the belt, but I don't know who that person is.
Congratulations to somebody for getting the belt.
Good
morning, y'all. What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, nice. Yeah. Got a bunch of stuff to do, and then I'm leaving today for the next couple days. Shout out to James and Jesse. And a special guest holding it down.
Yeah, Jerry's going to be here tomorrow.
Heyo.
From 11 to 12.
Heyo. What?
To go beyond the headlines and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. And we are rocking with you until noon. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out today. Jesse, good morning. Really appreciate you stepping in and running things back at the studio. I'm from the home studio today. And we have, man, I love a morning where you're sitting there, you're drinking your coffee, you're going through stuff, and then just stuff happens.
Yeah.
And this morning, we've got Kings trade. The rumor mill is starting to churn. The wheels are in motion as we creep closer and closer to December 15th. We're 12 days away from December 15th, and we'll talk about what that means for the Kings coming up in a second. But, man, we had a lot to say about the Kings after they lost by 41 to the Memphis Grizzlies. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we talked about was, man, if veterans like Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, if they don't want to play, you can go home. You can send them on their way. They can go hang out at their house until the Kings figure out what to do with them. That has not been the case. They've been back. Domas hasn't. He's been dealing with a knee thing, but LaVine's been back and DeRozan's been back, and they've been playing, and they're trying to figure things out, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Clippers, who are having arguably a worse season than the Kings, given the expectations going into the year, have done just that. They have sent Chris Paul home. They made a big deal about Chris Paul being home, being back with the Clippers, going to finish his career with the Clippers. And apparently they're just saying, hey, we're done here. You're all done. Goodbye. And they sent him home early from their road trip so he can be back in LA, and they plan to just outright release him. And man, that is a fascinating end and a fascinating wrinkle to this season for the Clippers that has gone horribly sideways.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chris Paul has always been a huge personality. Everyone knows that. He's a huge personality on the court. He's a huge personality off the court. I think this, what we're hearing is through, the voice of Chris Haynes and Shams Charania. According to Shams, Chris Paul and his leadership style clash with the Clippers. Sources tell ESPN. Paul has been vocal in holding management, coaches, and players accountable, which the team felt became disruptive. Specifically, Ty Lue was not on speaking terms with Chris Paul for several weeks. There's also a report that Chris Paul had asked Ty Lue for a meeting, and Ty said, "No, I'm good." Look, this is all weird and it's crazy, but man, don't you hate it when a veteran holds your team and coaches and management accountable? I mean, I guess it's not always like the right way to do things, but
Sure.
yeah, weird. And the Clippers are a hot mess. They made it very clear that Chris Paul is not the reason why they're a hot mess. He's just one of the reasons why they're not succeeding, clearly. But to have him just like get jettisoned is very strange.
Kings got to go get him. This is the kind of leadership they need.
Just collect the ball.
I'm so in.
We can't pass the ball. Malik Monk says pass the ball.
Dude, we got
Chris Paul.
Yeah, Chris Paul will organize things. Apparently, he's into holding people accountable. Love that. That sounds great. Let's get Chris Paul in the building. I love this idea. Point guard, play him 12, 15 minutes a night.
It's not okay to be second oldest team in the league. You need to be the oldest team in the league.
Yeah, just lean into the bit. Why not? I would like, dude. Can you? I would be here for it, man. Just why not? He's not gonna come to Sacramento because they're looking to try and trade him. If not, they're gonna waive him, and then he'll be free to go to whatever team he wants. And I doubt he would choose Sacramento. But if the Kings get the chance, why not?
Yeah, it's kind of like a sad, first of all, sad representation of the Clippers, but also a sad ending to a storied career if he doesn't end up somewhere else.
Man, seriously.
Yeah, not great for Chris Paul.
This is not the thing I thought was going to happen. I have not been a big Chris Paul guy.
No,
but like he's undeniably great. He is undeniably one of the best players at his position ever.
Yeah.
And I know he's had some wonky stuff in the playoffs with injuries and I still think if it was at 2017 that if he doesn't hurt his hamstring, the Rockets probably beat Golden State. It's 2017 or 2018, I forget which of those.
Yep. Yeah. The next one. Yep.
Yeah. So if he doesn't get hurt in that series, like they probably win that series, and he's part of the team that took down the Kevin Durant Warriors, and his legacy is probably a lot different. But to your point, like this is just not the way I envisioned Chris Paul's career ending, especially because he spent all of last season with the Spurs. I think he played 82 games. And
he played all 82 for the first time in his career.
Yeah, he played 82 games, and it was just the perfect man. Here's a veteran leader. You have a bunch of young players on this team. You're just trying to get everybody rowing the same direction, and there's nobody better at the very least organizing and keeping a basketball team moving the right direction than Chris Paul. And so it felt like that was going to be his role. That was going to be what Chris Paul did for however long he kept playing. And it turns out this is going to be his last year. And cool. He's going to the Clippers. They're already an old team, so he doesn't need to have that leadership role necessarily. He just gets to go in and kind of do Chris Paul stuff and do it for 15 minutes a night or however much he was going to play. But the downside to that is when things go sideways and you're not winning and you have an old team, Chris Paul being a leader probably hits different than it did in San Antonio. In San Antonio last year with Devin Vassell and Victor Wembanyama, and for a short time, De'Aaron Fox, that's a young group that's still trying to figure things out. And when Chris Paul says something, you probably have a group of people that are going to listen. What does Kawhi Leonard want to hear from Chris Paul? What is Nick
needs to, like planting, how to plant trees? He might ask for advice on Chris Paul's State Farm. I need to plant some trees. Can you help me plant some trees? Can you
or Cliff help me plant trees? But yeah, man, like Ty Lue is a veteran coach who has won a championship in the NBA. He is, in my opinion, one of the best coaches doing it. What's he want to hear from Chris Paul? I get the frustration. I get why Chris Paul would be frustrated, and I get why he wants to hold people accountable. But I also understand why the people in that building, they're the oldest roster in the league. I think oldest roster ever. I think.
Oh, that's crazy. I wouldn't doubt it, but yeah.
I understand why that group would be like, man, this is not like this. We're not the Spurs. This is not a bunch of young dudes. Like we're not doing this. But I also think it speaks to where Kawhi Leonard is just as a player. Like I don't think anybody there is really that interested in doing what it takes to turn their season around.
Well,
I guess
I
a bunch
mean,
of old guys playing out the string.
welcome to Sacramento. I mean, it's the same thing. You're looking at a bunch of older players who know that they can't go anywhere because their contracts are too big, and they're kind of stuck. And what they're not doing is pulling together and moving the right way. They're just doing their individual thing. And so I look at this as like a very similar situation to the Sacramento Kings. The one difference is like Russ is going out there and he's starting, number one. Second, he's a huge part of what's going on. He is playing with the energy and force that you're asking, but also like somebody has to take control of the leadership of this team. And to me, the Clippers, with all of their veterans, like, how can you be this bad? How can you not have accountability? Why is it that a 40-year-old Chris Paul has to play babysitter for a team that's like 32 years old is the average age? It's the same thing in Sacramento. Like, it's not the young guys who aren't doing what's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
It's the veterans. It's the veterans. And like, I've covered this team for so long in Sacramento. I will tell you that like 80% of the time, it feels like you sign a veteran and they literally like slip on a banana peel coming into the arena and can't play basketball anymore. And for whatever reason, I don't understand, but every free agent signing that's ever come in the door in Sacramento feels like they came here for the money, got here, and were like, what the hell am I doing here? Yeah. And so that's what you're looking at, the same exact thing playing out with the Kings. It's just, I don't think they have a veteran that they just need to waive, or that they can just waive. You'd like to say, oh yeah, just cut that guy. But there's salary implications. There's a difference when a guy's on a league minimum deal. And again, I don't think Russell Westbrook is someone you need to waive right now. He's
why
not,
would you?
Yeah, he's playing hard. He's starting for you. He's doing everything you need to do. Everybody else is on multi-year contracts, and it's just difficult to do.
It's kind of funny. Russell Westbrook is sort of playing the role that I said Chris Paul could come in and play.
Yeah,
he's just more productive at this stage of his career than Chris Paul is, but he's taking on that. I think what the Kings want from hey, this is how you play.
Yeah,
this is how you are to attack every single minute you're on the floor. And I half jokingly was saying, yeah, Chris Paul is holding people accountable. Let's get him here in Sacramento. The problem is what you said earlier is this is not, if the Kings were fully committed to youth and they had already traded a couple of their older guys and they're playing Keon Ellis and they're playing Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, and they're fully dedicated to that. Dylan Cardwell, come on up. Yeah, you're going to play. Like, then I would be more apt to see a vision there.
Yeah.
But even still, I don't know. Okay. Is Russell Westbrook better for your team than Chris Paul at this point? I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. And veteran leadership only works if you have young players to listen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Kings don't have enough young players. Right now they have enough veterans. They've got like 2 for 1. Every veteran has one rookie or one young player, to look over. Like, there's many dudes.
The other thing, and we're on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can jump in the chat there. And we would love to hear from you. But somebody brings up this good point here. Fastlane says, I can't stand CP3 personally. That's the other thing. Let me remove myself from the what does this mean for the Kings? What does this mean for me? Because that's really what matters. I don't want to have to watch Chris Paul. I don't want to have to root for Chris Paul. I don't want to have to think about Chris Paul. I don't want to just the basketball fan in me that has been watching Chris Paul for many, many years now, and he's great. He's undeniably great. First ballot Hall of Famer. If you want to call him a top 5 point guard of all time, you can. I'm not going to argue with you. Like, he is very, very good. I don't want to deal with it personally.
No, I'm with you 100%. Like, he literally, like, the line from the intro song to SpongeBob SquarePants, like, drop on the deck and flop like a fish. That's Chris Paul. Like, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to see the instigation. I get it. There's a place for it. And like, he's an agitator, but You know,
I
like
don't.
it's the same thing with Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is an agitator. It's like, okay, but at least Dylan Brooks can still play.
That's it.
I think that Chris Paul would like help your offense like very quickly. And I think there is a place in this league for him to go and like play. But I don't know, like watching him tear up the Kings in preseason where he walks on the floor and in like 4 minutes has 9 assists. Like, the guy's basketball mind is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And the fact that he doesn't have to play major minutes is perfectly fine. I just don't want to see him like in Sacramento. Like that's not something I mean, you already have enough. Like you've started like an AARP club in Sacramento and of NBA players, and it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, man. So thumbs down on the Chris Paul idea. That's fine.
Yeah, thumbs down.
That's fine. What about Zion Williamson? He's out for 3 weeks.
Of course he is.
Yeah, that came down. That came down after our show yesterday. We didn't get to really dive in, and as we get the trade rumor mill churning, and we'll get into some of that coming up in about 5 minutes. I heard D'Lo and Casey talking about this yesterday, and I hate coming at this from this angle because it feels obvious, but I'm very in on Zion depending on the price. It is fully price dependent.
Really?
Yeah, 1,000%. I get all the warts, I get all the injury stuff and all the question marks around Zion Williamson, but again, for a price, and I don't know exactly what it would be. Am I giving up? Ooh, I haven't trade machined this yet, but if I can get off a contract and not and make it like a heavily protected first that becomes a couple of seconds if it doesn't convey type of draft compensation.
Okay.
I think I would do it. I think I would take the gamble.
Okay,
just
so
for the Kings specifically, if that's the move and you can get off a contract without giving up a potential lottery pick, yeah, take that swing.
I'm gonna reverse that, and I think that the Kings are the absolute worst place for a player like Zion.
Oh, how
because what we're already seeing is a player who, number one, struggles with maintaining weight. I mean, they literally have a weight clause built into his contract, right? He has trouble staying on the court and playing. I mean, he's hurt all the time, and so for me, like I'm looking at a guy like that will walk in the door in Sacramento, and if he doesn't have to play, he's not going to play. Like that would be my concern. One of the beautiful things about Domantas Sabonis before this season specifically is that he's always available. And he's sort of the anti, Zion. And I think Zion's got a ton of talent. And I've heard it from people within the walls of the Kings. Hey, the next team that gets Zion is probably getting a gem. And that's why New Orleans has been reluctant to trade him, because they're worried the second they do, he's going to become the superstar that everyone thinks he is, and he's going to be healthy, and they're going to look like idiots for moving on from him.
And Sacramento could be that team.
Yeah, you're right.
That could be us.
Yeah, you're right. I am 100% in belief that Zion Williamson would play 82 games a year from here on out because he got a fresh start in Sacramento. Yeah, sorry about the sarcasm, but I just don't buy it. I think that he would be an absolute disaster here in Sacramento. And I'm starting to believe that so many others like John Morant would be an absolute disaster here in Sacramento.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's tough. You need the culture. You need the culture in order to have these guys fit into a system. Kyle, we got to go to a break.
Yeah, no, I know. I got the clocks here.
All right.
Let's talk trades. Not just Zion, not necessarily Zion, but the rumor mill is starting to churn. December 15 is a key date that we're circling. We'll tell you why, and we'll get some of the things coming out of the early churn of the Kings rumor mill next here on the Insiders. The ESPN 1320 Sacramento sports leader.
What's going on, everybody?
No, I'm on the best Wi-Fi I can get. Sorry, guys. I think because other teams don't typically trade away their non-trash.
Yeah.
Hey, can't wait to read it.
Thanks for those of you who showed up at the King Speed podcast last night. It was a late one.
Yeah, I think so. My wife works from home. Got door closed, Wi-Fi on the other side of the house. I pay way too much money though for my Wi-Fi to not work because my wife is working from home. She doesn't even do like video calls. So I've got to get this figured out.
Yeah, I have the same issue. Like, just
and I live, you live in the cuts. Like you are out there a ways. I live in a suburb. Like I live not in the cuts. I mean, there's no reason.
I'm with you. The problem that we have is that only one specific company is in the lake. And so that's the problem. Like they're not good. They're not good at what they do. And so we have Optimum, and it's just the customer service is bad. The upgrades are bad. You know, the one good thing is that the lake came to an agreement with them and got like it. Now it's part of our dues that we pay, and we get internet and television, although I wouldn't have their television either.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not really out in the boonies that far. I like, first of all, like the lake, there's 2,400 homes in the lake.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I live on like a third of an acre. I don't have like 2 acres or 5 acres.
Good Lord.
Yeah. I mean, we have like a couple of restaurants inside the lake. Like it's
that I knew.
And a Starbucks right outside the lake.
Huh.
So yeah. Like I grew up in the sticks for sure. Yeah. I grew up on 5 acres, but with a 75 acre parcel behind us that no one ever lived on or maintained or did. It was just a forest. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's sick. Which Funko Pop is behind me? This one here. This is Derpy from K-Pop Demon Hunters. And then Sussy the bird is with him. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. Yeah, still doing the K-pop show on weekends. Saturdays, 9 a.m., 106.5 The End.
Welcome back to The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos helping us out. December 15th is the date we're circling because that's the date. James, what's the significance of December 15th?
Yeah, so in the league, when you sign a player during the offseason, you're not allowed to instantly trade them. So what happens is, like, when you sign a free agent during the offseason, like, they don't have to be on your roster. I mean, you can cut them during preseason or you can cut them at any time, but you can't trade them until they've been on the roster a specific amount of time. And so all players that were signed, at least in the entry level few days of training, of free agency, they're all available to be traded again. And I know a lot of people are like, well, nothing ever really happens with this. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But at this point, there are a lot of guys who are struggling, a lot of teams that are struggling. And I think that there is going to be a moment here where teams are ready to make moves already. Like, look, this you can look at the West, you can look at the East, and you can see that there is a bunch of haves and have-nots. And I think that we're going to hit December 15th and we're going to start seeing movement.
Yeah.
Whether that means that Dennis Schroeder is traded on December 15th or not, I have no idea, because I mean, even though that's like, 12 days away or whatever, there's still so many things that can happen between now and then. But I will tell you that there are teams that I've already heard that are kicking around the idea of going after Dennis Schroeder with the Kings, that are either have approached or will approach the Kings, and that there are a few teams out there that really like Dennis Schroeder as a a really solid backup point guard, or even a starter in a pinch. But they're looking at Schroeder just like they are some of the other Kings players that are already available. The Kings have a lot of players that they don't fit into the December 15th sort of situation. But Dennis is one of those players. And the reason why December 15th kind of matters is because there are smaller trades out there, or there are bigger trades that need smaller contracts thrown in. And a lot of times when you sign a Doug McDermott in the offseason, or you sign Drew Eubanks in the offseason, like, they can't be part of a bigger trade until December 15th. And so again, it becomes like a salary matching issue. So it's one thing if you're going to trade, let's just say, a $14 million player for a $14 million player. That's out there. Like, once you get to December 15th, if they want to trade Dennis Schroeder for another player like that, that's fine. But let's say they go to a team and they have a $25 million player that the Kings are looking at, and the Kings can throw in Dario Saric. That's one way to get an extra $5 million on top of the Dennis Schroeder contract. But then they get to this point where it's like, hey, the other team's like, we don't want to take back an extra year of Devin Carter. But we would take a Drew Eubanks, or we would take one of these other players that are on league minimum deals. That's where it starts to come into play, in order to match salary, in order to stay below that first apron, because the Kings are hard capped at the first apron. There are these, there are reasons why December 15th matters, because it's not just your roster and who you have that can be traded and can't be traded. Sometimes it's a 3-team trade, and one of those teams is waiting until December 15th because they can't move off of one specific contract that would make an entire deal work. So that's why December 15th matters. And like, look, again, don't be surprised if you start hearing Dennis Schroeder's name. Don't be surprised again if you hear, even more about DeMar DeRozan, or more about Zach LaVine, or any of the Kings at this point, because this front office is ready to wheel and deal.
I'm really interested to see what it looks like because you hear the oh man, the Kings are going to be involved in trades, and I think that in general excites everybody. This idea that, okay, they can get off some of these contracts, and just expediting this process where we're looking at 2027. But man, if you can get off some of those contracts now you're maybe pushing things up a year, or maybe half a year. On the other hand, I can't imagine that, let's say they move off of Schroeder, LaVine, and DeRozan at the deadline. Let's just go to that world where they move off of those guys between December 15th and the deadline. I don't think it's like you said, I don't think December 15th is going to hit and there's going to be a bunch of trades and everything's going to be crazy and we're going to have everything solved by Christmas.
Yeah, this isn't like February 6th where it's a hard deadline and everyone's got to go, or everyone, whatever happens. Yeah.
Right. But it's when if a team theoretically wanted to make something happen, it could. So don't feel like don't feel underwhelmed if we get to December 16th and we're like, all right, Kings haven't, like, there's no trade has happened, because that's not, like you said, it's not like the trade deadline, right? Yeah. The other thing is, I would guess that teams are calling the Kings because the Kings are, as Jerry Reynolds, who will be joining you tomorrow on the 11 o'clock hour, as he said, the Kings are the wounded animal right now. And teams aren't calling the Kings because, man, Zach LaVine is playing great. We could give up a couple of firsts and get Zach LaVine. He's going to be available. No, they look at it because they know the Kings are trying to get off these contracts. And that's going to be I don't think there's going to be a huge trade haul, even if they move all three of those guys.
No, and I think that's one of the more frustrating things that you're going to run into with Scott Perry is that, when he was able to tear down and rebuild the Knicks like super quick, he accumulated assets nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like second round picks and a bunch of second round picks, and then a first here, a first there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was able to accumulate this war chest, which they turned around down the road and used to go get Mikal Bridges and used to go get OG Anunoby.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's how they were able to build the current roster is as part of their purge of all these players. They were able to get actual assets. I don't think the Kings are are going to get assets back. And if it is, can they get a second round pick or a pair of second round picks for DeMar DeRozan? Yeah, maybe.
Man, you get 2 seconds for DeMar. That'd be awesome.
Well, yeah, but that's also why I think when you're looking at a guy like Keon Ellis and people are like, oh, don't trade Keon. It's like, well, okay, if Keon has the value that some people around the league believe that he does, if they think that they can get a late first round pick or, a team like OKC who has a bunch of first round picks, even this year, if you think you can somehow get one of their first round picks in a trade for Keon Ellis, but you're not going to be able to get a first round pick for DeMar DeRozan. You're not going to be able to get a first round pick for Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis or again, Dennis Schroeder. You need to accumulate assets somewhere. And so you keep this idea of 2027. Well, the idea of 2027, it might work because you have a 2026 first and you have 2 2027 firsts. You have your own and you have the Spurs pick. So now at least you have 3 first round picks, one this summer and 2 the following summer. But how do you get more? How do you, if you're going to reboot, or even if it's like clearing out a bunch of cap space so you can accept trades where you're getting a first round pick? That's where I think the Kings are trying to get to. They're trying to get to a point where they're at least flexible enough that they're not looking at either a hard cap at the first apron, or they're not looking at the luxury tax as like this make or break line. And, again, you can clear out some space. You might be able to actually be a team that can accumulate more assets this summer.
Accumulating assets by taking on bad contracts.
Yeah, exactly.
Where maybe we were talking about last segment, we were talking about the Zion Williams trade as we kind of go through the Kings trade rumor mill and things getting fired up. We were just talking about this idea that, okay, Zion's out 3 weeks. The Pelicans stink. Maybe they'll finally move on from him. But maybe you can get to a point where a player like Zion, who the Pelicans are like, God, we just want to get rid of this guy. We want to get off of this contract, and go, great, but Pelicans will take a first round pick from you to do it. Or a couple of firsts, or whatever the deal comes out to. That makes a lot of sense, where you're trying to accumulate assets, but also accumulating cap space. Or accumulating expiring money, I think would make a ton of sense. I would like to rank. You brought up Keon Ellis. I would like to play a game, and I want to rank who we think has the most trade value on the Kings.
Oh, okay.
And I want to. So the reporting has been, and I believe you've been on this for a while. Neek off the table, Keegan off the table.
Yeah, those are 2 guys they'd like to build around. And I would even say, like, there's no reason for them to trade Max Reynaud either. Like, again, Max Reynaud was a second round pick. They signed him to a 3 or a 4-year deal. Like, he's not going anywhere either. And it's not because he's such an asset that you've got to hold on to him, but it's because
you're just not going to get anything for him.
Well, that, and for every Zach LaVine at $47 million, if you have a Max Reynaud making, $1.3 million, you now, between those 2 players, you're only paying $27 million a year.
Right.
Yeah. So
no reason to move those guys.
No reason to move them.
So we're taking the 2 rookies, Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, and then we're going to take Keegan Murray off the table. Who do you think has the most? And if you would like to participate, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Hit us up. Who do you think has the most trade value on the Kings right now? James, who do you think it is?
Oh, I think it's easily, it would be Keegan Murray, but
I just said he's off the table.
But he's off the table, and he's
off the table,
and there's no way to actually get him. So
sure.
I believe, in a weird way, it's Keon, but I also think there are limitations to Keon's value. we've talked about this before, but like the trade deadline is February 6th. You can't extend him a contract offer until, well, I mean, you can tell him the parameters of a contract that you would give him, and he might say yes or no to that contract, but he can't actually sign that contract until February 9th. So let's just say that he doesn't want to like play your game, and he wants to be an unrestricted free agent this summer, and you've got some deal worked out where you can go get a really nice asset, but it's from the Charlotte Hornets, or and he's looking around like, do you think I'm going to sign there? Because I don't want to sign there. Or, I just would name that team that you wouldn't want to go sign with. And so like you can try to trade him, but he's also going to have a say in that because he's unrestricted at the end of the year. His bird rights do transfer with him, but again, there's this complicated, salary cap situation. The Kings don't really have a single trade asset that's just clean and easy. They don't.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I mean, again, it's going to take two to tango, but like with the Kings in a lot of these deals, it would take 3 or 4 teams if you're going to move a Zach LaVine, if you're going to, maybe you can move off of DeMar DeRozan in an easier way than you can some of the other veterans. But, like a lot of teams are looking at Malik Monk's 2 years remaining and a player option after that and say, nope, I don't want 3 years or 2.5 years at this point. Like I'm not in for that. And the Domantas Sabonis situation, again, after this season, I think they owe him 95 or 96 million bucks. Yeah, after this season. And so not only do you have to come up with a way to match like a $42 million salary, but on top of that, you have him for another 2 years. And sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's not. But stuff.
I would put Keon at the top of the list.
Yeah, it's Keon.
He's a free agent next year, but he's not going to be probably super expensive to retain. He shoots threes. He plays defense. That is a desirable contract. And if you get him and he stinks, he's a free agent.
Yep.
So I think Keon Ellis, if the Kings are going to get a first back for a player, and I have a caveat on this, but it feels like Keon is the guy who several teams could be calling about, where teams hoping to give up a couple of seconds, and finally a team comes in and goes, all right, how about a top 20 protected first or something like that?
Yeah, or a really good team. See, that's the thing, though. There are really good teams out there that maybe need a defender, maybe need somebody to go, you know what? Like, it might not be the perfect solution, but we know we're going to face Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the playoffs, and we need a guy who can give us 6 fouls and who can shoot the 3. And so
Sure.
Keon could fit that mold. And so there could be a team out there that's just waiting, like, okay, yeah, he's a perfect fit for us, but also they're a good team. So their pick is going to be in the 20s. They know that. And so like the risk reward is way less for them. And it might be a player that can get them over the hump.
Yeah.
Or, again, like with the Kings, maybe it's not a first, maybe it's a team that has 2 seconds or 3 seconds. And they're like, hey, we're okay giving up a bunch of second-round picks. Like the Kings need assets.
Right.
And, assets work in a bunch of different ways in the NBA. We talked about this before, but, the Kings didn't have any trade assets and any like draft assets to trade as far as second-round picks going into the trade deadline last year. Then they pulled off the De'Aaron Fox deal, and they ended up getting 3 second-round picks in that. And one of those picks went to go get Jake LaRavia, and 2 of those picks went to go get Jonas Valanciunas. Now, what happened after that with those players is like, oh man, like you just
kind of
but
a bummer.
The fact is, when you're a good team and you're looking at like trying to bolster your roster to get through a long season, and you look at a guy like Keon Ellis, you're like, man, I'd really like to, have him on my roster, even if it's a rental. Maybe we can talk him into staying. But if it's, if it's going to cost me 2 or 3 second-round picks, like why not? You're already a good team. Those second-round picks might not make your team, but they might help you get the player that you want. And then the Kings down the road can either use those as draft picks, or they can do the same thing. They can go look and say, hey, I would rather have a second-year player than this second-round pick that I don't know who it is.
Yeah, for sure.
And go out there and attack the trade market that way, or fill sort of the vacancies on their roster with second-round picks. Yeah, lots of ways to manipulate and build a roster.
Our guy Will Z asks on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're simulcasting there. He asked if the Kings trade Keon, could they re-sign him this offseason? And they can, right?
Ooh, maybe. That's a tough one because, well, I think yes, as long as he doesn't get waived. Yeah, if he were to go to a team and then get waived, the Kings couldn't re-sign him afterwards. It's the Jonas Ilgauskas rule.
Yeah, but if he plays out the year, they could re-sign him this offseason. As
Yeah,
Grudon points out also in the chat, the Kings or the Warriors did that with DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, they could use like the mid-level exception to go and pick him back up. Yeah, but again, that would require him to want to come back to Sacramento.
I want to put a pin in the trade stuff. I want to do this trade value thing a little bit later on because I have some additional caveats to this little list I've put together and reorganized a bunch of times while we've been yapping. But I want to get to that. But I also want to get to tonight's Kings game. They face the Houston Rockets down in Houston. There may not be a worse matchup in the league for the Kings. And we'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Man, the Lakers just announced that Eldon Campbell passed away.
Yeah. I will be right back.
All right. Huh. Yeah, I didn't see the Eldon Campbell news this morning. That's sad. 57? All right, what's going on? Let me jump in. Is from no, Faraz he got a job. He got a radio gig in New York. And so we have lost Faraz, which is unfortunate because we're right in the middle of playoff season for fantasy football.
We're actually going to talk about this.
What's that? Oh.
The Kings schedule leading up to the All-Star break. Yeah, no more Faraz for Fantasy Fridays. He got another gig, which is good for him.
Yeah.
We are hyped for our guy Faraz. In discussions to continue Fantasy Friday next year on a different day.
There we go.
Donut Friday on Thursday and Fantasy Friday on Thursday, or what?
I missed Tyler Adams' goal. Sunday was busy, like because we had a 10 a.m. Niners game. I did watch the Man U game early, and then just nonstop football. Then I had to get in the car and go cover a Kings game. So I have not had a lot of time to go back through and process the rest of the Premier League. I think I won in Fantasy Premier League this week, though. Doesn't always happen. if you're one of those people that looks at like your Yahoo rankings to like set your lineup, fantasy EPL is like so frustrating because first of all, they don't update throughout the day. So you can be like a 90% chance to win, even though you have no chance to win at all.
That's annoying.
Well, this is lame. So, but on top of that, like it's a crapshoot. Like you got a guy who's like an incredible striker and he could literally score you 0 points or 15 and you don't have any idea. Sometimes he scores 24. Sometimes he scores 1.
Hey. You can still ask James and I your fantasy questions. We might not answer them very well, but we're going to answer them.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you about too high safeties and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but
no.
The rest of it, I got you.
I'm going to actually do that, but I'm just going to make it up. Like, I actually like Andre Yoshivas this week. They're playing him out of the slot 74% of the time. And whoever the Bengals are playing are actually giving up the tied for third most fantasy points to slot receivers this year. Nailed it.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. The Kings play the Rockets tonight down in Houston. I can't think. I have two big things I'm watching in this game. One, I cannot think of a worse matchup for the Kings in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is the best.
The Kings sans Domantas Sabonis running out a couple of centers who are 6'8", and Maxime Reynaud, who's 7'2", 180 pounds, against Steven Adams, Clint Capella, and Alperen Şengün. I think it's going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The Kings might be the first team in history to not grab a rebound tonight.
Yeah. I mean, didn't they go through a game the other day where they didn't have an assist in the first quarter? I could see them not having a rebound in the first quarter. Yeah. Like, we do keys to victory. And like one of my first thoughts for keys were like, get bigger and taller and with long and grow your arms.
Can you quickly trade for Steven Adams? He's already there. He could play tonight. Yeah, man. The Kings, obviously there's matchup issues across the league, but just Houston in general, so much of what they've been able to do this year, their offensive and Reed Shepherd's been running the point for them with Fred VanVleet out, and he's been good. But it's not like their offense has been awesome and all of a sudden they're making all these shots. They just grab a ton of offensive rebounds. They shoot till they miss on that end. And I don't know that the Kings are going to have an answer for that tonight, because at some point, we talk about pace and space and you always go through the math of 3-pointers versus 2-pointers. We go through all this minutia. And sometimes basketball just comes down to like who has the bigger dudes. Pause. Yeah. And that might just be the case tonight. Like that might be, we can talk about effort. We can talk about 3-point shooting, mid-range shooting, defense, whatever it is. We can talk about all that. And it might just not matter because the Rockets just have taller players.
Well, yeah. And I mean, when you're game planning for this, you're like, okay, I need Keegan Murray to defend Kevin Durant. Wait, no. I need Keegan Murray to defend Amin Thompson. Wait, no. Can he help out on Alperen Şengün because he's playing power forward now? So I need Keegan Murray on Alperen Şengün. Like how like there's one Keegan Murray. There's only one.
I was gonna say it's almost like they need more dudes like that. Almost. Yeah,
well, and it's almost like the Rockets actually went out and got more dudes like that. Like that, It seems like good teams have a lot of players that are 6'8" and can play multiple positions.
So I was going through the starters for the Rockets tonight, and Dorian Finney-Smith not even playing. Tara Eason has not even been playing.
Nope. Fred VanVleet's out for the season.
Fred VanVleet out for the season. Steven Adams questionable tonight with an ankle injury. But the Rockets starters, I was going through it today. I don't know who to play where. I don't know who to put where if you're ordering them 1 through 5. Reed Shepherd's the clear 1. Okay.
Yep.
Amen Thompson at the 2.
Yeah, Amen Thompson's at the 2.
6'7" Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
We're gonna put 7 foot Kevin Durant at the 3.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. We're gonna put 6'11" Jabari Smith Jr. at the 4.
Yeah, probably. I mean, one time when the Kings faced these guys, Şengün started at the 4 and they started Steven Adams at the 5, but Adams is questionable. And then, just so you know, they still have Clint Capella on the bench as well.
Right. It's just and then you've got 6 foot. What's Şengün? 6'10"?
6'10", 6'11". Yeah,
with his weird rubber bones.
Yeah.
Like it just
I built like Gumby.
The hell do you do with that? Like it's why the Rockets it might just not, because I agree with you. Like they've got some questions to answer and some hurdles to clear. They have to can they consistently generate offense in the playoffs? Like that's all going to be questions. But the path to them overcoming Oklahoma City and going to the finals is there in large part because of this. Mm-hmm. Like this is a really freaking team. You've talked about it. When did we start this show? September of 2023. You've been talking about the Rockets being the most talented team in the league since then.
Yep.
And they still are. And now they have Kevin Durant, and also that young talent is developing.
Oh yeah.
This is one of the best teams the Kings are going to face all year.
Yeah, they're in year 2 of their real like ascension.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they're at. And again, they have an answer for everything that you do. They just keep mixing and matching, and like Emi Udoka has done a great job there. Mm-hmm. But again, they've done a great job of accumulating talent and different looks. And I think you can take advantage of Reed Shepherd a little bit here. Mm-hmm. I think Russell Westbrook can attack Reed Shepherd, and so that's one thing. But I got to be honest, if Doug Christie decides to start the same starting lineup, he's cooked. He's cooked from the jump. Like realistically, the only way to try to match up against his team is to put Drew Eubanks at center, to put Precious Achiuwa at the 4, and to have Keegan Murray play the 3. That's the only option you have here.
That's it.
And I don't think he's going to do it. But if he doesn't, like, this team's going to be down 20 at some point in the first half, and this is going to be an ugly game. And it's just a pure matchup issue, specifically with this team.
It would be really disappointing if they just ran out the same starting 5. And if we didn't see, maybe they run out the same starting 5 just for continuity's sake, but if we didn't see some kind of change in the substitution pattern that has Eubanks and Achiuwa on the floor, try it. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it's a disastrous 3 minutes. But I don't think the traditional starting 5 is going to work either.
No.
This is where man, you're 5-16. You don't have that many buttons to press. Just start pressing them. Whatever you have here, man. Just I feel that if you go out, if you're Doug Christie and you largely do what you've been doing, same starting 5, the rotations are going to be largely the same. Here's some minutes for Nick Clifford. Okay, Maxime Renault's got to play more because Sabonis is out. If you're just going to do the same thing, I feel like you're punting, and that would be disappointing, particularly on December 3rd.
Yeah,
just try something. Why not?
Yeah, you have to try something different.
You're 20-point underdogs.
Is that what they are for tonight?
I don't think it's 20.
Well,
the last number I saw was 15, maybe 16.
You're walking into a game of 15 or 16-point underdog.
Oof.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal. Yeah, I would like to see like I know that we're starting to hear that the best like 2-man lineup, that one of the best 2-man lineups that the Kings have. They don't have very many good 2-man lineups, to be honest with you. I can't even believe
sure
this.
Don't.
But it's Precious Achiuwa and Keegan Murray. And I think that's where you've got to figure out a way to get those guys on the court together. And it's because they're switchable, like offensively, yeah, they're yin and yang, right? You definitely they're probably a solid match together as long as you have like a stretch 5.
Mhm.
But like outside of that, I don't know how you match up with this team. And like the Kings are going to have a major league tough time doing it. And if they run out a starting lineup that just runs negatives every single time they're on the court, like you're not going to be able to catch up. You're not going to be able to stay in the game.
I have a couple matchups of the game. Number one is something you touched on earlier. And when it comes to who does Keegan match up with, you probably start him on Durant. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Or maybe Amen Thompson if you want to try, because he's so good at getting downhill. You want to take that away. I genuinely have no idea. But whatever happens during the game, I think it just has to be Keegan on whoever has the hot hand.
Yeah,
If you start him on Amen and KD comes out and scores 12 points off the rip, then he's going to go do that. And he's just shut faucets off.
Yeah, I just don't know where exactly. Like, how are you going to run a 6'6" DeMar DeRozan up against Kevin Durant, who's 7 foot tall, and it's 7 foot tall with a 7'5" wingspan, whatever it is, who shoots so high above where DeMar DeRozan is playing. And I'll say, like, the starting lineup that has been starting the last handful of games: Westbrook, DeRozan, Murray, Eubanks, and Levine. They've played 51 minutes and 5 seconds together this season, and according to Basketball Reference, they're a negative 31.4 points on average
per 100 possessions.
Oh
boy.
Yeah, and I mean they get beaten every single category. It's like not fun to look at. It's the only thing they do well is they steal the ball and they hit free throws. Outside of that, they don't do anything well at all. They get dominated on every single category, and it's not even close.
I don't. The other matchup, just getting away from the starting lineup, is the Kings bench against the Rockets bench. The Rockets, when they're fully healthy, are very deep. But if Steven Adams is going to be out, and Tari Eason's out, and who else was out? I lost the injury report.
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Dorian Finney-Smith's going to be out. Can you win some bench minutes? And if you are, can you stick with that unit and see how long you can go with them winning some minutes? That's the other thing I'm kind of interested to watch, because what the Rockets are bringing off the bench is not super impressive compared to their starting unit. So that's the other thing. Can you get a repeat of the other night against Memphis?
Yeah, maybe. But also you got to figure out ways to move people around, and you got to figure out ways to put a lineup out on the court that's going to be competitive. And for as of right now, they haven't been doing that.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, keys to victory. We got them. We'll tell you what they are next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah.
It's so tough to look at like 2-man lineups too and really come up with anything, because they're predicated on 3 other guys being on the court. So it doesn't matter if you're in a 2-man lineup. There's also 3 other dudes, and that's going to impact how well you play.
Hey, Michael, don't do all that. That's mean. Don't do that.
Oh yeah, it's not good. Yeah, I was there for that. It was horrible. Interesting. Here's one of the most productive lineups the Kings have: Westbrook, Levine, DeRozan, Murray, and Achua.
What is it?
The starting lineup, except for with Precious instead of Drew Eubanks. Yeah, they're very they're plus 36.8 points. This doesn't have like net rating. Probably need to look at NBA.com. NBA.com.
NBA, can I just say, this is boring for probably 99% of people, but the NBA's stats page blows every single other major sports stats pages out of the water. It's not even close.
Yeah, I agree, but it has like a bunch of clunkiness to it.
Sure. It's not super streamlined, but the amount of data they have, the hustle stats, the clutch data, the tracking data, the shooting splits, like to get that for the NFL, you have to pay for NFL Plus. MLB, good luck. Like no chance.
Well, that and the Kings have their new thing that they do. That's really good.
The app thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, the OMG. That's what it's called. The OMG stats page.
No, I don't think it's necessarily about optics. I think that Doug is a first-time head coach trying to win as many games as he can. And so I think coaches in that spot default to veterans, even if it's not working.
Yeah.
It's super easy for me to say, or James or you in the chat to sit here and go like, they should just start this guy. And I'm going to keep doing that. But I also don't have like a job and livelihood on the line.
Yeah, and even like we talked about this yesterday a little bit. Like I saw the reasoning behind why Doug didn't go back to the same 5-guy lineup because you needed more punch. You're down. You needed more firepower. So you're hoping that 4 of those guys with a better score might yield more productivity. And you were wrong. But you have to try things. Right?
No doubt.
And I think if there's one thing that I've seen Doug Christie do this year, outside of put Keon on the court for 35 minutes. Oh, ID.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia helping us out on the board today. We're talking a ton of Kings trade stuff, but we're also looking ahead to the Kings-Rockets matchup tonight and trying to provide some optimism, I guess.
Okay.
How about optimism? All right. I don't know. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings-Rockets tonight down in Houston. We have keys to victory. You have 3 keys. I have 3 keys. And we're going to go through them. And we're going to try and talk our way through how the Kings can win this game.
Okay.
But it's just the tough part of the first 19 games is that it was a really brutal stretch, but also like teams like the Rockets were not involved. And Houston might wind up winning the West this year. Not in the regular season. I think Oklahoma City's going to win like 75 games. But Houston might come out of the West this year. I think they're capable of being that good. And it's just it's a really, really tough matchup for any team. That's what I also want to get across here. This is not a Kings problem. We could be doing radio in I don't know who's good, Denver. And we would be talking about how Houston's such a tough matchup.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how they're built. They're well coached. They're well built. They have done the antithesis of what we talk about all the time with the Kings and how they kind of hustled backwards after the 2022-2023 season. Houston went out and added more depth and more length and more scoring. They did the things they needed to do to improve their team. And now they have this super deep, super talented roster. And they added Kevin Durant to it.
Yeah. And on top of that, like Houston did a really good job of accumulating assets and then going out and drafting and they were bad. So they ended up in the top 5 like multiple times. So when you're building a team and, Reed Shepherd, 3rd overall pick, Amen Thompson, what, 4th overall pick? Jabari Smith Jr., a 3rd overall pick. You strike gold with Şengün, but like the rest of this roster, it's easier to build the rest of it when you have top tier talent to assemble pieces around. And that's where I think they are right now. And then, hey, look, you had enough assets, you could go out and get a Kevin Durant.
Yep.
Like at some point it comes down to the fact that you accumulated assets or you had really good players that you could trade to get better players. But like Houston's done a great job of amassing a extremely talented roster. We talked about it before the season. Like, what team has Şengün at center, but then goes out and trades for Steven Adams? Steven Adams magically becomes healthy again, and then goes out in the offseason and adds Clint Capella because you don't have a true rim runner. So now you have Gumby out there who, like, it looks like a slinky walking on a 6'11" slinky moving around.
That's super how he moves. That's so accurate.
He's passing the ball all over the place and he does all of these crazy things. But then when he's not getting the job done toughness wise, you throw in Steven Adams, the strongest man in the NBA, who just knocks people down. And then when that's not working and you need to get in the pick and roll or you need a shot blocker, you go to Clint Capella. And it's like they're the Kings right now, they have, their version of Şengün in Sabonis. And then when they go to their bench, they go to Drew Eubanks and a rookie in Maxime Reynaud. Like, how exactly is Drew Eubanks supposed to keep up with Şengün or with Steven Adams? Or how are you supposed to do anything with Capella? Like, it's just a brutal place to be in if you're the Kings. And it really does show the depth of the Rockets, but also the lack of depth with the Sacramento Kings.
I want to, because something the Rockets will do is play 2 of their bigs at the same time.
Oh yeah.
They will play Şengün and Steven Adams together. And I want to go get, here we go. I want to find their rebounding rate. Because I'm sure it's just absurd. Okay, offensive rebounds per game for that duo. Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün, 5.7 offensive rebounds, 9 defensive rebounds. Not as crazy as I thought. All right, anyways. That's why you don't look up stats on the fly, guys. Write that down. Let's get to keys to victory. Let's get to keys to victory here. I'll do some digging at the next break and see if I can find their rebound percentages or if somebody listening.
Well, I can even tell you right now, they average 49.2 rebounds per game as a team, and they only allow 38.9. They're number 1 in rebounds, and they're number 1 in the least amount of rebounds against.
That's outrageous.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's their offense. It's their whole offense. It's just get every rebound.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
outwork, out hustle.
What their offensive, here we go. Offensive rebounding rate. There we go. God, this is just insane how good this group is.
Yeah.
45.4% offensive rebounding rate for the Adams Şengün duo. Man.
Yeah, that's really good.
Durant and Steven Adams, 47.1 when they're on the court together, 48.3 when Durant and Capella are on the floor together. My God. What a ridiculous team. Okay, so how do the Kings win? Let's get to keys to victory. James Ham. Key number 1.
You got to run. The Rockets are 29th in the league in pace. The Kings are one of the fastest teams in the league. The problem is that they use that length, that athleticism, and that size that they have to bully you and control the pace of the game.
Yep.
And if you can't get out and get transition buckets, you're in trouble. If you can't play the passing lanes and get them to turn the ball over, you're in trouble. If it becomes a half court grinded out game, the Kings will lose by 30.
You have no chance.
That's it. That's their specialty. They're really good at it. They're way better at it than you are defending it.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
That's where a guy like Russell Westbrook comes in. Somebody who can control the rebound and then push it. And it's going to be tough because, and this is the other thing, because key number 1 for me ties into this a little bit. So I'm going to bring it up now. I think Malik Monk talked about defending Zach Edey and what the Kings did wrong there. And he said, we didn't do our work early. You have to do your work early. You gotta knock him off his spot. You gotta make sure he doesn't have a clear path to get to where he wants. You have to just make it difficult for him to even get the ball. I think the same thing is true here when it comes to rebounding. The Kings are not a good rebounding team. So, all right, you're going to have to work early. You're going to have to get bodies on people. You have to get them out of the paint, and you're going to have to control rebounds that way. But if you're doing that, it gets much harder to pull down a rebound and get out and run. Like it's a really, really tough needle to thread.
Yeah.
And I think if they're going to beat Houston, I think they have to do both of those things. Because you're right, they're not going to beat them in a half-court game. But I also don't think it's going to be super easy to get out and run if you're doing your work to grab rebounds. So, number 2.
Number 2 is protect the paint. I expect to see a bunch of zone tonight. Like, look, the crazy thing about the Rockets is they're second in the league in 3-point percentage at 39.9% from 3,
man,
which is just wild. But they're 29th in attempts. They're only taking 31 attempts per game. They're slightly above the Kings and as far as like 3-point attempts. And that just tells you that what they're doing here is they're just killing you in the paint. And not only that, but they're getting what Kyle was talking about. They get all these offensive rebounds, so second chance points. And then that's where a lot of times I think they're getting their spray threes and stuff. So I don't know how to manage that, but the Kings don't have a true shot blocker. They don't have good rim protection at all. And they also don't have a lot of depth in on the front line. So you're going to have to figure it out because this team just like they live, inside the paint. They just dominate teams by scoring really high, percentage shots all around the rim.
Yeah, and they have a guy like Alperen Şengün who's very, very good at getting into the paint and getting shots at the rim.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, then they've got Capella, who's phenomenal in the pick and roll. Phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a player that you can just leave open outside of maybe Steven Adams, but even he kills you. They're second in the league in 3-point percentage at 39.9. They're first in 2-point attempts at 60.4 per game. Now, they're not good at percentage-wise. They're low percentage. They're 28th in the league in 2-point field goal percentage.
But what are they in 2-point percentage?
They're 52.1%. They're 28th in the league in 2-point percentage, but they take so many 2-point shots, and it's because they average 16.6 offensive rebounds per game. Like they don't care if they miss shots.
God.
Keep shooting. Yeah, it's crazy.
Someone in red is going to grab a rebound.
Yeah.
Number 2 for me, something we talked about earlier. You got to win the bench minutes big. Can you build a substantial lead during the bench minutes, or not build a substantial lead? Can you go on some kind of run where you build a lead, you get back into the game? I think that's going to be an opportunity for the Kings, and if they don't, we certainly have not seen their starters win minutes. So win the bench minutes. It's key number 2. It's been a good group for the Kings.
Yep, it has definitely. Okay, my third. How about you confuse us all one more time? This is a game the Kings should lose by 20. How about you don't lose? How about you go up there and you figure out some way to be physical and some way to hit shots? And like I just feel like this team, like every time you think, oh man, well, this is a loss. We beat the Rockets. I mean, we beat the Nuggets. We beat the Timberwolves. Like, so who are you? Why are you? How did you beat them? And then like you turn around a couple of days later and lose to the Suns, and then you lose to the Jazz. You're like, I don't understand you. Who are you, and why do you do this to everybody?
I just want to clarify. Your third key to victory is win.
Yeah, my third key to victory is just like, you know what? Just surprise us. Do something like play physical, like beat the other team. I don't know.
I love it. No, it's great. Third key for me, you need energy for 48 minutes. If you lapse at all and you have a sluggish start or you have a sluggish middle of the quarter, you're going to lose however many. If you have a sluggish 4 minutes, they're going to go on a 20-0 run and they'll bury you.
Yeah.
So whatever energy you're going to play with, you need it for all 48, because every minute you don't play with that, the Rockets are going to take full advantage.
I fully agree.
And
We have
those,
a matchup of those are our keys, right?
yeah. We
Those,
already did. We did matchup of the game already.
who
Talked about
was
the
it?
benches. We talked about
Okay.
the benches, and then Keegan versus whoever has a hot hand.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, man.
There we go.
Yes. All right. If the Kings do all those things, they'll win. Tonight in Houston, he's James Hamilton, Kyle Matson. We'll break it down on the Insiders tomorrow at 10 a.m. Here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, dude. I don't the Houston Rockets are, there's something about them that I can't, they remind me of like I want to say the Buffalo Bills, where I see it, that might not be a great comparison, but just follow me here. It's not apples to apples. But from the standpoint of, I think I could see that team winning the championship. But also you could just say, okay, well, the rebounding thing doesn't work in the playoffs because teams try harder, or teams game plan differently and play certain players off the floor in a playoff series, and the offensive rebounding thing, the missed shots will come back to bite them. Like, okay, I'll buy that. But at the same time, the more we talk about this and the more we look at how they're built, and the more that you look at the fact that they're not even healthy right now. I really think that I've been kind of putting OKC up in a tier by themselves, and I think they still are.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's been like, okay, Denver below them, and then Houston below Denver. I've got Houston and Denver right next to each other in the West, and I wouldn't be shocked if I've got Houston above them by the time Christmas hits. They've just figured things out, and Reed Shepherd's been really good, and they've figured things out in a way that I was not sure they would do early enough in the season to be a factor. But it's December 3rd, and they're killing everybody. They had a weird loss to the Jazz the other night. I think that was on Monday night.
Yeah.
But they had a weird loss to the Jazz. But other than that, they've just kind of been smoking everyone. And one of their losses is a double overtime loss to Oklahoma City to start the year. I'm a full believer in the Houston Rockets as a title contender. They're awesome.
I am too. I would say the one question I have is, do they have enough pop off the bench to get this thing done? And that's going to be a concern. I mean, if you do look at their starting lineup, almost everyone is playing, like Amin Thompson, 36, Alperen Şengün, 36, Kevin Durant, 36, 32 for Jabari. Like, those four guys are playing so many minutes. It reminds me a little bit of the Knicks from last year, where, again, you had to give up a bunch of things to get to go out and get Karl Anthony Towns. You had to give up a bunch of players to go out and get Mikal Bridges, and then you had no depth after that. I think this team, they've been hit with, again, the injury bug. This team would look a lot different if Fred VanVleet was healthy and your starter, and Reed Shepherd was this guy coming off the bench, playing carefree and scoring a bunch of points. They don't really have a natural bench scorer at this point. Again, you got Josh Okogie coming off the bench. Once you get past, again, Tari Eason is their sixth highest scorer at 11.5 points per game. It's pretty bare.
Yeah.
You guys averaging 6 or 7 points a game.
But that's where when they get healthy, you'll have Dorian Finney-Smith coming off the bench, or Dorian Finney-Smith starting with Jabari Smith Jr. coming off the bench. Once Tari Eason is back, he's coming off the bench. Like, there's a healthy version of the Rockets that solves a lot of those issues.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm a full believer. I think Kings are going to have a tough time tonight. FYI, that's my take. All right, let's get back into some trade stuff. We got the trade rumor mill starting to churn as we get closer to that all-important December 15th date. We'll talk about that and maybe some moves that could be on the table for the Kings. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Later. Why is everyone talking about Kyle Kuzma?
Again?
What's going on in the chat? Why are we talking about Kuzma? What's happening?
I don't know.
Me neither.
think instead of Devin Carter, the Kings could have drafted Tristan Da Silva. That would have been the 18th pick in the draft that year. 6'8" small forward, shooting 38.9% from three. Yeah, tough.
I agree with this. Khalil Ware was the guy.
Yeah.
That was a guy a lot of Kings fans had circled before the draft too. That's not even a revisionist history one.
Da Silva was part of the group that they looked at.
Oh, Da Silva for sure. Yeah, we talked about him a lot.
Da Silva's 24 right now already. So, and actually McCain is another one. Yeah. Can't miss on draft picks, even when they're the 13th pick.
That is, you know what? I want to start out talking about that.
Okay.
Oh, the other guy was Jacoby Walter. I meant to look him up the other day.
Let's see. What do we got here?
40% from three for Jacoby Walter. Holy smokes. Only averaging 5 and 2 though for Toronto.
What do we got here? I made the finals in your guillotine league. I have a few tough decisions. Do I play George Pickens or Jameson Williams? I'm playing Pickens because
I'm playing Pickens.
Yeah, because that Cowboys game is going to be nuts.
Yeah, and you could argue the same for Jameson Williams, but if I start Jameson Williams, here's how I make decisions in fantasy. This is probably not the best way, but if I start Jameson Williams and George Pickens lights it up, I'm going to feel like an idiot. If I start George Pickens and Jameson Williams lights it up, it's like, damn.
Okay, so Brock Bowers just scored a couple of touchdowns. You got to go with Brock Bowers again because Brock Bowers, when healthy, is a dominant number one tight end. And then the last one, we made the mistake in my fantasy league of not keeping James Cook, partially because a lot of people expected a regression from the touchdowns. That dude is just a baller. He is very good, and you can try to see if Henry can hold on and have a good game and stuff, but Cook has 1,228 yards. He's got 8 touchdowns rushing. He's got another receiving touchdown, 236 yards. So he's at 1,464 yards from scrimmage, and I don't think Derrick Henry's even close to that. So that would be my. I don't even know who each of them are playing, but that's who I would go with. Oh, man, Johnny G. That is a tough one. Ladd, McLaurin, or Watson. Watson's been really good lately. And every time you choose a Chargers receiver, at least this season for me, we always choose the wrong one.
Yep. That's been the story of my year for our team. Yeah. Every time I'm like, what should we do here? And, okay, let's go with this guy. It's the wrong call. Just brutal. I also forgot to take him.
Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
That's fine. Hello. Hi, everyone. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Hanging out with you until noon. The handoff with D'Lo and KC coming up in about 25 minutes. We've been talking about the December 15th date in the NBA and some Kings trade stuff. It sounds like Dennis Schroeder is going to be on the move. And this tonight against Houston might be an opportunity for a player like Dennis Schroeder to audition. If he plays.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be on the move. I just know that there are a lot of teams out there that are interested. And, there are a couple of very good teams that are interested, and whether they can come to an agreement on something or not is going to be a big question. But he's a player who has value. And to be honest, we've heard a lot from the Kings about Dennis Schroeder being the guy, specifically from Doug and how he had an impact in signing Dennis Schroeder. I also look at Dennis Schroeder as a possible player that Scott Perry looked at and said, hey, this is a really, really tight free agent market, and Dennis Schroeder might have value once we get to the trade season. And so you might have signed Dennis Schroeder specifically to go out and move Dennis Schroeder. He's under contract this year at $14 million. Next year, a little like $14.5. And then there's a player, a team option with like a $4 million buyout for year 3. That's not a bad contract, and I think people are going to get value for that. So it might be one of those deals where you might be able to get an asset, and I don't know how good that asset would be, but whether it's a late first or whether it's a couple of seconds, you might be able to get that for Dennis Schroeder. If we were looking at again the Kings, list of potential trade value, pieces, I think Dennis Schroeder is probably second or third on that list. If again we're eliminating a guy like Keegan Murray and a guy like Nick Clifford, I think Schroeder's really high on that list.
Yeah, I wasn't. So we're making this list earlier. We're ranking players on the Kings with the most trade value, like the most desirable assets that teams might want to acquire. We put Keon Ellis at the top of the list. I struggled with who to put second because I think you're right with Dennis Schroeder. For a team like Houston, for example, the Kings play tonight, they have Reed Shepherd, second-year player, has been starting for them, but I think Aaron Holiday is their backup point guard right now.
Eesh.
I think
he's playing. I know that.
So would a player like Dennis Schroeder, who can just organize things, can get to the basket, would that appeal to Houston, and would they be willing to part with something to acquire him? I think is what the Kings are hoping for. Like Schroeder is the exact type of player who, like the Kings brought him in for this reason. He's not in the right situation. He's not going to take a ton of shots. He's not going to demand too much. He's just going to be placed in a role, and he's going to do that role. The Kings don't really have the right role for him. Or I think they found it coming off the bench. They just don't have the supporting pieces to make him super effective. But I think he still has value, is going to have value around the league as a player who could be available for a second-round pick or a couple of second-round picks.
Yeah, and I kind of feel the same thing about Malik Monk. Like I think Monk and Schroeder, like their values got to be similar on the open market. Monk is younger. He's got one extra year on his deal. The deal's a little bit more expensive. But you're talking about 14 million versus 18 million, 15 million versus 19 million over the next 2 years. So if you're dealing with a team that like has some sort of want to, have punch off the bench, like Malik Monk is one of the best in the game at changing the energy in the building. And there are teams right now, like Orlando was interested in Malik Monk before. Orlando should be knocking on the door and asking for Malik Monk right now. Like he would be a game changer for them. They could really, really use that type of energy coming off the bench. So, yeah. See.
Yeah, the Monk one is interesting. The Schroeder one is interesting. The other one that jumps out to me, you said earlier when we were talking about DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, the Kings might not get first-round picks for those guys, but you also said they probably wouldn't get a first for Domantas Sabonis, or you said something along those lines. And that's the interesting one, because my knee-jerk reaction is to agree, but given the size of his contract and what exactly he does on the court, I think the team acquiring Domas would be doing so with the exact... So we talked about Keon and how if a team is going to get Keon Ellis, they're probably doing it because he's a piece that they think can get them over the hump. That, all right, this is going to be a bench guy who's a three-point shooter, 3-and-D wing off the bench. We can put him into the rotation, and he's helpful in these very specific ways. I think the exact same thing is true for Domantas Sabonis. I don't think Sabonis is a player that the Kings that teams would look at and go, like, if you need scoring, you go, all right, Zach LaVine can score and Malik Monk can score. Okay, let's see what can we get. If you're bringing in Sabonis, it's for a really, really specific reason. It's because you think you can drop him in and unlock something with your offense that is not currently there.
Yeah.
Or level up your offense in a way that's not currently there. Where if you're going to trade for $45 million Domantas Sabonis, $48 million, whatever it is, if you're going to make that deal, you're probably willing to attach a first because you think that he's going to be some massive piece for you. And so I do think if he's on the move this year, I think it's for something a little bit more substantial than a couple of seconds and salary filler.
No. I agree with you 100%. I don't think, number one, you shouldn't give up Domas if you're not getting something back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whether we all agree on what his value is or not, let's say that I continue to believe that he's a top 20 player because he has been a top 20 player for the last 4 seasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say that someone else is like, okay, I don't rate him that high. It's like, okay, well, where do you rate him? Because if you get to number 30 and you're still thinking that Domantas Sabonis isn't a top 30 player, I don't know what to tell you. Like, he's the guy who's right below the All-NBA. He's right below, like, he's probably at this point the 3rd or 4th best center in the NBA, like, still. And so, like, is there some issues with him? Well, yeah, of course there is. But there are teams out there that look at Domantas Sabonis and see the 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA player that he is. And, and a player who, outside of injuries and some weird offensive scheme that does not play to his strengths at all this season, like, the last 3 seasons, one of the most consistent players in the league and consistently excellent. Like, players who average 19, 13, and 7 are valuable.
But right. But I think there's a specific type of team that would need him.
No, of course.
And that's where if you're looking to get off of the money, okay, fine. But I also don't think, like, it's a two-way street here. I don't think the Kings should just give him away, but I also don't think that any team would be looking to acquire him would probably be doing so not as like let's throw a couple of picks at that guy and see if we can bring him in and do something. It would be with a pretty specific plan. Where if you're moving off of him or if you're acquiring him, you would be willing to part with some assets to do it.
No, totally. And like, look, I think there are ways in which there are much bigger deals that might like pop up here. Like, I think everyone looks at Anthony Davis and goes, hey, there's a good chance Anthony Davis has moved from the Dallas Mavericks, right? But that doesn't mean that there isn't a deal in which Anthony Davis goes to one team, Domantas Sabonis goes to the Dallas Mavericks, and some other players go to the Kings. Like, there are 3-team deals out there all the time.
Sure.
I would not be surprised to see if there is, if the Kings do decide to move off of Domas, but if there's not a market for him, because like there have been teams all off season, all during this early part of the season that have called on Domas. Like, I know that. So like, look, I think he has value. I don't know if it's going to be like a huge bidding war for him, but I think moving off his money and getting assets isn't going to be a horrible thing. It's just the market isn't as vast as, number one, a low paid player like Keon Ellis, or a player that can fit in any system like Keon Ellis. But let's not fool ourselves here and think that Keon Ellis is a better NBA player than Domantas Sabonis. So, like, there's a balancing point here. And
yeah, of course,
people are saying that, like, in the chat, that Domas isn't even a top 10 center in the league right now. Like, you don't look at what players first. Yeah, exactly. But you don't look at a player who's played, in the first 21 games of the season and make a judgment off of who he is as a player after that. You just go back and look at his history and can I ask
you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think the coaching staff is doing a bad job then?
I don't think that they're maximizing Domantas Sabonis. And to be honest, I don't think they're maximizing a bunch of the players on the roster.
Sure. Okay.
So when it comes to like the offensive scheme, yeah, I don't like the offensive scheme. I don't think Domas likes the offensive scheme.
No, we know
we know he doesn't. And whatever's going on here, the offensive scheme, just let's be frank here. The offensive scheme is horrible. It's bad. Like, what they're doing is not appeasing, is not like appealing to watch, and it's not working. Like, you're not a good offensive team. So yeah, that's when I hear these things like, oh, Domas is upset, the trajectory of the franchise from when they won 48 to where they are today. Yeah, like everyone in Sacramento is pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Like Domas is like well within his rights to be upset.
Mm-hmm.
You extended, you went out and got like this massive extension with the hopes that this was going to be a team that, was in the playoffs every year.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're not remotely close to a playoff team. Actually, you're a top of the lottery team, and
this is
we're falling off the bus.
Okay, and this is where I think the Domantas Sabonis conversation comes in for me, because I agree with you on a lot of things with them, but the counterpoint to that is like, man, you're the highest paid player on the team. Like, you should be the focal point in helping get this thing turned around. Like, you should be raising the floor of this of the franchise, and he hasn't. I think that's where the frustration comes in for people. I saw somebody at youtube.com/ESPN1320 in the chat say that the biggest problem is that his contract value. And I think that's right. If Domantas Sabonis is making $30 million, like it's like, all right, yeah, cool. But he got paid to be like that dude. And it's just really clear that, all right, he's not the kind of player that is just catch all, put him in, and it raises your floor significantly. That's just how it's been proven out.
He got paid to be that dude next to De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
Like, that's what he got paid to do. And De'Aaron Fox isn't here, and you replaced him with a guy who isn't De'Aaron Fox, like straight up. And then you tried to backfill De'Aaron Fox's position with retreads. Like, this team is so much less talented than where they were 4 years ago. And not only that, but so much poorly designed than the team from 3 years ago. And I get it, but like, there are players all the time that are in situations that all of a sudden go south, and you're like, what in the world is happening? It doesn't matter how many points that James Harden scores. The Clippers are still losing every single night. And that's with a bunch of talent. I think this season specifically in the NBA, we're looking around and realizing that fit means so much more than talent. It does. Like, it's great to have talent, and you need to continue to improve your talent, but you also have to stay within the lane of, the fit that you have. So it's one thing if you like, hey, Kevin Huerter's not good enough to continue to take another step as a franchise, as our starting shooting guard. Okay, well then go get a better version of him. Don't go get something that's totally different than him. That just doesn't make any sense. So that's where I get frustrated with this.
Sure.
Like, the build of this team, and also like the blame game that's happening. And I get it. The guy, but tell me where Domantas Sabonis is a different player over the last 3 years.
Yeah, but that's just it. Is he's dependent on the players around him in a way that you would expect a $48 million player who's mad about the trajectory of the team to not be dependent on the players around him.
Yeah, but I think
that's where the frustration is.
I mean, they are. Every player in the league is dependent
to an extent.
Yeah.
But the fact that, all right, they've got Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, and we are in lockstep. I could not agree with you more about the build of the Kings. It's a mess. But I think even going back to last year, it's like, man, he's not this floor raiser, this ceiling raiser, where it's like, all right, hey, the team is not doing great. Get it to Domas and let's figure this out. It's just he's not that, and that's not a bad thing when you surround him with the right people. Like, yeah, he's an all NBA player. I'm with you, but I think people's frustration comes in when you go, okay, well, yeah, but the guys around him, it's like, hey, man, to heck with that. Go. He's supposed to be that guy, and he just isn't.
Yeah, but how many wins did the Phoenix Suns have last year?
6. I don't know.
The answer is 36, and they were horrible.
Yeah,
right.
Not a good team. Not an effective team.
With Kevin Durant on that roster, who's a better player, Kevin Durant or Domantas Sabonis?
Kevin Durant, without question.
Okay, and then what's happening with Kevin Durant this year when he's on a better team with better talent and better fit players?
They're winning a lot.
I mean,
so Kevin Durant and Domantas Sabonis are the same class of player?
No, but we're gonna act like Kevin Durant wasn't impacted by the players around him, or by the system, or by the coaches, or by like whatever, because it doesn't matter how many points he scored last year. Their team was horrible. So again, like you move him to a different team, and all of a sudden the talent's better, and the fit is better, and he has no problems winning and doing the same thing he's always done. Like it's totally dependent on the players around you. I mean, basketball is because it's a 5-man game on the floor. Like if you don't have the right players around you, you're gonna struggle. I mean, there are really good.
Also, what, 37? Like he can't elevate a team the way he used to, though. I think prime Kevin Durant, the Suns are better than they were last year.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe a little bit better, but I mean, he still played 62 games. He still averaged 26.5 a game. Like, yeah, he wasn't going for 30 every night, but at the same time, like players are dependent on the people around them, and for a team to be built around them. Yeah. Like it doesn't matter who you are. You can't just step out on the court and think, hey, we're going to win it all because we've got Michael Jordan. Like Michael Jordan didn't win a title for the first 8 seasons in his career until they built a team around him. And he's averaging close to 40 a game some of those seasons.
Right.
So like, again, we can heap
so we've now compared Domas to Michael Jordan and Kevin Durant. Sick.
That's fun. But like every player in the league is dependent on it. And just because they make
to win championships, not to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
We're talking all right.
The Suns didn't
We're
make
not
the
going to go
last
anywhere.
year.
No, they sure didn't. With 38-year-old Kevin Durant. Yeah, they sure didn't. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. The Handoff is next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Oof. Damn. God, the Suns were so ass last year. What a mess. Isn't Matt Ishbia being sued too?
Yeah, now he's being sued.
Oh my God. What a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sabonis and Mike Brown would probably both love this.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Although it probably would be a good fit.
They have not figured out quite yet the Karl Anthony Towns thing. What is he averaging this year? I know the Knicks are kind of cooking. OG's been out too. No, I don't want Walt Frazier's basketball reference page. This is the problem we were talking about earlier with my computer. Is it just like I'll click on something and then the rest of the page will load and I'll click on the thing that is there now that the page is loaded? It's really, really annoying.
Yeah.
It's my 10-year-old laptop. God, the Knicks are 9th in assists, 7 total rebounds, 5th in 3-point attempts, 8th in 3-point percentage.
The Knicks?
And OG Anunoby's been out for, been out for 8 games.
Oh, yeah, he's only played 20.
Man.
Yeah.
That's 22. Jesus Christ, man. Only shooting 33% from 3, though. Josh Hart shooting 40%. Goodness gracious.
Overall?
From 3.
Man, you see Mikal Bridges shooting 44.2% from 3?
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah.
17, 4.5, 4.5, 2 steals and a block.
Karl Anthony Towns isn't a great defender at all. He's improved as a rebounder. but not a good defender. And that team does just fine. I'm intrigued to see how they do.
They are the poster child to me about the importance we always talk about of length and athleticism.
Yeah.
Like you've got Mitchell Robinson, who's an incredible shot blocker and rebounder. You have Mikal Bridges, who's a good defender. You have OG Anunoby, who's one of the best perimeter defenders in the sport, most versatile defenders in the sport. Josh Hart flies around. Like they're just
yeah.
That's another well-built team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even like, they've got Mitchell Robinson on the bench who's not healthy yet. I thought Gershon Yabusele would have been a bigger factor, but
same.
Yeah, he's not doing anything there. He could be a December 15th candidate.
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Hey.
Yabusele, man, he signed a cheap deal too. 5.5 and 5 point.
He's playing like it.
Yeah.
Damian Warley. Oh, I like your sweater.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Damian Barling in the building. He's wearing a cable knit sweater with a design on it today. If you would like to check it out, go to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Ben?
Your internet connection is spectacular today. You got the James Ham internet problems out there at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been talking about it all day. This is something that I'm going to get rectified because I pay so much money just for internet. I don't have cable. I don't pay for for TV. I pay for internet only, and I pay a boatload of money for it. And apparently I can't have a door closed and my wife on her computer downstairs and have my internet work, which is insane.
It sounds like you're handling it well, though. So that's
I'm handling it great. It's fine.
That's good, because there was a time where maybe you wouldn't. So I'm proud of you. You talked about personal growth. It's very good.
Yeah, man. I'm doing my best. New year, new me.
1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me?
Oh.
What?
That's Kyle. Now.
Which show was that again?
That was Family Matters. That was
that's right. It was Carl Winslow.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
What the heck is bothering me?
My internet, Kenny.
Try it.
I'm
Go ahead.
mad about it.
No, try it right now.
The internet.
Try it. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
What the heck?
What the hell is bothering me? My damn internet is what's bothering me.
Okay. No, it's getting worse.
It's just stressing me out now. I don't like this one bit.
It's not working.
I like it even a little bit.
Abort.
You doing? Oh, I could try to old woosah, but I guess your ears are covered. It's fine. He died.
Remember your pressure points.
Yeah. Your pressure points.
It's the handoff with Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway here on the Insiders. I have a take about the Sacramento Kings that I want to run by you guys. I don't think they're going to win tonight.
Oh,
well,
man.
All right, settle
Hot.
down.
That's hot.
Oh,
settle
that's
down.
what drew you to that conclusion. It's spicy.
Oh man, you guys. All right. Okay. No, go ahead, Kyle, because you got things.
No, that was it. No, go ahead.
I had a long drive. It was thoughts on 99, thoughts on 80. And it was a very good podcast I was listening to. And it was just crazy.
Oh, you listen to a podcast. That's cool.
Yeah. Well,
That's
I was listening to you guys, but you went to commercial. I went to commercial. And then the conversation got good. And
Damn, don't say the quiet part out loud, man. Come on.
Man, the things that you say out loud sometimes, bro, like, God damn it, man.
Look. It's a commercial.
If only we weren't sponsored by that company.
Well, I listen to all those beautiful companies when they make their ads all the time. But today, I just skipped
Today
around.
was a little different. Yeah, thoughts on 99, thoughts on 80.
Skipped around. Well, one of them was actually thoughts of last night. And it kind of ties into one thing I heard. It was Simmons and Max Kellerman. Max was on Simmons' podcast.
Thrilling.
and they were talking about. They started off with the Clippers, and they were just like they're just snake bit. Like this doesn't make any sense. Like Norman Powell is that much better and that much better of a fit than Bradley Beal. Like if you want to say Norman Powell's better and he works better with the roster right now and all this other stuff, I'll agree with that. He's a swing of 25 games better than Bradley Beal, like to go along with the guys that they have. So it just doesn't make any sense. Just doesn't make any sense. And last night, I was watching the Warriors Thunder. It was a big ball night last night. Pause. This is PTI. Big ball night last night. I watched like 5 games last night between college and pro. And I was watching the Warriors and the Thunder. And at one point, because we always talk about like the length and athleticism, and they just don't have enough guys. The Kings, 6'8", 6'9", and I'm not saying they're wrong, but at one point last night, matter of fact, when the Warriors took the lead, you know who was on the court for the Warriors? It was
Pat Spencer.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
Buddy
watch.
Buddy Hield. That's 2.
Oh God, probably, but maybe Moses Moody.
No Moses Moody.
Oh, Seth Curry.
No, Seth wasn't on, but he was out there during the time.
Okay, who was it?
No Quentin Post.
Who was it?
It was Spencer, Buddy, Draymond, the rookie out of Florida, and GP2. And it's like
dogs.
So yes, I'm Draymond is 6'8", I think.
No.
Oh, 6'8", standing on a 4-inch block.
Right. And you got all these other guys that are 6'5" and below. I'll give them 6'5", right? I'll give Pat Spencer 6'5", GP2 6'5".
Okay.
And
you give GP2 6'5"?
No, he's 6'2".
GP2 is like 6'2".
Look, I'm trying to be generous to these people.
Make your point.
And they out here going at it with the Thunder. And length and athleticism, it's not something that doesn't matter. I'm not trying to make that argument. But you got to have more importantly than that. And this was kind of the argument I would make back when we was talking about Westbrook. And have some guys that have some pride and want to get at it, and they're tough. And you can make some things work. And I just wonder, like, all those guys on the court for the Warriors, if they were on the Kings, would they perform like they did last night?
The same group?
Same people.
Well, I mean, I could respond with, the group that the Kings ran out with Malik Monk and Keegan Murray and Neat Clifford and Maxine Reynaud and Precious Achua, like, went on a huge run and got the Kings right back in a game. So yeah, I think it's possible that it would work in Sacramento, that they would do the same thing. I just don't think you're going to get the same out of the veterans here in Sacramento.
I also want to just real quick, because Kenny, I feel like we've talked about this before, and you focus very heavily on the length and athleticism thing. And I think what people mean is what you're talking about. It's not just having a tall player. It's like, if you give me a 6 foot, I would take Lou Dort over Jalen McDaniels 100 times out of 100. And Jalen McDaniels has a good 4 or 5 inches of height on Lou Dort.
Right.
So it's definitely like, yeah, that type of player matters a lot. So I don't want to, I don't think anybody is, me, James, anybody is saying like they have to be 6'8" or they're disqualified. It's like, yeah, if they're 6'6" and they're dogged defenders and they're going to go rebound and do the little things to win games, great. Thumbs up. They can be on the team. I don't think they have to be 6'8". That's just a nice little bonus.
No,
yeah, because I'm not complaining about Neat Clifford being 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, no.
And this wasn't even an observation to argue any of that. It was just more so of like, look at who's on the floor and look who's being productive for the Warriors against the best team we might have seen in 10 years. And they why can't the Kings do that? Right? Why can't they find Spencer, GP2, have a guy like Buddy Hield, but surround him with certain players, and he's not a liability out there. Like, why can't, I'm not saying that as like, why not us? I'm not saying that, I'm saying it in a critical sense. Like,
Yeah.
what, you can find these people all over the place if you know what the hell you're looking for and you put them in the right setting. Why can't they do that? It doesn't have to be a lottery guy all the time. Find these guys first.
I think the other aspect of it with Golden State specifically, I think with OKC, I think Boston is having a really strong year considering their injury situation and some of the players they lost. I think part of it too, and this goes to what you're saying, is those teams have established systems. They have an established, we know that we want player X to do A, B, and C thing for our team. And when he comes in, that's what he's going to do.
And that's all he's going to do.
And that's all that player is going to do. It's not, hey, Will Richard, get out there and try and make something happen. Well, what do you want me to do? I don't know. Go do stuff. And so I think it becomes easier to find those players when you're specifically looking for a player to guard 94 feet. Gary Payton II. He's going to shoot some corner threes. He's going to play out of the dunker spot, and he's going to be a pest on defense. And he's going to grab some rebounds because he can jump out of the gym. And that's his job. That's all he's going to do. And if he leaves, okay, what player replaces that? Instead of just going like, yeah, let's find some guys to do stuff, which it feels like the Kings are kind of doing right now because there's not an established system. There's not offensive or defensive. I don't think they really know what they're looking for because they don't really know what they lack because they don't know what they're trying to do yet, which makes it even more difficult.
No, I think I got an idea that they know what they're trying to do. I got an idea.
What do you think they're trying to do?
It's trying to get everybody in here out of here. And that's what I do believe. I believe Scott is like, as soon as I can get these guys out, they're gone. And I will build this team the way I see fit. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong in that thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it does then become like, well, what's your idea? Like, it's fine. You want to get rid of everybody. Okay, but what's next? And is your idea any better than the idea that was here before? And that is yet to be seen. And it can take so long to get to that point that Scott Perry could not be here when it does happen.
Yep.
If you want to throw up a couple of 24, 25 win seasons, you might not get to see year 3.
I think that's why I don't think it's a coincidence why, I don't know if he made it public or he talked to people and got the word out that 2027 is the time. It might take me 2 years to get rid of everybody that I want out of here. And then I'll start my process.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a coincidence at all.
I don't think that's something he said publicly at all.
No, but nobody gets 3 to 5 years to rebuild a team. Not in the NBA. I mean, it's tough. Like, you have to show that you're moving some way.
Well, there has to be some progress somewhere.
Yeah, there has to be progress, and can't just all be
fair or not
going backwards with the hopes that you're going to go forwards at some point.
So what's progress though? Because like I don't know. They may have fast tracked this situation with how this season has started and what the win total might be, but it looked like they were going to need a year and a half to scrap it all. So you're not even starting the move forward.
Yeah, but it's not just
stripping down.
Yeah, and that's fine in 2 years, but it's not just who's not here; it's who's here now. Right? Like who? Okay, so you got Nick. All right. Well, how does that compare to the 2026 draft pick? And then everyone's out in 2027. Okay, so who's your 2027 draft pick? There's the progress right there. You've subtracted what you wanted to subtract, but what have you added to that?
So progress doesn't mean wins and losses.
Oh God, no.
That's what I was getting at. Like,
you
can't talk about progress and wins and losses situation.
No,
because
progress into your plan.
Exactly.
Like what is your plan, and have you taken steps? Because again, if we're truly talking 2027, the subtraction part is easy. That's just the nature of contracts. But what have you done with draft picks? What have you done? Have you been able to acquire any sort of young asset? Have you been able to acquire anyone who could potentially be a part of what you're doing, moving forward? How have your draft picks hit? How has Nick Clifford developed? How have you been developing these young guys? What happened 2 years ago with Keon Ellis? Where is he at in this equation? Like, there's a lot of questions that can be asked, But the subtraction part is easy. As long as you're moving forward, if this truly is Scott Perry's plan, as long as you're moving forward with it, he deserves the time to see it through.
And what is your culture?
Yeah, that's probably a big part.
What is happening? What is like? Do the young players you're bringing in? Do they look like they understand what the system is? That you have something that you can start to pin your hopes to and say, we're just not talented, or we're just too young to be successful. That would be progress.
We have a report from Shams Charania
Yeah.
on Giannis Antetokounmpo. And guys, I hope you're sitting down for this. Giannis Antetokounmpo and his agent Alex Saratzis have started conversations with the Milwaukee Bucks about the two-time NBA MVP's future and discussing whether his best fit is staying or elsewhere, sources tell ESPN. A resolution is expected in the coming weeks. So Giannis is still talking about whether he wants to stay or go.
I think he's actually.
If the conversation is happening, he has to go.
Yeah,
there's this is like, stop this. Like, stop.
I'm sick of this. I'm so sick of this.
Stop trying to be the baby face. Like, just hit the Bucks with the steel chair and move on.
That's it.
Stop.
Tearing the Band-Aid off slowly is not going to make it better.
I read earlier that Brian Windhorst is reporting that he did ask for a trade before the season started.
Yeah, wasn't that a thing? And then the Bucks and Knicks were talking about it, but nothing came of that.
My cousin Ace and I, we have a joke about like Hollywood talk, where they say a bunch of words and they don't say anything. And this is what this sounded like. We always say, like, somebody would be like, I can neither confirm nor deny that I may or may not have requested a trade.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of words. That's what this was from Giannis just now, or whoever put it out there.
Yeah, his people. Yeah,
let me know when the Bucks are in trade talks with the team. Then I'll buy it. But Giannis clearly wants out of there. He just doesn't want people to dislike him.
Yeah, and that's what Dame just said. Like, if you're doing all this, you're making the move already.
It's so reminiscent of Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard wanted out of Orlando so bad. He just didn't want to be the bad guy. He's been nothing but the bad guy since that. But he didn't want to be the bad guy so bad. He wanted to be the fun-loving, jovial Dwight Howard, but he wanted out of Orlando so bad that he did this flip-flopping thing, and it led to that awkward moment with Stan Van. Stan Van's out. He opts in. It's just an absolute disaster. Giannis just ripped the Band-Aid off, hit him with the steel chair, keep it moving, go do whatever it is that you want to do.
Yeah. And what we need to do here is talk about KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app.
Hey man,
hell yeah!
You just got to get Sam Darnold in a better culture, and under a good coach. And look at him work. Look at him work.
Did you just equate James Ham to Sam Darnold?
That's tough. That's a bad beat for my guy.
Like,
James.
what were James Ham's Knicks years?
No, because
Jets years.
James was when we first started the handoff. James was looking down the receiver. We would pick him off every time. He was looking down the receiver, but it was more a product of the Jets than it was James.
Oh, Ham. I see. Well, wait a minute. I'm not a Jet. Who the hell over here is a New York Jet?
He just called you the Jets.
I'm not a Jet nor a Panther.
If you don't look around the room and see who the Jets are, it's you.
That makes me a Panther.
If you can't figure out,
I'm a Jet. Damn.
Kenny.
That was, and we told James it would be like 11:58, and James would be looking at the clock. And like he was just waiting, and we were like, "Oh, he's looking down the receiver. I'm gonna pick this off, and I'm gonna say to Reed, not anymore. And then this guy's locked in."
And then he would say, "Do you know who wants to be traded?"
This guy's locked in.
He now he's dialed.
I don't know what Scott Perry is doing, but I do know that you're listening to. Like, it's just flawless. It is flawless.
It's perfect execution. He's got the slant. That's not there. He's going to his second read. He's just really good in that short to intermediate area. He's just dynamite. Offensive.
The Bucks are 9-13 right now.
Yeah. So I guess Zach Levine's not going to the Bucks.
Unless
Unless,
You need that salary in a Giannis trade.
yeah, you know what? Maybe there is a
I
possibility.
mean, that's what happened last time.
Yeah.
It's how Zach LaVine got here. Like, you could do it.
Yeah. I guess there might be a team out there that's like, all right, we've got these 4 players we need to unload. Who wants to get involved and who's got a salary that would like work? Either way, the Bucks are about to take a gigantic leap backwards.
I can't. Oh yeah, it's kind of the end. And how I can't. How do you think the Pacers feel right now? Are the Pacers furious or are they laughing at this because of the Miles Turner situation?
They're laughing at this because there's that weird Pacers-Bucks rivalry that has developed, and theoretically, once Tyrese comes back, they're going to lap the Bucks.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that, but Miles Turner was important to what they were doing. Like, it's not just Tyrese that's gone. Like, Miles Turner's gone too. Like,
sure,
they'd be like, you idiot. Like, you really latched your wagon to a ship that was sinking. That was clearly sinking.
Hang on. Let me get on the boat. I know there's a giant hole in the hole.
Right.
Like, there's a giant hole. I see it. But hang on. Let me get on the bus. Yeah.
Man.
Wait, what are you doing?
Yeah,
that's
tough.
The difficult part of this is what we've talked about with the Giannis trade, with the potential Giannis trade a million times, though, is if you're the Bucks, you want the sun, the moon, the stars, and another galaxy for them. But if you're a team giving that up, you're going to become the Bucks.
Yeah.
And I don't know. So I think if this deal happens,
it's why you need Zach LaVine. That's how you get or a Domantas Sabonis even. That's where you loop in someone else with a big contract. And you try to maneuver that way. Of course, Milwaukee has to have interest in all of that. Like, what is Milwaukee's motives? 9-13 is not the end of the world.
No,
but
especially since Giannis has been out.
A lot of that has been without Giannis Antetokounmpo. So you have to decide, can we bring back 2 or 3 players that could potentially put us in the play? Do we try to hold on just a little bit longer, knowing what's inevitable? Do we try to take advantage of this bad year? Are there too many teams below us to truly bottom out and capitalize off this upcoming draft? Like, do we want to hit? I mean, hard reset isn't even. Do we want to unplug the gaming device and throw it in the ocean and see what happens? Like, what's their objective here coming out of the Giannis? Because they're going to tell their fans, we're going to use this trade to position ourselves for the future. In reality, that might not be able to happen. Now, with Giannis, unlike De'Aaron Fox, you're going to be able to net multiple first-round picks for him, anywhere from 2 to 3, especially if you're able to work with a team who Giannis wants to sign with for the foreseeable future. And if you could do that, you could net as many as 3 first-round picks back.
Well, what I would try to do if I were...
Then you bottom out then in my opinion, you bottom out as much as you try to trade Monster. You try to trade everyone you can and just live off draft capital for the next 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, and what I would try to do if I were them is try to involve as many teams as possible, which allows me the opportunity to get as many picks as possible. Say this is a 4-team deal. You could get 2 picks from each team. You know what I mean? Indirectly. You know what I mean? And try to get as many picks as possible. Maybe get a young guy back. Like I'm not saying Phoenix will be a part of this, but a guy like Jalen Green, maybe get somebody like that. But look, Giannis is young enough where you would think this should go for a longer period of time, but it was a hell of a ride if you're Milwaukee. You're Milwaukee, and you got probably 7 to 9 championship caliber seasons out of Giannis, and you got a championship out of it. It was a hell of a run. It was a hell of a run. You would hope these things last forever, and he stays there forever. You thought maybe you had an opportunity at that, but you got a championship out of it. You exhausted it as much as you possibly could. Like, I think Milwaukee did a hell of a job with this. People will get mad about the Drew Holiday situation, but they weren't winning a championship at that point with Drew Holiday. Like, it was Austin had already surpassed them. You had to try to do something, and they did a hell of a job. So if I'm a Bucks fan, I'm sad that Giannis is leaving, but I'm 100% fulfilled by this decade Giannis in Milwaukee, and it's time to move on and see what the future holds. See if we can start a new era with somebody else.
Also, Merry Christmas, Bucks fans.
Yeah.
The season of giving.
I don't know
Yikes.
what team just is like a logical fit. Like,
Wow.
again, you can talk about Karl Anthony Towns swapping him out, but that
Yeah.
offense is different.
There's
and,
one team.
Yeah.
There's one team.
And just so
What team is it?
the chat out there, just so you know, we're not talking about Giannis coming to Sacramento. We're talking about the Kings being involved in the Giannis trade.
It's
I
the
was
Spurs.
talking about Giannis to Sacramento.
Oh, the Spurs.
It's the Spurs. They have everything you want. They've got young players. They got draft picks. They've got cap room. They've got the stars already there where you can give up. You can give up 2 of the 3 between Fox, Castle, and Harper and still be good.
Fox would probably have to be in the deal just for
Yeah, I
the
was
money,
going to say
right?
it'd have to be De'Aaron
Yeah. Well,
because you need the money.
but maybe not, because it could be they got big contracts there. You could add Vassell, Keldon Johnson, and Harrison.
Yeah.
But if I'm the Spurs, I'm not doing that.
Maybe
Those guys help me win games.
you
Not
wouldn't-
that De'Aaron doesn't, but
yeah. You
yeah.
wouldn't do that for Giannis,
would I like
Keldon Johnson and Vassell.
like would I like sure, but I mean I'd probably be more inclined to be like, hey, what about? And that's no shade to Fox. It's just I have 2 players at that position. It's like what we were talking about yesterday with the players that couldn't get hurt for the Sacramento Kings.
Mhm.
It went from one to the other. Those were the 2 spots where you couldn't afford an injury. If I have to trade someone I love, yeah, let me trade De'Aaron. The money works. I can keep more of my guys and have replacements.
You're right. You probably do have to work with the Fox or something. But if I had enough salary to move on from Vassell, Keldon, Sohan,
but
move on from those dudes.
But
and
to
just
me,
do picks.
but the bigger picture is you're making that move. If you're San Antonio, believing you're this is championship time.
Mhm.
This season, next season, you've got Giannis, you've got Wemby, you've got young. This your championship window. You just threw Marty Jannetty right through it. Like it's open.
Mm-hmm.
You are competing with Oklahoma City. Now you're competing with Denver. Depth. Think about Indiana last year. Indiana was depth. It's not that De'Aaron's not better than all those players that you just named. It's not that's not even more of an attractive, trade option in a lot of different scenarios. But when you're talking about competing for a title and you're talking about the things that you need to compete for a title, you need depth. Depth is the reason the Pacers went 7 games with the Oklahoma City Thunder last year.
Yep.
Depth is why Denver did what they did this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
You need guys down to 10, 11, 12 who could play as high-end basketball for you as possible.
You're right. But you got a chance to get that's not
I
going to stop
understand
me from getting Giannis.
No, I'm not saying it's not going to stop me.
I know, but like
if I can avoid it, I'm going to do it. Like if that's Milwaukee's first call, I'm going to try to steer them in a different direction. I'm going to try to steer them in the De'Aaron direction, and not because De'Aaron's not really, really good. I just need the players. I have to have depth.
Yeah.
And I'd rather lose one who's rated a 8.5 than lose 3 who are, 6.5 to 7.5 guys.
I'm just looking at the salaries, and I'll tell you that Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, and throw in Stephon Castle and a bunch of firsts, that works. And I don't think that kills their depth, because number 1, Giannis steps in. Number 2, you still have Harrison Barnes. Number 3, you still have Dylan Harper. You still have Jeremy Sohan. You still have
Champagnie.
Champagnie. You still have Luke
Cornette. Like they can get rid of the guys that I talked about. They can get rid of Keldon, Vassell, and Sohan, and you'd still have Harrison Barnes on that team. You'd be gaining Giannis, obviously. You'd have Cornette. You'd have Olynyk. Dylan Harper would be like,
I think their depth is better than.
What if they ask for
we think.
Dylan Harper?
I don't want to say that's a no-go.
I'll give him Castle, but I won't give him Harper.
Yeah, it feels like that's
Really?
Yeah, that's a hard.
Hold up. Wait a second.
Yeah.
We just went over this to get Giannis. You wouldn't trade Dylan Harper for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
I have to, but I think the potential
man
star there.
It's Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, it's one of the 5 best players in the
Big
sport.
name. Madonna, Cher, Giannis. Madonna,
bunch
Cher,
of
Prince,
letters.
Giannis.
How many platinum records does Giannis have, though?
Talk about it. We'd have to talk about it. I'll put it to you. I'll put it to you like this.
Ooh.
I'll put it to you like this. I would, outside of Wemby, obviously, I would try to steer them in every other direction before I agreed to Harper. I would steer them in the
Agree.
Yeah. I would steer them in the Castle.
Yep.
I would steer them in the Fox direction. And if they said no to all of that, then I got a decision to make.
Yeah.
But I would steer them in every other direction before I got to Dylan Harper.
I don't know that I'm trading Castle.
I'd give up Castle. I'd give up
That's a
Sohan.
good
I'd give up
player.
the other two.
I'm with you, James. I give up Castle before I give up Harper.
Yeah.
Castle is
So
17, 6, and 8, and he's a really awesome defender.
So see, here's the see, this is more complicated. Like how big are the onions on the Spurs to play hardball with this? Or does Giannis want to sign in San Antonio? Because that could complicate things for Milwaukee quite a bit. Because if he does, and the Knicks come along and he's like, yeah, nah, you had your chance. I don't like Mike Brown either. So, I mean, do what you want to do, but I ain't staying there.
Mhm.
Like now it puts the ball back. Like it puts San Antonio in kind of firm control of this whole thing. And man, you start talking Dylan Harper, Steph Castle, and you're including, because you still have to make the salary work. But you essentially have to eliminate De'Aaron from the conversation because you're losing one of those guys, which means a combination of the other contracts are coming into play, which means your depth is stripped.
I don't know.
And I'm in the Thunder's.
Keldon.
I'm in the Thunder's conference, man. I'm not doing it because even if they acquire Giannis, they're not Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I
would call Milwaukee and say, guys, De'Aaron is on a plane right now. We're sending him with whatever the hell San Antonio is known for. And
breakfast tacos?
Sure.
The Alamo. We'll give you the Alamo.
What
You
Charles
may have
said,
the Alamo.
big women. We're sending De'Aaron with a couple of big women and some churros and we'll send, you know, don't even send Giannis. We'll send the plane for Giannis. It's fine.
We've got that. We'll take care of that.
Yeah. Wow.
Puffy tacos.
He's got to want the Knicks, right?
Tacos, that's it.
He's got to
don't say, sir. This
What?
is a family show.
So San Antonio is known for.
He wants,
All right,
I think
man.
he definitely wants the Knicks, but the Knicks situation is complicated because they're either close or are an apron team. So the way they can execute a trade is limited.
I don't think they're an apron team, are they?
Who's that?
The
Knicks?
Knicks, they either are or they're close to one.
Yeah,
Well,
they
being
circumvented
close to
the
one
cap
doesn't
by
matter.
having Jalen Brunson take a small
Yeah,
amount.
being close to the cap doesn't matter. I mean, I'm sorry. Being close to the apron doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
'Cause
I mean,
they-
it matters. It doesn't matter in the sense that they have restrictions. The restrictions don't come into play till you're.
Well, that and Giannis is 31 and he's under contract for this year and 2 more. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
but one's a player option.
the final year's
The
a player
final year's a
option.
player option.
Okay.
the reason why I said that about the Knicks, because I was, this is what they were talking about on the podcast. They can't, for instance, they can't trade for LeBron. They have to find a contract that matches perfectly to trade. They can't put money together or put contracts together.
They
You
can't.
can't aggregate salary.
If I'm looking at this right, I think the Knicks. No, this
So
isn't
everything
right. This
they
isn't
do-
right. Stand by.
Everything they do has to be a perfect 1-of-1 match. And Karl Anthony Towns may be that, but I'm saying they can't combine Hart and
Yeah,
OG and get Giannis.
It's Cat that has to go. I mean, whatever deal it is, like, I mean, you're talking about LeBron, but like, Giannis, the downfall, Giannis makes like $1 million more than Cat. Can't do the trade.
Do I have that? This can't be right.
That's tough.
Are the Knicks?
Yes.
I think the Knicks are 148,000 away from the second apron. Is that right?
That's possible.
Damn.
That plays into they can't.
Yeah, they're at 180.
Whatever trade they have to do has to be exact.
Unless they're below the second apron, then they might be able to do that deal.
I think they're 148,000 below the second apron, if I'm reading this right.
And that means they're a first apron team, which there are certain restrictions. It's
Which
not
means
the
they're
same.
second apron hard capped.
Got you.
Yeah. Which, if you
So the
can't
team
aggregate
the
salaries,
only team that can't combine is Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
Because
Man, the
Cleveland,
aprons suck.
Yeah, it makes this whole trade.
if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Draymond Green was right.
Day was right.
Damn.
From the moment this came up, Draymond Green
Never
was
thought
like,
I'd see the day.
stupid, and everyone's gonna hate it, and it's
Never
gonna
thought I'd
punish
see the day.
teams. Like, well,
He was on point.
Draymond
with that
was
one.
right. He should host a podcast about it.
And talk about
He
football.
does right here on Odyssey.
Yeah, talk about football.
Well, I don't want to hear about football. You know what would be
Let
funny?
me tell you why Josh Allen
Bro,
isn't that guy.
Listening to
Can I-
Draymond Green try to
was
break
that?
down the NFL salary cap would be amazing.
dude, there's nothing that podcast is called why is Draymond Green talking about football? And brother, there's never been a more aptly titled podcast. Because every time a clip comes up, I'm like, I don't want to watch this. I don't care. Like, I have no desire to know what Draymond Green has to say about Jackson Dart. The list of people that I want to hear their opinions on Jackson Dart is long, and Draymond's at the bottom of it.
It's literally like when the JPP starts talking about sports. That's when I just
God.
Let me fast forward through this.
Nothing worse than that.
The who?
The
Joe
Joe
Budden
Budden podcast.
Oh my God. Why do you?
Joe Budden, prime endorser for Prize Picks, does not know athletes' names, but wants you to follow his lead when it comes to laying wagers.
Hey, is this just a thing we can do now? Is just fade whatever the Joe Budden lineup is?
That's not a bad call. You'll have trouble finding some of the athletes like Tyrone Halliburton. You'll have trouble finding them. But if you can find him, if you can find Tyrone,
I'm taking the less.
yeah, take
Taking the
the
less.
well. That
Tyrone
paid
Halliburton.
that paid pretty well for a while.
That's a class.
That paid pretty well for a while.
I felt so bad that because we did so many jokes about Tyrese Halliburton, and it made it so much worse when he got hurt because it's like, damn, like that sucks. Like I feel so bad.
The Game 7 injury?
Yeah, I felt so bad.
Oh, I disagree.
We had turned a long
yeah,
time
he had
before that.
long turned that. What when I felt bad was he was that low was paying. Christmas taken care of because of them Tyrese Halliburton lesses.
Uh-huh.
Then it's like, no, Tyrese has been playing through like a hamstring injury or something. It's like, oh shoot. Sorry, man. So, well, one,
That don't
appreciate
stop the money.
No, appreciate you. But you know, we got a lot of jokes off, so sorry, bro. And then of course they come back and they're the best team in basketball from January to the end
I
of
was
the
about to
season.
say it's probably about January. It was like,
Yeah,
we got
it
to
was
get up off that.
it was 100% the turn of the
We gotta
season
get
where
up off
the
that.
turn of the year. It was like, yeah, don't do that anymore.
Man.
We did it. I think we did it twice, or I did it twice. I was like, I'm out. Because the number was like 17 and he scored 34. Like, yeah, I'm
He started
so far
cooking.
out on this. And then they got crazy hot.
Hey, is there anything worse in Prize Picks than when you take less on, like, say Kevin Durant to have 23.5 points? You're like, less, and he has 19 in the first quarter. There's just nothing worse than like, God, not the
There
rest
is
of the game.
worse. It's when
Well,
You need-
yeah.
Well, all right. Well,
he
okay.
has 6.5 points and he misses a free throw and then gets back-to-back threes and misses both and then fouls out.
James Ham
That's
could have
6
taken
points.
care of Christmas for all of the kids. Yours, mine, Kyle's future born, all of that if he had hit the free throw.
The
That's
opening
tough.
night,
That's
I
a bad
had-
beat.
I had like
Tough.
SGA, the less than 32 points. And if you guys remember that game, he was like non-existent for 3.5
Yeah.
quarters, had like 11 points. I was like, I'm about to cook. He finished with like,
It's like but there was also like a double overtime game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, taking the
37.
fourth quarter under on Max Reno. Like,
Oh no.
19.
Don't do that. Don't do that no more, everybody. Max
13
in
in
the
the
fourth
last
quarter is
90
cooking.
seconds. What?
There's also nothing better in Prize Picks though than when you take. I do this with Asia Wilson all the time. Is I'll take more on points, rebounds, assists, whatever it is, it's gonna hit. And watching as it all happens is exhilarating.
like, oh, that was a bad shot. Oh, yep. Oh, she got the rebound. Bad
Got
shot.
the rebound.
Got the
That
rebound.
scores.
Okay.
Rack them up. Oh yeah.
Shout out to Asia just because my Vegas aces.
So,
Yeah, we got sidetracked by the Giannis stuff.
There ain't no sidetrack.
No,
That's
we
the
were-
story.
What were we talking about?
Giannis is absolutely the story. And
Yeah.
you want to go first full circle. You want to go to the Kings. Just go to their opponent. How can Houston get involved in this?
Do they want to get involved in this?
Yeah.
Fred Van Vliet's.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Man, could you imagine that?
Is he expiring?
KD. And,
I think he signed a 2-year deal, right?
Yeah, 2-year deal.
Houston can. I don't think I need to go the Giannis route if I'm Houston.
Houston's cooking right now, and Dorian Finney-Smith and Tari Eason aren't even playing.
No, cooking is great. Amen's going to be one of those rare air guys. It's right now. It's Oklahoma City's league, and then when you're talking about winning a title, the question is, can we beat the Oklahoma City Thunder? That's the question.
Not saying this guy specifically, although if they want to, sure, let's make it happen. But if I'm Houston, I need a Zach LaVine type. I need that perimeter shooter. Because the paint.
I'll trade Zach LaVine for Fred VanVleet.
They had that guy. His name was Jalen Green, and they traded him.
Yeah, but obviously not Zach LaVine and not Jalen Green. But I need that guy that can spread the floor a little bit to go with KD with the shooting. Because I got the paint on lock. Between KD, Amen, and Sengun, and then when Steven Adams
yeah.
when Jabari Smith comes in, I got the paint on lock. I'm good there. I need another guard. Tari Eason comes in, I'm good. I need another point guard or shooting guard. And I don't know who that is on the market, though. And maybe they can get Chris Paul.
What if OKC makes a run at Giannis? Take Hartenstein's money.
Damn.
Take
Don't
Wiggins.
do that.
Take Isaiah Joe. You're there financially. And then, oh, yeah, by the way, we've got 3 first-round picks this year, many of which are in the top 10.
Do you do that if you're Oklahoma City, regardless of what Giannis wants?
Yeah.
Like, no, I get it. You want to go to the Knicks or this. It's cool. You'll enjoy Oklahoma City for the next 2 seasons and these rings we're about to get you.
Yeah, the rings.
We also might win 80 games. So go ahead, walk away from that. We might win 80 games without you.
Right. The thing that bothers me with the Giannis thing and the Willie won't he, and he wants to not make anybody mad, but he also wants to win, and it's this doing so. Shams reported, and again, I forget where this had come out before, but the Giannis and Knicks, the Bucks-Knicks negotiation was an exclusive negotiating window for the Knicks. Giannis only wanted to go to the Knicks. That's not helping. That runs counter to this, like, I don't want anybody to be mad at me, because if you say, I will only go to the Knicks, like, you're screwing the Bucks on the way out the door. Because now the Rockets, who have real assets, aren't getting involved. The Spurs, who have real assets, aren't getting involved. The Thunder, who have real assets, aren't getting involved. And like, yeah, you're going to get whatever trade package the Knicks want to give up, and that's it.
And so Giannis is going to go up. The team that took on the player that said, I only want to go to Miami in game. And they said, nope, we'll sidetrack that. We'll take you. So turnabout's fair play.
Real quick before we get out of here, Antoine 92 says Giannis would get vilified as KD did to the Warriors if he went to OKC, even if they offered a massive haul. No, he wouldn't, because Giannis is a made man. He's done it by himself in Milwaukee. He's a made man. He can go ring chasing wherever he wants because he's got the one that says, I've proven I can do this myself.
That would be the thing that gets people to really turn against Oklahoma City, though. I don't think people would turn against Giannis, but it would become the like, oh, this isn't a fun, wow, look how awesome this team is. It would be, oh, they stacked the deck, they ruined the league.
I hate Sam Presti.
That's 100% how it would go. What do you? I don't. You guys, D'Lo and KC coming up next. I'm sure we'll have more Giannis stuff. You guys talking about Chris Paul today?
Oh yeah. What a bizarre situation. Hey, they're worse than we are. Announcement from Chris Haynes this morning.
What did he say to make them so mad?
Can't wait for that.
They are. They're like us.
Just like us.
What? D'Lo and KC coming up next. The Insider's back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water, be nice to people. See you.
Right on, Kyle. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. If you need anything, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Hammer. Oh, Secure in the Carter, we don't match. Casey's actually wearing a light gray. I'm wearing like a cream off-white color. But I get it. The lighting. Especially that one right above my fucking face. Brutal. What's good, everybody?
Zabo, what up, though? See him on the cutter, though.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Where them air horns at? Hey, we let them ride one more time. Because everybody's tweeting their listening habits, their YouTube views with D-Lo and KC and ESPN 1320 and the Insiders all at the top of the list, man. We appreciate you guys so much. Please keep those podcast wrap-ups, those Spotify wrap-ups, those YouTube wrap-ups. Keep posting those and tagging us in them, man. We absolutely love to see them as we welcome in here to the Wednesday, December 3rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
Indeed, December 3rd. Remember, Dusty Baker is going to be at the Nugget in Granite Bay today from 5 to 7. So come through, taste some wine with Dusty Baker. Like, it's a legit wine tasting.
Yeah.
The bottles will be cracked. Chick will be out there pouring. And Dusty will be there with his toothpick, hanging out, talking to everybody, taking pictures, signing bottles. If you're looking for a gift for someone, you don't know what to get them, an autographed bottle of Baker Family Wines will be spectacular.
Absolutely.
I promise.
Absolutely.
I promise. So that is from 5 to 7 today at the Nugget.
We'll slide over there for a little bit. You slide
Absolutely.
over there?
Yeah, we'll be there. Yes, sir.
Slide there for a little.
So there you have it. It's official. D-Lo and KC will be there. Jake Gadon will be here at 1:47 for his weekly visit. Excited to talk to him after what he had, what I'm sure was a great Thanksgiving holiday that ended with him at Gillette Stadium on Sunday night. We'll talk to Trysta Krick. We had to move Trysta Tuesdays to Wednesdays, but it's all good. We'll talk to her at 2:15, and then James will be back with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as the Sacramento Kings take on the Houston Rockets tonight. Obviously, a very, very newsworthy day as news of a bizarre situation involving Chris Paul and the Los Angeles Clippers broke in the middle of the night, where Chris Paul is, in fact, no longer a member of the Los Angeles Clippers, I guess.
It's crazy.
But they didn't. Well, he is. They sent him home.
Yeah.
But they didn't waive him. They haven't cut him. He was just told to go home, and the verbiage is he is no longer a member of this team. And the Clippers have said, well, we'll work with him on the next phase of his career. Everything that has come out since that tweet, which came out sometime in the middle of the night, has been how bad it is between Chris Paul, Ty Lue, Chris Paul, Lawrence Frank, Chris Paul, and the Clippers organization. And I guess the front office just got, I guess they just weren't interested in hearing how bad they are and told Chris Paul to go home. So we thought that was a pretty big story, partly because how bad the Los Angeles Clippers are. We're approaching what has been dubbed the beginning of trade season. This is a team that is beyond desperate to get something going. Chris Paul was having a nice little ending to what we thought was going to be his career, back with the team that he essentially put on the map. And then Shams tweeted about 30 minutes ago that Giannis Antetokounmpo and his agent have begun talks with the Milwaukee Bucks about finding a new place for him to play basketball. And that changes everything, because we were talking, and I think it was just yesterday, but we've talked about it a million times. We could talk Zach LaVine, we could talk Domantas Sabonis, but then you got to throw in the likes of Trae Young. You've got to throw in the likes of Ja Morant. You even got to ask questions about Anthony Davis. We've got a potentially really explosive trade deadline that just got significantly bigger because Giannis Antetokounmpo is on the market, to a degree on the market, and nothing, absolutely nothing in this league will happen until there is some clarity to this Giannis Antetokounmpo situation.
Hey, you want to talk about seeking clarity?
Man.
You want to talk about seeking clarity?
Shout out to the originator of that phrase.
The NBA is looking to seek clarity on Giannis Antetokounmpo and what's going to happen with him next. This we talked about it a little bit on the handoff, but I mean this is where it was going to go.
Yep.
You know, and now
we've known this forever.
Now, especially now, because at least publicly, Giannis isn't putting it out there that I want out. So we'll just go by publicly. Maybe have a completely different tune privately. But publicly, he's like, I'm not sure. And we talk about, Giannis, you're saying that you want out. If this is what's going on, and this is the dialogue that's going on in Milwaukee now has to take this as he wants out.
The verbiage.
And there is no, oh, let's see what he says. No, we're about to do what's best for business. We're open for business. NBA, come talk to us. We're moving Giannis. Yeah, he hasn't, quote unquote, given us the I want out speech, at least publicly. But we're taking it as that. We're ready to move on from him.
So the verbiage of Sham's tweet is as such, and I'm just going to say his agent, Alex, so I don't butcher this man's last name. Giannis Antetokounmpo and his agent, Alex S., have started conversations with the Milwaukee Bucks about the two-time NBA MVP's future and discussing whether his best fit is staying or elsewhere. Sources tell ESPN a resolution is expected in the coming weeks. There is no scenario where the best fit after all of this is Milwaukee. This keeps happening over and over and over again. The one thing that is different between this and what happened this past offseason, the offseason before, and I can't remember, but probably the offseason before that, is that it's happening during the season. This is the one difference. It's now happening during the season. But, Giannis and his team, they're going to meet with the Bucks. No one who is happy does that.
This many damn times.
Right. Like, okay, if you do this, I use the Dwight Howard example about how Dwight desperately wanted to be the good guy. Maybe a better example is Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard, and now there was no 10 toes down with Giannis, but Dame, it was constantly like, no. Maybe. Remember the time Dame was like getting on a plane? Do you remember that?
It was the Olympics? The Olympics. It was the Olympics.
And Dame was literally like boarding a plane going, it's fine. Everything's fine. And then, next time around, it's like, it's not fine. It's it never ends with the player staying in the city.
Right.
Not once. It's never once ended that way. We said a year and a half ago, this is no different. And Giannis met with the Bucks. Great. Nothing. Giannis met with the Bucks. Great. Then the Knicks report comes out, and it felt like the Knicks report was the change. That was like, aha. So there was a deeper conversation than clarity. There was a go talk to this team, see what it looks like. That ultimately went nowhere for whatever reason, probably a variety of them. And, now we're in this situation where you try to tough it out. You get off to a bad start. You miss some games. The team is a disaster. The Miles Turner signing isn't working the way that you want to. You're celebrating Dame Lillard being gone because for whatever reason that didn't work, and none of this has worked for you. And now Giannis is like, I've got to get out of here.
So let me ask you this. If Giannis was given the permission, his representation or whoever, the Bucks went rogue, whatever. If the stuff that took place with the Knicks really took place, which I believe it did, then why is it not a public declaration that he's available for trade? You think that's Giannis's side trying to hold on to it? You think the Bucks are trying to hold on to something or keep a secret for him? Or because once you say, to your point, once you say, hey, you can go talk to the Knicks about trading me there, that's the answer. Like, as much as we're like reading tea leaves with Giannis, no, that's the answer. You want out.
Yeah.
So at that point, once that got out, why isn't it, hey, league, we're open for business? Why do we even have this report?
Maybe the Bucks are holding on. Or we've discussed this before. We've discussed if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, can you just do it? Like, can you the hell? I don't care what Giannis wants. Team A called.
Right.
I like their offer. I'm trading Giannis. Like, there's a lot of this is very literal political maneuvering. This is, well, we know we're losing Giannis, but it can't be our decision. We have to make it be his. And if the conversation with the Knicks went nowhere, then it's obviously out there. The context is there. The league can determine on its own. So you tried to trade Giannis. Did you try to trade Giannis? And then you go back to the report. It's not like there was it's not like it was weeks and weeks and weeks of negotiating and it just fell through and it didn't happen. It's like there was a conversation. The conversation seemed to lead to nothing, and that was that.
Yeah.
That report came out months later, and who knows what has happened with the league in terms of what type of calls were made. But if I'm the Bucks, this tweet from Shams Charania, this is the tweet that I need now. Giannis and his agent have begun talks. It is on Giannis now. It's on Giannis and his representatives. This was the out the Bucks needed. The Bucks can continue to play babyface for their fan base because Giannis is leaving. The Bucks aren't. So the Bucks aren't responsible to one guy. They're responsible to 17,000 season ticket holders and however many 20, 30, 40, 50,000, 100,000, whatever, how many ever, filter in, to the Deer district, during an NBA season. They're responsible to them. So how they play this is really important. And it's just political maneuvering.
And you're right. Everything that you said is right.
Thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
But like we like to say, like we were alive for this. We were out here. Who in Milwaukee? I'm sure there are people. I shouldn't say that. But people in Milwaukee are really like, if the Bucks would have traded him in August, how could you trade Giannis? He never said he wanted to leave. Bro, matter of fact, those people, and I know you can't, it's a business as well. You can't do that. I'm not listening to them because he's been trying to get out of here for 2 years. You know that.
I think you think too highly of others.
Well, not others, but the Bucks.
No, not
the Bucks should
because,
know. Like,
but you're not
I can't
talking
be worried about
the Bucks.
Those people.
But you do have to worry about them because if that's your fan base, yeah, you do have to worry about them.
Well, I would.
Where is it? Can I find it quick enough? I might not be able to find it quick enough. You need the heel turn. You need it.
Oh my God.
You have to have that. Yeah. Giannis has got to hit him with the chair, and that you've got to have that process. Otherwise, you're John Cena, and that didn't work out for anybody.
That was just stupid.
That's what I mean.
But that didn't make any sense, and nobody got traded.
No. Well, The Rock might have.
Traded.
The Rock might have gotten traded. Go back.
I understand.
I think if you there's the last time this came up, I can't remember if it was last offseason or the season before. Either Trysta or Leezy cut a video of the three of us talking about Giannis. And it was the first time I made the Dwight Howard Orlando comp then. And this act with Milwaukee is tired. And that clip got circulated, and the amount of people on the clip in the comment section, again, we're working with small sample sizes, is how could you say this? Giannis has never asked for a trade. No, Giannis is not standing on top of whatever iconic building is in the Deer District going, get me out of here. But, and this is the point I think you were trying to make a second ago. To anyone who's paying attention, he doesn't want to be there.
He didn't ship his family out of the city, out of the country.
He left the age. We got them all out of here. Yeah, I'm with you in that regard. I'm sympathetic to the organization in that you have to handle this perfectly because you're teetering. You can deal, if you handle this properly, you can deal with being a bad basketball team. There's bad basketball teams all over the league.
Mm-hmm.
You could deal with that. You can't deal with being a bad, hated basketball team.
No, Sacramento.
Because Milwaukee, trust us. Trust us when we tell you, you do not want to be a bad and hated basketball team within your fan base. The hole that Scott Perry has to dig out of seems to be getting deeper by the day. You've got bulldozers throwing dirt, building your grave here, and you've got to make sure you manage this properly. This tweet, though, this report from Shams Charania is probably the best thing that could happen to the Milwaukee Bucks. This is enough because it's not off-season. Off-season meetings with teams and stars, they're not unusual. And if you're Giannis, you can, I just met with my team, man. I meet with my team every year. You guys are making too much of this. Now it's different.
Yeah.
Now the Bucks have all they need to remain the baby faces within their Milwaukee, within their with their fan base.
Yeah.
They can now. There's a part two to that though. You've got to execute this trade properly. You have to set a clear direction for what you're doing. We don't need any Comic Sans letters. We don't need any. We're gonna win a championship before Giannis. We don't need any. We're gonna be great. We don't need to do any of that. Right. Address your fan base. Assure them. When the trade is done. Address your fan base. Assure them that you did. Everything that you could, and you're gonna attempt to. You're gonna do everything you can to build a winner and to get back to the Deer District being one of the hottest places in the league. You're taking all of the steps right now to do that. Yeah. You don't have to make any grand proclamations about your plan or your team, just that you're taking the proper steps to build a product that they'll enjoy. Yep. And the future of your basketball team, with all due respect, this isn't De'Aaron Fox. This isn't Trae Young. Mm-hmm. This isn't Ja Morant. This is Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is a guy who has won back-to-back MVPs, who really could have 5 of them. Like, he has had 5 MVP caliber seasons in the last 5 years. It's just Jokic has 2. Joel has 2. Those 3 players dominated the MVP conversation for 5 straight years. Look at his numbers today.
No, he's arguably the best player in the game today. I can make an argument. I'm not saying that's what I agree, but his numbers are insane on both sides of the floor.
And he has very clearly told his current basketball team that he doesn't want to be there anymore. Where does he want to be? That's a big question.
Right.
Because you have a year and an option, and there's waters that you have to navigate if you're giving up 3 first-round picks. And I assume any team that is acquiring him is giving up at minimum, bare minimum. Desmond Bane got 4. Bare minimum, you're giving up 3 first-round picks.
Desmond been cooking lately.
They turned it around quick.
Desmond, I think they back-to-back games like 37 and 35.
They are the opposite of what the Kings were. Right. They were a little sketchy to start, where it was like, oh no, what's going on here? Now they're cooking with gas.
The other aspect of this as well, to your point originally about playing the game if you're Houston, I believe, I'm not sure, if you're Milwaukee's going through an ownership change. And this will be like one of the first decisions of the new ownership. I think that happened like last year, maybe 2 years ago. And I say that to say this new group hasn't built up the equity that maybe the previous group did, building an arena, drafting Giannis, bringing a championship to Milwaukee. I think this is a new group in the last 2 years, maybe a year and a half.
The majority owner is the same. The Haslams are involved with the Bucks now.
Gotcha.
Stand by. So if I have this right, the majority ownership in the team has not changed.
Gotcha. Okay.
But
I know that was a big talking point. Probably about a year ago.
I don't know. Is Wes coming in? Is Wes Adams the? Yeah, he is the primary owner.
Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy Haslam's involved too. The funny thing, Jimmy Haslam owns it. Isn't Jimmy Haslam? I mean, I guess this is just the beauty of being a billionaire. And I don't want to say anything out of pocket, so let me.
You would know.
Okay. Yeah, he was involved in some sort of like fraud scheme.
Oh, I didn't realize.
But he paid a $92 million penalty and it just went away. God bless it. Goodness gracious.
Gosh.
Jimmy Haslam. Only know who he is because he's a University of Tennessee alum, and his name and those Pilot gas stations are everywhere in Tennessee.
That's how he made his fortune then.
The Pilot gas station. Yeah.
Doesn't he own the Browns too?
Yeah. Yep. He sure
Pilot
does.
gas stations, which means oil, which means what? What did Jerry say?
I'm not doing that. I already knew. You didn't have to finish your sentence. I already knew what you're talking about. I'm not doing that. Don't look over here.
Also, shame on you for setting Jesse up like that. What's wrong with you?
Is
that key on the board? Is that? Do we even have that key on the board?
Which one?
You're talking about the line about Jimmy Jones.
Oh, that might be on yours. That's not. I
Jones,
won't
Jerry
let this
Jones.
one
It's
touch
not
this
on mine.
computer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on
What
mine.
did Jerry say?
Say it. You know what he said.
you know
Yeah,
what-
say it. Come on, tough guy.
You're like the big brother egging the little brother on to do something stupid. Except the little brother doesn't fall for any of it. Here, Zabo got you. Zabo's got you.
Read it because the radio audience doesn't know, Kenny.
Yeah, go ahead, read that.
This is what Zabu had to say, not me. Built his fortune in glory holes.
Thank you. We're all adults.
What about this one?
Well, that one's crazy.
What? It
That's
says
what
it
he
was.
said.
Remember that.
That's what he
I
said.
don't remember that quote.
Say it. Do it in the voice. Do it in the voice.
I think he said it on the doc. If I
Yeah.
remember
It doesn't
correctly.
count for you if you say it in the voice.
Go ahead, Casey. It's your boy.
Well, built my fortune on a glory hole, and I'll tell you, it was a gusher.
See, we're all good.
That's going to be clipped, but it's
No.
not my voice. It's not my voice.
I didn't even think about clipping that until you said something right now.
Oh, man. Speaking of
Well.
documentaries, I told you I started Puff.
Yeah.
It's actually so far like it's a solid doc. Like the person isn't solid, but the way they did it, the people they talked to, how far they went back, it's a good job.
50 insisted the documentary is fair. Like he doesn't like him, but it's not a hit piece. Like he's insistent that this is a fair documentary.
And to be honest with you, so far it is. I only saw the first episode. So far,
How many episodes is it?
I think it's 4.
Are they?
It's
All right,
fair.
man.
It is literally. It's damn near like. So far, it's damn near just journalism, and like firsthand accounts.
Mhm.
That's what it. And I think about you all the time now when I watch documentaries. You say either entertain me or educate me. And I didn't know nothing about Puffy's upbringing and all this other stuff.
Oh,
And
okay.
It educates you on that and kind of shows why he might have been shaped the way he ended up being shaped. It's so far it's good. I've enjoyed the doc, not the person, but it's a very well put together documentary so far.
Interesting.
The
So
crazy
that's-
part is Puff was doing a documentary himself as he was like turning himself in, and he was So that's how they got the footage of Puff saying, "I'm losing." Like he had a camera crew following him the entire time.
I don't think I knew that.
And
I'm
I
not
think-
surprised.
I think it was supposed to be for Netflix. Obviously, it got scrapped. Somehow 50 got this footage, and he's using all that footage.
There's no somehow. It was Netflix's.
Well, I guess so.
Netflix was doing the doc.
Yeah.
Like, we're not doing this, but we've got the footage already.
Yeah.
So here, Curtis, you can have it.
So it starts with Puff like 5 days before he turned himself in the hotel room, talking to his attorney, like cameras all in the whole. It's like, damn. I was like, how'd they get this? And then they say how they got it.
Wow. We'll come back. Obviously, this Giannis Antetokounmpo story is going to dominate the news cycle. The Kings are back on the floor tonight. They're in Houston. Houston, could they get involved in the Giannis Antetokounmpo thing? Could the San Antonio Spurs get involved? Is it the New York Knicks or bust? What the hell is going on with the Los Angeles Clippers? We've got all of that ahead. Trysta Krick, Jake Gadon, James Ham, all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bob Brown. Now you've pulled somebody else into your Avi who isn't a real person. You need to stop.
Yeah, but Bot was smart. He was smart, though. He made sure he got a black dude and a white woman. He was smart. He was smart.
He said, "I gotta,"
because no one would have bought it if he was there with a black woman. Nothing I'm aware of. Why? What air check thing? I'm certainly not aware of one. Oh boy. It's really nice of the random people who work on our website to put clips of the morning roast up.
What?
This website is a fucking disaster.
What?
Come on, the ESPN1320.com? What website?
ESPN1320.com.
Maybe it's a TC call?
Do we think that is Stephen Brown, and do we think that is Stephen Brown's person?
No, this is like
too close to tell.
This is fake.
What did you search? Generic black guy? What did you search?
Yeah, generic stock, maybe a stock black guy.
Oh, yeah.
Photo. Stock interracial couple photo.
Yeah, right. And there's no way that Steven didn't laugh when he made that his his profile pic. You know, Zay says AI's gotten out of hand. Go, what's up, boy? Man, what an interesting day it is. Got to break down this bizarre Chris Paul situation that's going on in LA. Chris Haynes been all over this reporting. I think Shams broke the story. I assume it was the middle. Maybe I saw it as soon as I woke up, and I wake up pretty early, so
Yeah. I heard it was like midnight. I was up, and I don't know when the last time I went on Twitter was for the night, but I didn't see it live and in person. I saw it when I woke up.
Do we know who the babyface and heel is in that story?
Too early to tell.
I don't. Well, the person I see Chris Haynes broke. I think the person who broke the story was Chris Paul.
Yeah, on his Instagram.
Chris Paul put on his Instagram story something like, "Welp, I just found out I'm being sent home and the deuces." And it's like, oh, okay. Like, if you saw that live, I would like, what's he talking about? And then maybe Chris Haynes was the first one to tweet about it. I'm not sure. But what a weird story.
I would, to answer Jesse's question. So I know a lot of people I saw on Twitter, and especially King's Twitter. People were like, "Oh, Chris Paul holding people accountable. Like, we need that here." I got you. But I don't feel like the Clippers would just do this because he was holding people accountable.
Let's also not forget Chris Paul has a reputation.
Right. Like,
well,
my first guess is Chris Paul went too far with how he was talking to people.
What was the report that Chris Paul and Ty Lue haven't talked in 3 weeks?
Yeah, they haven't talked in a while. I think Chris Paul tried to set up a meeting and talk to him, and Tyler said, "Yeah, thanks, no thanks."
They also said in one of the tweets or stories or something that Chris at one point had to apologize. He apologized to the team for, I guess, like going too far or being too harsh with his words or whatever. And I don't know if that was this time and it led directly to them sending him home, or he did that before and then he comes back and does it again. And now they're just like, that's enough.
Well, I think Shams tweeted too that like there's players on the Clippers that signed off. Like, yeah, we're all good with him being sent home. Like, it wasn't just, oh, Ty Lue said you had to go home. Like, everyone's like, yep, send him home.
For Chris Paul to get sent home, I would lean towards he's the heel in this situation.
I think so too.
Because that's
like I don't want to hear the whole like, oh, he was just holding them accountable. Like, I'm not buying that.
Right.
Like, maybe he was in his Chris Paul way, and we've seen over the years that does not rub a lot of people the right way.
It's navigating reporting, right? The story, Chris Paul has been sent home. The commentary, Chris Paul wanted to play his final season with the Clippers. The team is off to a disappointing 5-16 start and now removes one of the few leaders in the locker room. That's from Chris Haynes. Quote from the organization: "We are parting ways with Chris, and he will no longer be with the team. We will work with him on the next step of his career. Chris is a legendary Clipper who has had an historic career. I want to make one thing very clear. No one is blaming Chris for our underperformance. I accept responsibility for the record we have right now. There are a lot of reasons why we've struggled. We're grateful for the impact Chris has made on the franchise." Again, at least as of 1:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on December 3rd, Chris Paul has not been cut. He has not been waived. And I'm sure that that's the line. Where is it? "We will work with him on the next step of his career." I'm sure that's what that line is referring to, is being waived, being traded, whatever. Because there are financial, like Chris is getting paid. You can waive him if you want to. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Clippers aren't worried about that. More from Chris Haynes. Weeks ago, Chris Paul requested to have a meeting with Tyronn Lue to discuss allegations of being a negative presence on the team. Lue refused to meet with him. Lawrence Frank traveled to Atlanta to deliver the news of parting ways. Then Chris goes on to talk about them being stuck at the airport in Miami. Team was delayed heading into Atlanta, and they find out in the middle of the night about Chris Paul's departure.
Would you feel a certain way if 40-year-old Chris Paul in his last year, shooting 32% of the year, by the way, was he yelling at you?
It depends. It depends. Like, I wouldn't hold the way he's playing against him.
Well, not just that, but like
Or
again, 40 years old. Like, dude, you're on just a retirement. Your retirement.
But
for
it's not
your-
like he doesn't have something to offer.
Yeah.
Like, are his criticisms valid? Well,
Well-
also, don't yell at me.
Yeah, well,
Like,
we are in no way blaming Chris Paul for our performance so far this year. It's all on us. But it didn't help that he continuously called us useless pieces of crap.
probably not. Probably not the best.
It didn't help that at the end of every game, he said, "See you jackasses, I told you."
There's no evidence that he said any of those things, by the way.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, now to answer Jesse's question.
Like, we're all struggling
Yeah,
here,
like-
including you.
Yeah. Yeah, like so I mean there is a
But I don't think Chris Paul was brought into the Los Angeles Clippers to be a difference maker. I kind of felt like, because I advocated for the Clippers to sign him, and I kind of thought he had hit that like Kevin Garnett in his final year. He kind of hit that player coach status where he might be able to be beneficial for guys there. He might be a beneficial hand for Ty Lue. That appears to be just the
Chris Paul
exact
lost the locker
opposite.
room.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, it's as silly as
And-
that sounds. It's
and
kind of what it sounds like.
you guys know, I've talked about this a number of times. We've talked about that. I love Chris Paul. I absolutely love Chris Paul as a basketball player. I obviously don't know him as a person, but seems like a fine enough person. But I absolutely understand how he has rubbed people wrong the wrong way his entire career.
Yeah.
Like every stop he goes, like I don't know if it's what he's saying, it's how he says things. I don't know what it is, but teammates and opponents, his entire career, he has rubbed people the wrong way. And I would tend to believe probably did more of the same in this situation than with the Clippers. I mean, like people have the most drastic emotions towards Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Pat Bev, who is Pat Bev, just shoved him because Chris Paul looked at him. Chris Paul looked at him, and Pat Bev, for like the only time in his career, just two-hand shoved somebody.
Mhm.
DeMarcus Cousins wouldn't let
Wouldn't let
Isaiah
Isaiah
Thomas
dap
shake
him
his
up.
hand.
Also,
That's low key iconic. No. Come on. Come on.
I've told this story before, but at the gym I used to work at, there was this guy who owned the place, who was very quiet, very mild mannered, and he was just the most unassuming guy that you would think of. And these shoe companies would come in here all the time. It was always like, oh, Nike's about to come in here and make this their facility. Adidas is about to come in here and make this facility. Reebok, whoever, Under Armour, all this, they would all come in there over the course of like 2 years and have talks with them and like work with them a little bit. And we all thought it was going to be that facility, and it ended up not being. And every time I would end up talking to the representatives of the shoe company, every time they'd be like, oh no, hell no, I'm never working with that guy again. To hell with him. He's a POS. I'm like, what is he saying to these people? Like they would just hate it. And I would talk to him and he'd be nice and mild mannered. That's what Chris Paul reminds me of. Like, it's like, what the hell is Chris Paul saying? But all these people got a problem with Chris Paul to like the top level. Like they're done with this. I don't rock with Chris Paul. What is he saying to these people?
if Chris Paul has to reach out to Tyler to try and reconcile to, that probably means Chris Paul did something. I mean, if you
Chris
do
Paul
something
know
to
he
me,
did.
I'm not going to reach out to you to try to make it better. You didn't call me.
Chris Paul know he did.
Yeah,
He
like
know
he's
he
calling
said
Tyler like, no, yeah, Chris Paul probably did something.
something. Coach little fella. Something ridiculous.
Chris Paul probably told him I could never respect you as a coach because I was better than you ever were as a player, blah, blah, blah.
I would
That's
cook your
funny.
ass.
Yeah,
Did they ever play on the same team?
I'm not sure.
Maybe in practice. Yeah, I
Nah,
used to
they
cook.
couldn't have.
CP3 probably said, like, right now, me now would cook you at your best, probably. Ty Lue said, I've had it.
I'm not talking to you no more.
I've had enough of your bullying.
Ty Lue played for the Clippers, Rockets, Hawks. No, they've never crossed paths. His teammates, they've never crossed paths. I have some thoughts on Chris Paul. We'll touch on that. The two stories in the league today. One has minimal impact, and that's Chris Paul being ousted by the Los Angeles Clippers. The other one is Giannis Antetokounmpo, and that has impact on the entire league, including the Sacramento Kings, whether anyone likes it or not, including your favorite team, whether you like it or not. Because if you were looking forward to December 15th, you're just going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait until the Bucks or Giannis make a statement or Giannis is traded, one or the other. We'll dive into all of that. Jake Gadon coming up, Trysta Krick coming up, James Ham coming up, Steele and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Horoscopes often lie. Why it always go there? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's not the first thing I be thinking about, man. These people crazy.
What happened? I was on the phone.
Did somebody bring up a woman?
No, no.
What?
Drew down.
What'd he say?
In the comments, he's just in the comments talking to Bob Brown.
Oh.
Every day they be going there. It's like, God damn.
Chatty House is a wild place.
Bro, ain't no lie.
Tell my family members, stay at the Chatty House.
Ain't no lie.
Go watch on Twitch where it's safe.
I know this isn't your guys' thing, but I got to order a smoothie. Do you guys want anything?
I'm good, man. Appreciate it.
Let me know when you order some real food, motherfucker.
I already had lunch. So.
I don't even know what smoothie I would like, though. That's the problem.
That's true.
I mean,
That's
something
true.
strawberry. I guess I like strawberries. I like Jamba Juice, but Jamba Juice is really, really sweet. Really sweet.
Honestly, like once you realize there's other smoothie places out there, Jamba Juice is all right. Shout out to the strawberry stir fried though.
Yeah, get your.
I'll still get a large. Yeah,
get your protein boost.
All right, man. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here. Shout out to my man Cole. Shout out to Elk Grove Kia. I think we're think we're making a trip out to your neck of the woods this weekend.
Hey,
We'll see.
let
We've been
me
talking.
take it to the neck of the woods.
We've been talking about it for so long, man. We might have to get out there and see what's going on with
There
that
we go.
EV9. Let's see what's going on with TC right now. TC, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers, man? Just vibing.
Yes, sir. What's up with you, man? How you doing?
All right. I was talking to Jesse, bro, before I got on. So it's kind of confusing a little bit, bro, right? It's like King's media, reporters, fans, and all that. So I'm acting like we keep Ham and, others keep talking about draft capital. Well, bro, we're kind of stacked. Like, we act like we're the Clippers and we don't have any draft picks. We have our draft pick this year. I forgot that we got 2 second-rounders this year and a stacked draft that you can trade up and get another first round. Then we got 2 first-round picks next year. We got 2 first-round picks in 2031. So what are we talking about with this draft capital? And then people don't want to attach draft capital like 5 years down the line to a player to get another guy, right? So shout out to Kyle. I'm going back to the Zion trade, which I've been talking about for months. So now we're talking about Zion. So say they do agree. So we're talking about we're not sending Domas and a 2032 first-round pick to New Orleans for Zion on his upside, and everybody's talking about his health. Let's not forget, we revamp players' careers in Sacramento, right? Sometimes players go down the drain. They come to Sacramento and revamp their career.
Who?
You get what I'm saying?
Who? No. He doesn't get a pass for this. No. He doesn't get a pass for this. Name one.
Russ. No boy. All boys.
We didn't revamp his career. He said Russ.
Oh,
We didn't revamp his
TC.
career.
Stop it.
Listen,
He didn't even go to the obvious one.
Hold on, Kenny, hold on. My whole point behind this situation is how are we saying this kid, we need to change, and we're not trying to take an upswing on a Zion. I get his health, but he come out here, listen, with our trainers and all that, bro, that'd be under control. But what I'm saying is the overall argument point of my situation, like, hey, bro, we're talking about Domas and a 2032 first-round pick. People are saying no, that we don't want to give that to the Pelicans for Zion at 26. What are we talking about? What are we doing? We might as well
Okay, breathe. My brother in Christ, you got to breathe.
TC, I understand his point. Appreciate you too, by the way. I understand his point. I don't think Zion's the player.
Zion's definitely not the player. We went over this extensively yesterday.
Yeah, he's just not the player. And I don't know who is.
I'm sorry, real quick. I'm so sorry. Who's the obvious guy that revamped their career here?
Weber. Weber was
okay.
he was like how we feel about Ja Morant right now
hear you.
at that time.
Okay.
That's what Weber was.
I don't think you get to use the revamp
That's
players'
fair,
careers
I
thing
guess.
too, though. Like, I don't think TC gets to play that card though. If that player was 25 years ago, 20 years ago.
Well, also, Chris was a really young player at the time too. Like, he had barely established himself in the league at that point.
Yeah.
But no, it's fair.
At least
fair.
that's the one I would.
Sure. That's fair.
Not saying
I would have fought you on it, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Russ. TC.
I don't know who that guy is, to be honest with you, like realistically, because every guy that I can think about that could be potentially available, they all got their little warts, and I don't know if I want to spend any draft capital trying to bring them in. I'm thinking of guys like Zion. I'm thinking of LaMelo Ball. I'm thinking of Trae Young. I'm thinking of Ja Morant. I don't know if I want to give up any first rounders for those guys. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't.
Also, I love it. We got multiple first round picks. You can trade back up. If you can't say the draft is stacked and loaded and all of this and just go, oh yeah, you could trade back up and you could get further. Like, no, I don't think like if it's probably not both.
Yeah.
You can't have both. If the draft is that good, no one's going to want to trade out of it.
Yeah, I understand
Shout out
his
TC,
point.
always bringing us content.
I don't think Zion is the right guy for that. And you could say 2032, like, oh yeah, we're willing to trade 2032. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's far down the road, and to a certain degree, if I'm Scott Perry and I haven't figured this out by 2032, I'm probably not here anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I haven't gotten some good ball players that keep me from being in contention for the number 1 pick by 2032, I was probably fired in 2030.
No, true. Yeah.
So
Thanks, TC. Thanks, TC. I always appreciate you, my dear brother. My dear brother. But the Giannis situation, we said that, like, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, blah, blah. We talk about all of that. Like, we talked about Trey. We talked about Ja. I feel like I'm like, AD. None of that matters anymore. None of that matters. My guess is, though, with Giannis, my guess is that that's a discussion, destination, contract extension, things like that. He can opt out of his, if I remember this correctly, or understand this correctly, I should say, he can opt out of that final year this summer and sign a contract extension. Those discussions will be had, whether it's New York, whether it's San Antonio, whether it's someone we're not discussing. The thing that will be interesting is, does someone go, we used the example of Oklahoma City earlier because they just have assets to burn. Do they go, no, it's fine. You don't have to sign an extension. You don't even have to like it here. But you're Giannis. We're the Thunder. You're going to enjoy Oklahoma City for the next year and a half. And we're going to win you 2 titles. You can do whatever you want to after that. But if you want to walk away from 2 championships, go ahead. But this is what we're doing. And here's the bad news for you, Giannis. You can go sign with whoever you want to. Our team's still going to be better. Because our team is literally positioned to get even stronger in 2 years. So, yeah. Go ahead. Also, pay attention to how bad the Clippers are. How much do you like this draft? Because the Clippers are really bad. And we get to make their selection. And I don't know if you've noticed this, Mr. Giannis, but we don't miss. Would they be willing to do it just to do it? I don't think the Spurs would. I don't think Houston would. Would Oklahoma City? I don't think New York would. New York can't afford to do it. New York needs to win a championship. Is winning a championship the most important thing to Giannis? Is being happy? I think you were the person who, at least to me, were the one. Yeah, Giannis, there's one place with a direct flight to Greece. And I don't remember if it was JFK or Newark or which one it was, which is so bizarre. There's Newark, there's LaGuardia, there's LaGuardia, there's JFK, but it's Newark. And
Newark is the one.
It sounds ridiculous, but New Jersey's literally across the street from the financial district. Not the street,
it's like
95.
It's like what
is that called? The Turnpike.
What was it? Philly and Jersey?
The stadium. The stadium. Yeah.
It was literally like 2 miles away.
The stadium was closer in New Jersey than it was in Philadelphia. Yeah. East Coast is fascinating. I say that really all of the time. You drive 4 hours east, west, north, south. You're crossing so many states. You might leave the country if you keep driving. California, you're north, it's California. South, it's California. You go east, you hit Nevada. Congratulations.
Right. I remember when I used to go to my family reunions when I was younger, and they're in South Carolina. We'd be in DC or something like that. And I'm like, oh, I'm from California. They're like, oh, where? I was like, I'm in Sacramento. They're like, oh, like, you're probably right next to Disneyland and everything, right?
Man, yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah. Well, what was no? Did you hear DeMarcus talking about Sacramento? Where are the palm trees? That's literally what everyone thinks. Oh, where are you from? California. Oh, where? Sacramento. Oh, you're by the beach. No. What beach? No, what? By Folsom Lake? Is that what you meant? Not by the beach, bro.
Oh, Sacramento. Oh, so the Bay Area.
Oh.
Why I oughta.
Who was
say it one more time?
Who was tiptoeing those waters at the concert? Was it G-Eazy?
Oh.
Somebody at our concert was tiptoeing around Sacramento and the Bay Area, and it was like, hey, fam,
be Ty or Jacquees.
You're about to lose.
Would know. G-Eazy would know. It might have been Ty.
Maybe it was Ty.
It might have been Ty.
Maybe it was Ty.
Why I oughta. Don't you even think about it.
Kenny's a 1950s sitcom star.
you didn't go to this one, but Lil Kim had it bad.
Did she?
Lil Kim had it real bad. Yeah, I always love to come up here to the Bay Area. Whoa.
Sit your ass down.
She said it almost like 5 times.
Oh my god.
Settle down, Kim. But Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah, man. I think
is Fresno still a thing? Can we work this back into the conversation?
Not with the family, not in America no more.
Oh, that's his immediate family.
Yeah.
Like his wife. They didn't live in Fresno, did they?
No, they're from Fresno, but it don't matter. They're not even in America no more.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It mattered when they were in Milwaukee.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
just go
want
to
off of this
Fresno.
team. Get out of America. I'm going to make my point.
Man, it certainly feels like New York is the move. I think it would be such a failure by Giannis to go to Brooklyn.
So remind me why Brooklyn is in the. Is it because of the cap space?
Cap space. It is
and
New
it's
York.
Close enough. Okay.
That would be a failure.
Okay, tell me why.
I look at the Nets the way people look at the Clippers.
Okay.
Like you'll never matter as much as the Knicks.
No argument, no rebuttal. But I just asked and didn't answer. Well, because I can't. It's a question for him to answer.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about OKC winning titles, all of this. What's the most important thing to you? Like, it seems because of Milwaukee's struggles and things that he said in the past. Winning championships is important to him. Mm-hmm. Brooklyn makes no sense. Mm-hmm. You're just going to the different version of the Bucks. You're going to a way worse version than the Bucks. You're just in New York.
Going to an expansion franchise.
Sort of. So if that's what's important to you, Brooklyn doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. But if life is important to you, and there's nothing wrong with that. If life is more important to you, then Brooklyn to me is completely fine. But nothing you've said in the past has led me to believe that you want out of Milwaukee or potentially want out of Milwaukee because you don't like life in Milwaukee. Now, maybe that's self-preservation with the fans, and the way to frame this is championships. Giannis was the one who said, well, who knows? Maybe if they're not winning with me, they trade me. That was Giannis who said that. So, I don't fault anyone for wanting something different in life, but there aren't enough episodes of your documentary to explain why you want to win championships by going to Brooklyn. Your window is small, the window, it's small because of the amount of money you make, what it would cost to get you, and how you, and the amount of teams that can win a championship. San Antonio can. Houston, whether they're interested or not, they can. New York can. I mean, obviously, Oklahoma City certainly can. I don't know how many there are, but you have to now these offers have to be put together that appease Giannis and Milwaukee. And I don't think there is a single instance in NBA history where that works or where it has worked out that way. I guess there's one, but you don't want to be this. The only one I can think of is OKC and Paul George.
I was just about to say, when you asked earlier if OKC would just do it. Is it inconceivable to think OKC could do this for Giannis and then in a year flip him like they did Paul George?
No.
Like,
is it? You said is it inconceivable? No, yeah. It's not inconceivable.
Get him here, win a championship. He says, I know you said, just get here and figure it out, but I did figure it out. I want to leave. All right, thanks. Well, now you have 2 championships on your resume, and we'll move you for We'll recoup all those picks that we just lost.
Yeah. Yeah.
These dudes.
You could.
These dudes. OKC is ridiculous.
It truly isn't fair.
It is ridiculous. And it really does seem like a one of one because Utah's trying to do the same thing. And it's to say it's not going the same way is an understatement.
Bless your stupid little heart.
We'll just do the OKC model. We have 13 picks in the next 4 years. We'll be just like OKC.
Also, Danny Ainge is like 1,000, man. Stop letting him be in charge of stuff.
You know what I was thinking about too, because I was listening to that podcast and they were talking about Sam Presti. I do believe Sam Presti is he's phenomenal at his job. But I do believe that Sam Presti has the benefit of being in OKC. And what I mean by that is, at least on the outside looking in, it doesn't feel like they care that much about what happens if things are going bad. Like,
meaning
like the
fan
culture,
base?
the
Okay.
fan base, the Thunder, like Sam Presti could be like, we're gonna be bad for 3 years, accumulate a bunch of picks, take swings on guys, and it's okay. And there would be no D'Lo and Casey calling. There'll be no Devlin calling, yelling at them in the stands. Just like they don't really care that much. I wonder, how much do you think that matters? Like, because everybody says, just do what OKC does. But is there another NBA city that, like that'll just kind of go with that? Feels like OKC might be the only one.
I don't know. Like, I feel like, I mean, from a national media perspective, I can't say. I'm not there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like. I don't know if there's a Devlin or I don't know if I don't know. I get the sentiment because James has said that regarding Ben Simmons in Sacramento in years past, is like, he'll be fine here. Get him out of the market. He'll be out of the spotlight here. Get him here and let him play basketball. And so there's probably some semblance to truth. There probably is some semblance of truth to that. I just don't feel, I don't know.
Even with Sacramento, and once again, we're in it, so it probably feels different than reality, maybe, potentially. It kind of feels like a pressure cooker around here. Like, it's not in Philly, but every move that Dylan Cardwell does is examined and talked about here.
You don't think that's the case in OKC, for example?
I don't think so. Because I remember I've said this before, I remember when they were in the playoffs and they would lead the show with Oklahoma spring practice on the radio. I was actively like, oh, snap, the OKC big game. Let me see what they talking about. Let me go over there. And I go to whatever WWLS, the Animal. And they were like, all right.
Is that a shoot?
Yeah, they're I don't know the exact call letters, but it's called the Animal.
All right.
And they'd be like, yeah, let me tell you, I was at spring practice on Saturday, and boy, we got a lot to talk about. What?
98.1, the Sports Animal.
WWSL? I feel like that's
WWLS.
LS.
WWLS.
Count it anyway. Count it anyway. And I don't know, like,
the on-air personalities are not referred to as jocks or hosts. They're referred to as animals.
Yeah, don't call me an animal.
The morning show is the Morning Animals.
What?
Radio sucks.
What?
It's the Morning Animals.
It's not that hard.
They got another show called The Drive.
The lunch animals from 12 to 4.
There's a
The Drive Animals.
I wish I
Drive
knew
time with the animals from 2 to 6.
There's a show called The Middle of the Day Show. That's a shoot. I'm dead serious. It's called The Middle of the Day Show. And then
tomato.
Nighttime shows, animals after dark.
And then there is the ultimate Jim Traber. He hosts the afternoon sports beat. I'm looking. Holy cow.
And executive producer, Jesse the Animal Taffy.
Hold up. Man, you might be onto something. Hang on a second. Let's look at this real quick. I think these are these are the names of his podcast titles. We know how important podcast titles are. OU beats LSU to make the college football playoff. Kiffin to LSU. OSU fans react to new head coach. These are different days, by the way. OSU hires Eric Morris.
Have they not talked basketball yet?
OU wins. Who is the greatest country artist ever?
Bro, get the Thunder out of Oklahoma City. Move them. Move them. Honestly, move them.
The first basketball. The title of yesterday's show was Fire Tomlin.
That's a whole different sport
on November 20th. This is amazing that this is the title and this is what we're looking at. Who is the greatest country artist ever?
Who is the greatest country artist?
Brother.
Blake Shelton, I don't know.
Westbrook's last game in OKC ?
Wow. That's the first time they talk about basketball on the title.
In the title.
Yeah, let's get a move the Thunder out of Oklahoma City thing going now.
I've got a Thunder dominate the Lakers on November 13th. I got more OSU references. I got crazy. NFL awards halfway through the season.
The fire Mike Tomlin one.
That was crazy.
Jerry Jones makes big trade.
I don't ever want to hear about the Thunder being relevant or it's popping in OKC or anything like that ever again. They're worse than Utah.
Hold on. Let me see what the morning animals are talking about. College football playoff scenarios. OU practice report. Oh, wait, that's a segment. That's a segment. That's misrepresentation. I'm sorry. That's a segment. They got a Thunder report.
There we go. There we go.
So the morning show does not title their full day shows. It just says full show November 25th, full show, blah, blah, blah.
So it goes the Sooners, Oklahoma State at number 2.
Mike Tomlin
at number 3. Country music at number 4. And then the Thunder.
And
that's only if Russell Westbrook is tied in somehow.
And for example, the biggest sport in the country by far is the NFL.
Yeah.
Here, we will kick the NFL to the curb for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To talk about Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah.
Like I said, it ain't Philly. I ain't trying to make that. They're different. They behave different over there. But I feel like it's a pressure cooker in Sacramento.
Compared to Oklahoma City, it is.
Well, anything is. They might talk about what's the team? The Oklahoma City Dodgers, the AAA team. They might talk about them before they talk about the NBA.
I have to know the connection between Mike Tomlin and Oklahoma City.
That
why we're like, fire him. I need him out.
Now, hold on. Shout out to our website that has the Corners of the Culture podcast still. I'm trying to. So so it turns out everybody's website is in fact better than ours.
Well,
let's see. D'Lo and KC. So could you imagine? I clicked on the D'Lo and KC podcast. Do you know what it says?
OJ.
It says, "Oops, we can't seem to find the page that you're looking for,
bro." Because you know what? I bet you. They got the old podcast link that we switched over from. That doesn't work anymore. I bet.
OKC is on the radio laughing at us right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say idiots. Website. This is why we're
okay, here we go. If they did this same exercise with us, they would run into podcast titles called What did I just walk into?
Nice.
Was that a child?
Hey, it's lit over here. Keep reading them. This is good.
Was that a child? It's hilarious.
This is my best work right here.
If the morning animals did this to us, they would run into podcast titles. The Rock has talked about being black once. What else?
Oh man, I don't know if we want to play this game.
Hey, this is just from a week and a half too.
Wow, you're turning on me today, huh?
Oh man.
Title: Matilda.
Oh jeez, Matilda. I remember.
Come on, read it before we go to break.
Matilda is not a Tyler Perry movie. Oh, Jesse, you cuties.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is so funny.
Shout out
Just
to the
to end the
sports
show
animals.
now. Yeah, shout out to the sports animals. Last one. Which one of you is doing that? We'll come back. Jake Gadon joins us next here. Title Pocket. Maybe I'm doing too much. If anyone cusses, hit the red button.
Oh, shout out Taylor.
Oh, I'm crying. These are hilarious. Oh, these are so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Legit have tears.
Yeah,
Was that a child is fucking hilarious. Oh man. What's up, Jake?
Man. Jake, what up, man?
Jake, you still out there?
It's been a crazy day, guys.
Oh
Are
no,
you
are
in
you at an airport?
Are you in the airport?
I'm at a retirement home right now because, well, my grandpa
Del
lives
Rogers?
by an airport.
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
Your
when we
boys-
gonna see-
Your boy's flight got canceled this morning. Been on standby all day. I have one
Oh.
more flight I could possibly get on at 6:15 that gets through Newark and then take the Newark flight back.
Okay.
That one ain't looking good. We might have to take a train down to Newark tomorrow.
I was just about to say.
Oh man.
I was just about to say you might have to just go on down to the Newark area.
Yeah. Oh, buddy, I'm
that
sorry.
or Philadelphia, but I don't want to go to Philly.
Is
I
it
got
a
no interest in
weather
Philly.
thing
I'll
or is
take
it like
the train
just
to
the way
Newark? I'll take the Amtrak.
the airports are?
It's not a weather thing here. They had weather somewhere else. I think the flight was coming in from Denver or something like that because it was United, right? And whatever it was, the flight never got in last night to come in this morning. So I got to the airport and they're like, we don't have a plane. And we're like, okay, what's your plan? Oh, we're just going to cancel the flight and we'll try to rebook all you guys. And I was like, sick.
What's the old? It's not old. I think they still do it, but where the airplanes purposely overbook the flights. Isn't that how they do it? They overbook their flights to make sure they have a full flight, and then like people kind of get left ass out, and they'll be like, "Oh, we'll just refund you," but they've already made the money for that flight, so that's why they're not even tripping.
I wouldn't be surprised why that's why they can't put me on a specific flight today because I've been on standby at 4 flights today. It's been wild in that respect. Wild. Like I was supposed to be routed through Philly, Newark, and then Chicago. And that's the farthest that they've gotten every single flight. I was sitting in the airport from 6 o'clock this morning until like 1 p.m. this afternoon. Wonderful.
Damn.
Wonderful.
Yeah, no,
So we're
there
here
is.
now. I got some jokes though. We're at a retirement community where the median age is 92. So
Oh, they
we got
don't
to keep
play.
our inside voices even lower.
Snap time.
About to say he's at the Clippers facility.
There's also like conspiracy theorists. I don't know if that's the right word, but they think that how do I explain this? On Tuesday, March 11th. Why is my 2 p.m. flight filled? Like who's going from San Francisco to Dallas? 300 people.
Hang on, Jake. Hey, I don't know how your day is going, but it's going better than Jake Gadon.
Oh man,
Our brother Jake is with us live from a retirement home, and that's a shoot. Jake is at a retirement home. He can't get home to us. His flights have been canceled. They've been delayed. He really has no clue. We might have lost Jake Gadon.
Oh no!
Now, Jake is here with us,
Right?
But we might have lost him.
Don't know when we're gonna see him in Sacramento again.
I'll just say maybe the East Coast loves me so much that I need to come back here, guys. Or the West Coast doesn't like me anymore. One of the three.
Well, that's not true.
Well, I know, Jake, I was happy for you, man, because I thought of you watching that ass whooping that happened on Monday. And after that kick return, I thought, man, my boy out there, he must be happy as hell. He's freezing his ass off, but he must be as happy as can be watching his Patriots play like this.
Man, that Monday night game was incredible. All right, like Drake May for MVP, baby. All right, like let's get it going. All right, I have to be the Drake May stan account for Sacramento for the next 2 months because that man is playing his booty off. He's AFC Player of the Week again this week. Like this kid is ridiculous. That Patriots team, if you haven't watched them this year, they are a legit Super Bowl contender. Now they have a bye week this week. They play the Bills, then they play the Ravens, which will really tell you how good of a team they actually are. But Mike Vrabel has that team playing hard. That defense is disgusting. They are great against the run. Special teams are showing up. And offensively, you just don't know who's going to, hit them each week. If they're a Swiss Army knife, if you're going to get Henderson, Stevenson, Diggs, Hunter Henry, Kayshon Boutte, like it could go on and on and on and on. I'm pumped, man. And you know what the best part about it is? It was football weather. Like, guys, what's the coldest game you've ever been to outdoors? Like, what's the coldest game you've ever been to?
Oh, buddy, I don't even think I've been to a game that's cold. That is not like I was actually thinking of that when I was looking at you and your stupid jersey over your jacket and then the beanies and the gloves and all these different things. I thought, what is the coldest game I've been to? But I've been to like baseball games in the summer where it might be a little brisk, but it's never cold. Like I've never been anything remotely close to what Jake was.
Neither have I. And
what was that Grant Rockland game
we went to? Say he's gonna laugh at me when I say it. That was the coldest. I left early. I said, no, I'm not doing this. It's okay. I'm leaving in the third quarter.
Like
I'll figure out what happened.
Like 52 outside.
It was freezing.
Fam, 20 degrees. It was phenomenal. All right. I had, the alcohol was flowing, so it meant you had a little extra blanket on top of you, of course. Like it was just feet warmers in the hands, the feet, the other parts of your body. Like it was just great football weather, great game, and it was just incredible time, fam. I'm just saying, if you have a chance to go to a football game in sub 25 degree weather, go do it. Unless you guys are like you two and just can't do anything below 50 degrees.
I strongly encourage you not to do that.
I won't do that.
Don't.
How many layers?
Just real quick before you ask that, for those who haven't caught on to this, there's a lag between the end of our question and Jake's response. So just bear with us.
The retirement home is
there's a reason. It's dial up there at Shady Pines where Jake is. So just bear with us a second. So go ahead, Casey. Sorry.
I was just asking, how many layers? Was it 4 layers of clothes? Like a regular tank top, long johns, t-shirt, hoodie, jacket? That's 5. Is there 5 layers there?
It was 5 layers. We killed it like that. Like you go long underwear, t-shirt, sweatshirt, jacket, Patriots jersey. It was fantastic. And I'm like, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. My bad. All right. The eclectic group here doesn't use Wi-Fi that much. So I apologize for the low, widthband of you have over here. Most people out here don't own a cell phone. Okay. So we're trying to make it work. I apologize, guys.
No, it's all good, man.
Good.
We're having fun. We'll get through this as best we can. All kidding and standing aside, are the Patriots the best team in football?
No, because I would give the LA Rams the nod on that. I really like, even with the loss to the Panthers on Sunday, like That defense is scary. Offensively, they're a juggernaut in terms of what they can go through. I think the NFC is a tougher conference right now to get through in those playoffs compared to the AFC. So I would say if they're not in the top 4 people of conversations, like you can't count out Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs if he makes it. Can't same thing with Josh Allen. I think the Rams are one of the best teams in football. I think when the Buccaneers get healthy in the next 2 or 3 weeks, they're going to be one of the best teams in football. Like Super Bowl contenders are made in the month of December, and we'll find out a lot of what we have within the NFL right now. Like I can tell you this much, I don't believe in the Colts. I don't think the Colts can win if they have to come back from a game. If they're ahead in the game, no problem. But I don't have much faith in them. I don't have much faith in the Packers or the Lions. But again, we'll find out here in the next month.
The Colts might not even make the playoffs. But I will ask you this as a Patriots fan who might be, well, statistically, you are the best team in the AFC. Is there a team or teams that worry you in the AFC?
There are. I would say the Bills definitely worry me. I think that's a team that's been there, done that, and Josh Allen is he takes it to another level. Until you beat the Kansas City Chiefs, until the Chiefs are not in the playoffs, then I will feel good about them. But like Patrick Mahomes just gets to a different level in the month of January and February that just scares the bejesus out of me. I would say other than that, no, because I don't think the AFC North is particularly tough. Like I understand that we lost to the Steelers earlier this year, and that's but they're not playing great football right now. I don't think the Ravens are finally healthy, but unless things start really coming together for Lamar Jackson, who hasn't looked like himself the past 2 weeks, I'm not worried about them. The Broncos are a team that we could be an eye on, just because of who they played this year. But like, I don't know. Did you guys watch the Sunday night game? Like, I wasn't particularly impressed with them, especially taking on Marcus Mariota and a banged up Commanders team. So. They win, and they've won by small margins, and that's all that matters in the NFL. But I do wonder when the lights get brightest, like how they look in the month of January.
Nobody feels the same way I do about the Texans.
I don't think it's. I just think it's yet. It's like they're making a run. It's like, okay, they're not even in the playoff. They're in the picture,
right?
They're not in the playoff picture, but they're what's their in the hunt?
In the hunt.
That's their category.
I'm the Dolphins.
I'm with you. You've got them like winning the Super Bowl. I'm like, hey, one shout out to D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud, because it was not a good look the way that this season started for him, but that's why you play the entire season. And they have an opportunity to kind of bring this thing home and have a real special in-season turnaround. Jake, for those just tuning in, Jake is at Shady Pines Retirement Home somewhere in Connecticut. He can't get home to us here in California. His flights are getting canceled left and right. He's trying to figure out if he's got to take a train somewhere, got to take a connector somewhere. I have a proposal that you can run by our friends at CBS 13, your employer. Just fly south, like a little contrast bath, cold to hot, fly south to Miami and meet the Sacramento Kings there, because once they're done with Houston tonight, or once they're done in Houston tonight, they're headed straight to Miami, and you can cover the Kings down there, which I'm sure these next 2 games are going to go great.
No, I think that's a great idea, because my brother lives down in Miami, so I can just stay with him.
You're working.
You've literally got family all over the country.
Nowhere on the West Coast. No one on the West Coast.
Well, we got you, so you're the representative of the West Coast, the Gadon representative,
the singular representative. That's it. I consider you guys family, so I guess we can call that there.
How far west does the Gadon bloodline go?
Chicago.
Oh wow. Okay, that's not very far at all. But salute.
Still got 2 time zones to go.
Do you know that this is? I just realized. Are you aware of what's going on with Giannis today?
I heard something along the lines of he wants to now be traded.
Okay, I just make sure you might have been on the phone with Delta or United or somebody trying to get home. Yeah, well, there's NBA stories happening today that have some ramifications.
I heard Chris Paul today just got told that he's being a bad sport and a bad teammate, and just got kicked off the Clippers. Like, I guess his legacy in LA meant nothing to the Clippers organization, and they just said, see you, bye, you're gone.
Yeah.
Or it was that bad.
Yeah. That's what it feels
Can
like.
CP3 end the season with the Kings? That sounds like just such a Kings move.
No. Just definitively no. Chris, I think if Chris retired today, he would there'd be a certain level of grace and dignity to that, despite how bad this story has been.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he tries to go somewhere, I think it could be bad. I don't want that for Chris Paul. I like Chris Paul a lot. I meant to tell that story. I like Chris Paul a lot. We don't need that. We don't need that.
I like Chris too. I'm a big Chris Paul guy.
Jake, we're gonna let you go.
See what happens. I'm intrigued though.
Jake, we're gonna let you go. I feel I just want you to get home safely, buddy. Let us know what you wind up doing. Are you connected? Are you headed to Providence? Are you headed to Philly? Are you headed to LaGuardia, to Newark? Just let us know what you're doing so we can keep tabs on you over the next 24 hours or so.
No, I'll send a text message tomorrow morning to give you a status update of where we're at. Don't worry, guys. We'll make it happen.
And at the rate,
I could end up in Washington, D.C.
And at the rate of your connection, you'll send that text message tomorrow, and it'll get here on Saturday. So that'll be great. Jake, we love you, buddy. We appreciate you. Safe travels.
Thanks, guys. I got to go to get dinner with the grandpa right now. Okay, dinner time at 4:30. Okay, gotta love that.
Appreciate you,
Take
Jake.
care, man.
Thank you, buddy. That's our man, Jake Gadon, right there. He's go have dinner with grandpa. It's 4:59 where Jake is at right now. That was tough. That was probably funny visually than it was on the radio, because we could see Jake's mouth moving without any words coming out.
That was network TV at its finest.
Yeah, indeed it was.
He showed up in the green wall. I thought he was being held somewhere. Or something.
That was.
I thought he was
like, Jake, hold up today's newspaper.
TSA's at Jake right now.
I thought he was going to show highlights behind us or show the weather behind it. He did a green screen. 7-day forecast.
Doppler radar with Jake Gadon. Trysta Krick will be with us in about 15 minutes.
That's probably the weirdest place someone's joined us from.
A retirement home?
Yeah,
that's got to be up there. That's got to be up there.
That's the title of today's show. Eating dinner with grandpa soon.
I literally wrote down, I got to get dinner with the grandpa.
Your titles are just flawless. That's one of. Are the insiders fun too? Oh no, insiders are boring.
Well,
the radio.
What are they? How many? When do they not talk about the Kings in the last 2 weeks? How many times, I should say?
Let's see. The title of this show's Wednesday. Kings play Rockets. Giannis and CP3. Tuesday. Adventures at the Vet. Oh, that was the title of the show. Adventures at the Vet.
Shout out to Cat.
Monday, is anyone good? Those are. I think that's a football related one.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Friday. What'd they do Friday? Fans weigh in. Sorry, I can't find the full show title. Zach, nope, that's an hour. It's a little harder to do their show. Their show's a little bit different.
They're like the morning animals.
The morning animals, indeed. What did I just walk into is funny. Was that a child? Is the funniest. I don't even remember the context of that remark.
I don't remember either.
We were talking to somebody.
Was that a child?
We were talking to.
Yeah,
was it Trysta? No, it wasn't Trysta. Who were we talking to? And there was somebody in the background, and you asked, "Is that a child?"
It was Jake. Jake was at his house. Right. He was at his house in Connecticut.
That's right. That's right.
What was the last one I read? Maybe I'm doing too. Oh, if anyone cusses, hit the red button. Almost went to a Ghetto Boys concert with my dad.
Who did that?
No, that was me.
I'll get your food.
Oh, no.
I'll get your food in a second. James, you a big Max B fan? We found the moment we've gone too far. Did I mess up your podcast?
That was when Godfrey was on.
These are gold.
These are great.
Gold.
I think we convinced him. Am I anti-Friendsgiving? Oh, I am anti-Friendsgiving.
That's me.
Playboy ended because of COVID.
Oh, Jesus.
That's
I
a
remember
Ronald
that
Reagan line.
Remember that discussion.
That's amazing.
Oh, man.
Casey's going to be doing the walk of shame to his car.
Where was I going?
No, I think that was the shoes.
Oh, your shoes blew up.
That day. Shoes blew up.
R.I.P., man. I still haven't thrown those away yet.
I didn't know we were live. I wish this show would grow up.
Wonder who said that one.
Kevin James, what were you thinking? Oh, this is so great.
Oh, man. Now,
I love this.
Where we got that from. Now,
Length is important.
Well, shout out. Where we got that from was I was asking a question about Sam Presti, and Sam Presti's great. Or he could be great on Mars. It doesn't matter. But the fact that he was able to do what he was able to do as far as building the franchise as patiently as he wanted to. Do you think that's exclusive to Oklahoma City? I mean, we got Philadelphia as an example too, but he was under scrutiny.
I think you can do
for
that
the process.
How many general managers have they had? We're talking general managers, right?
Yeah, just
or
whoever's
just talking
building,
organizations.
I'd say general managers
because they had Hinkie was the process guy.
They fired him before they could.
Angelo's in there somewhere, right?
Fired himself because wasn't that the one where the wife was?
Yeah.
The
and then the burner accounts and now we've got Daryl Morey.
What happened in Houston? Was he able? Was that that was pretty quick because they got James Harden. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Man, maybe they would. Maybe I'm selling. Everybody short. Maybe they would absolutely. Every city would say, "Hey, it's okay to just kind of go through the process, accumulate picks, and see where it takes you." Maybe everybody would. I don't know. I just feel like OKC it helps that there doesn't seem to be as much pressure on the basketball team.
Yeah, that could be true, but that could also be.
Is there pressure here?
I think there is.
But so when you say pressure, are you referring? So I think this is important. I think you're referring to the fan base and the media.
Mm-hmm.
You're not referring to Clay Bennett, the owner,
right? Whereas, and I don't know. So I don't know how this. I don't know how this plays out because I showed the video on Twitter of the Pelicans game last night, the arena.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd never seen nothing like that.
And the hundreds go wild.
The tens. OKC was looking like that a little bit during that time. And was Clay Bennett just cool with it? Like, yeah, that's fine. I don't know if he was making money or not, but let's just say for argument's sake, he wasn't making money. It's cool if I'm not making money. Go ahead and build this franchise the way you see fit. That's a form of pressure as well as the media and the fans. Is Vivek or other owners like, nah, I won't turn a profit. Just do what you need to do. I don't know if that's exclusive to OKC or not.
Are we talking about like Sam Presti's probably most recent run of building this most recent team? Because like he's been there a while, like long enough to where like you get some trust, I guess, built up with your owner.
Too.
Yeah. Maybe it's
true.
different from these other guys because like, all right, well, first 3 years in, it's like we haven't done anything yet, so why should I trust you?
And also speaking to the financial aspect of it, maybe Clay Bennett cooked enough to be able to afford to have 4 or 5 years where I'm not making money like that because of the money I made from the Westbrook Durant era, or just Westbrook alone when he was there by himself. So I don't know. It was just a thought.
So
I wonder if that plays a role.
You can't answer. You can't answer this question, but if a large vocal portion, if we got the full teardown, and let's just hypothetically say for this, for the vocal portion of this fan base's desires, let's say Zach's gone, DeMar's gone. Let's go, and by some miracle, Domantas Sabonis is gone. All three, just for sake, all three of them are gone. And let's say we work some crazy Bill Simmons trade that he had, and $70 million of expiring money comes back. And so next year, the roster is wiped. You've got Neek, you've got your draft picks, you got Keegan. And just for fun, we'll say Keon Ellis is here. You got exactly what you wanted. How long are you willing to wait for this team to be good?
I was just thinking that. Like, what's the expiration date on the rebuild?
Because you got what you asked for. And I think owners get impatient when their fan base gets impatient. And that's the issue with this organization, is it was bad for so long, and you brought in Vivek and Pete and Vlade and Monty, and it was just bad. It was just bad. Don't preach patience to us. Put together a winning product, and you did it for 1 year. And now we're at the point here where we're starting over. But that playoff berth, it's still tasted. It's still right there. You remember it. You remember showing up to the arena at noon for that first game. You remember even after Game 7, thousands lingered around the Golden One Center after the season had ended. You remember that. But you got what you wanted. So how long are you willing to wait? Because in that scenario we just presented, you're going to be waiting a while. It's not going to be a year. And it's not going to be 2 years unless you land something in the draft none of us are prepared for. Right. And that's the other part about this, that you got to hit on your draft picks 1,000%. Man, you need to get a little lucky too.
100%.
You need a little luck somewhere. And if that luck doesn't come and you're relying on skill, it's going to be tough.
Steven in the chat says 3 years before I'm expecting returns like playoff runs. Securing the Carter says 2 years. G-Dog says 2 to 3 years.
Wow.
Short term, but I'm thinking more like 5 years.
Okay.
What people are asking for, it could get cold for a while.
Man.
It could get cold for a while.
Like, what are you guys basing that off of? And don't say OKC, because we can poke so many holes in that, it'll just sink. Your true example is Utah.
And Utah.
I can give you one other one. You won't like that either.
Well, I was going to say Utah, and you bring this up all the time, and you're right. Utah even has something that you don't have. Utah had a Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell that could jumpstart the process. When I say that the Kings are going to be starting from scratch, they're going to be starting from scratch like probably nobody ever has.
Good point. Yeah.
You have nothing to jumpstart. You can't. There's not a what to jump your car. They don't have that. You are building the engine from scratch.
Could they start though with the draft this year? Could they land a top 3 pick and get one of those guys?
They could.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
I guess it's just lottery luck though.
Didn't Dallas just land a can't miss guy? Yeah, Dallas stinks. And they got Anthony Davis.
Whatchamacallit just got a top 3 pick. Utah.
Did they?
Well, no, they picked
No,
sixth or
Utah
fifth.
was like
Eighth?
fifth or sixth.
Yeah, he was like fifth pick or sixth pick.
Fifth, that's right.
Yeah, he
That's
wasn't
right.
top 3.
That's
Yeah,
right.
because Utah finished.
That's
Didn't
right.
Utah have the worst record in the league last year?
Yes.
Because they finished in the worst spot that they could have.
Yeah. How long ago did Charlie get LaMelo? At 2.
14 years,
3. I don't know.
1,000 years. He's been a Hornet for as long as I can remember.
That's probably.
I mean, he's on his rookie extension, right? So it
it's
goes
got to
what,
be
5-6 years.
Yeah, because the same draft as Ant.
Yeah,
Ant's been
right.
About 5 years. That's probably the closest. I think the closest example to Sacramento. They started at the bottom, and it was LaMelo, and here we are 5 years later.
And
Still at the bottom.
we'll come back. Trysta Krick joins us. We'll continue this conversation with her as it relates to the Kings, the Clippers, and Giannis Antetokounmpo next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. She right there. TK. Hey. TK, I'll be right back. That 4K camera. Stop it.
TK, what's good? What up, though?
What up? We got so much to talk about.
I know there's a lot going on. I saw Con Nipple last night on Jimmy Fallon.
Did you? We got to talk about why his name is Knipple.
Do you know?
Well, I mean, I think it's a hoax because everything with a K and an N.
No. Don't say nothing else. Don't say nothing else.
Right.
Don't say nothing else. COE. We never talk.
Save it for the show.
We always and rightfully so talk hoop. We never get a chance to talk college football. What you think?
My Ducks are being slept on, man.
Are they right now? They're not top 4. They're like 6 or something, right? They can make a run. The only loss was to Indiana, right? Come on now, Indiana.
Come on now.
Like,
that's right.
That's acceptable. They can make a run. They absolutely can make a run. I think
like Georgia's above us and they're a 1-loss team.
Oh, we didn't talk with you. I gotta ask you what you think about Lane. The Lane situation.
It's some bitch behavior there.
By Lane?
Yeah, like lying about the whole team wanting him to stay. And like the team's like, we didn't say we wanted you to stay.
No, they have the I heard, I haven't seen it or heard the audio or nothing, but didn't they have like one of those great reactions when they announced that the coordinator was going to be the coach? Like everybody was like, they went crazy. The players.
Mm-hmm.
Like Marcus Freeman when he was announced by Notre Dame.
Exactly. He'll probably take over. I think he just wears out his welcome wherever he goes. And listen, if Kalen DeBoer leaves and goes to Penn State and he doesn't want that Alabama smoke, Lane will leave LSU before a single game is played.
Well, you know, the story was, I heard Todd McShay talk about this. He said Lane to LSU has been done for about 2 weeks. Like it's been done. He was house hunting. It was done. So all the back and forth, like, oh, what? I just don't know what I'm doing yet. Like, nah, it was done. But he said, Todd McShay said, they waited to announce it till after the Alabama game.
Yeah, because if Alabama loses that game, then what happens to Kalen DeBoer? And then Lane's like, no, my dream job just came up.
Right.
Halle Berry is on the market now, and she's interested in marrying me. So I'm sorry, Vanessa Hudgens. I'm sure you're nice and all, but like I gotta go and search Halle Berry.
That feels like that would always be there, right? Like next year, if DeBoer is out, like,
anytime Alabama wants Lane will leave wherever he's at, and he will go to Alabama. Anytime that's the creme de la creme for him.
Oh man! Oh, here we go.
Christmas sweater day.
You say Christmas sweater day?
Yeah, like you guys got 2 cream looking like the best
No,
man.
his is gray. His is gray. It's the lighting in this room that is confusing everybody.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are on a set of Best Man.
No, that's not bad. I'll take that.
Shout out, best man.
You're Shamar. I don't think Shamar Moore's in it, but you're Shamar Moore.
He's definitely not in it.
No, he's not in it.
He was in
But I know
Brothers.
Morris Chestnut is in it.
Brothers.
The brothers.
The brothers. Yep, the brothers.
He's also. I've been telling Damien, the wife has been watching SWAT lately. He does a good job in SWAT. Shamar Moore does a really good job.
He does.
He also does a really good job. Well, actually, he doesn't do a really good job when the Eagles need a drive to score a touchdown. That's when he's not at his best. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Shamar Moore. That's Jalen Hurts.
I think Jalen Hurts is better looking than Shamar Moore.
They don't look alike. You think they look the same?
They got the same vibes.
No, I told you what happened
same vibe.
when I told you what happened when I said, "Oh yeah, the ladies love Jalen Hurts" to Katie, and she looked him up and just went, "Oh, like okay."
Jalen Hurts, he got 100% approval rating.
Yeah,
I ain't never heard nobody say bad thing.
The only time he had a low approval rating was when he had that nasty like line up with the dreads, starting like you'll never find.
Yeah, it was starting way too far back.
You didn't even know he was handsome until he got that stuff out of the way.
Hey, kept the hairline.
Well, sometimes you just need a couple of bucks. You can get a lot better looking when you get.
Well, he had him at Alabama. He wasn't.
Well, that's the shoot.
He wasn't.
That's the shoot.
But not Soul Train Shamar Moore and Jalen Hurts are kind of locked in. Soul Train.
All right. They're both pretty. That's for sure.
You see, they do it all the time.
Jalen need to do like some skincare like advertisement or something like.
They do it all the time on Twitter. They do it for other athletes too. But this one always gets me is when they'll be like, "Hey, Jalen, the Bears are beating us right now. We need a touchdown." And then they go Jalen Hurts and they show clips of Shamar Moore on Soul Train dancing. It'd be cracking me up every time, man.
We're not on the air right now, right?
Yes, we very much are.
This whole time you didn't even.
Well, when Damien came back,
that's why I said
you didn't even count us back in.
I've never counted you back in.
Never said, listen, I wouldn't have left the room. I thought we were just waiting for the commercial break to come back up.
No, Jesse
well, you
said,
usually come
what
on.
A horrible
on the
intro!
air.
What a horrible! Hey, welcome into the show. This is D'Lo and Casey, 1320.
I'm sorry. Is this your first day here?
Well, this might be her first time. Like this. When she comes on, we're usually
you're already on the air. I don't come on during the break usually.
Okay, well, so why are you getting so upset with us?
I don't know.
Oh, are you okay?
I don't know. I think I have some moisturizer still. Kind of. There we go. We're good.
Great camera, but I can't see anything.
Yeah, you're terrific.
All
How
right.
was Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving was good. I think I have decided to leave turkey forever. I'm out. If I can't get on board after those turkey wings I made, they were fire. And I still was like, I'm good, really. Okay. Then I think it's time for prime rib.
Oh, there you go.
Nobody besmirches prime rib.
Yeah, I'm with that.
No, that's not bad at all. I'm gonna stay traditional, and turkey can stay for Thanksgiving. It's okay.
That's fine.
It's okay. I had some good ham too. I went for seconds and thirds on the ham. Didn't do that for the turkey, but I had some turkey. It's okay.
Okay.
A lot of news, and we're just kind of like slow playing all this news.
Well, let's talk Giannis then. You want to start there? You want to start with Chris Paul? Where do you want to start?
No, Giannis, because I think the first thing that I think to myself is, I posted this on Twitter right before I came on. De'Aaron, get ready for cheese curds and first down coats and having to worry about your ring camera going off in the middle of your hit.
Yeah, that was De'Aaron was our first conversation. Casey got reluctant. He pitched a different scenario, but we got to.
I get it. I'm with it. I'm not sure if they have to.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure if San Antonio.
How do you make the money work?
They got money on the books already between like Harrison, Vassell, and Keldon Johnson. And if you do that type of deal and just load up the Bucks with picks, I think that's an option.
I'm gonna select some teams, and we can make I don't think that will work. I don't think that the money can work that way. Honestly.
Well, James said the money does work. It's like James
Does
said
it?
Steph Castle, Vassell, and Keldon work financially.
My argument was you'd strip your depth that way.
Definitely.
In a race against Oklahoma City, you need Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes playing really well without Victor Wembanyama. You know, him and De'Aaron have played really well. You need those strong. You need Keldon Johnson.
You don't need Keldon and Harrison.
Okay, fine.
That's what I said. In that situation, it's one of them going with Vassell.
Okay.
Well, the money doesn't work with just those two.
Don't want a Sohan in there. Sohan.
Oh, it actually it does. It does. My bad. There was just an issue with the Spotrac. Yeah, no, it's good. It works just that way. That's 4. You need 4 probably first round picks with that then.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they have them.
And they have
it's not even theirs.
Yeah, right. Like, whose do you want? We have plenty to give away.
Vassell is cooking though. He looks really good right now. You guys know how I feel about Devin Vassell. He was the one that I was hoping would come back in the De'Aaron Fox trade.
I like that.
I like him as a bucket getter, certainly more than I like, Zach LaVine's punk ass.
Oh,
damn!
Oh,
how did we get there?
Well, because we didn't talk about the fan that he got into it with, where he's screaming racial slur vicinities his way multiple times for not playing any defense.
That's an exaggeration.
It is an exaggeration, but he did do that in like the letter of the law. He did do that.
I thought both of them were.
You mean Zach did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but come on, Trysta.
I thought.
Don't white woman this thing up. Stop it.
I thought, TK, we talked about it before. I thought both of them were perfectly fine. I thought Devlin was fine for saying what he said, and he wasn't disrespectful with what he said. And Zach, I ain't gonna say it all, but he said, "All right, go home. Go home. Get out of here. If you don't have a problem,
but
go
you
home."
can't, like, if you're not playing defense and the fans like trying to hold you accountable, for you to say go home is like, to me, very punk. That's a punk move.
Man, if you talk to me in that at my work setting in that way, this isn't a one-way street. Once you open up the door, it is a two-way street. I can talk to you too. I can talk to you too. And if you don't like it, don't talk to me then.
Draymond got into my comments again.
Again?
Yeah.
What is he saying now?
What was this one for?
I was making a joke and it wasn't like written right about like LaMelo getting out of there of Charlotte, and the clip was old. And so it looked like I was trying to make it seem like it was right now, but it was like PJ was on the team and Book Knight was on the team. But it was really like kind of like POV live look at how things are looking in Charlotte for LaMelo. And Draymond, this video doesn't have nothing to do with Draymond. And Draymond goes, "This is such bad reporting. This video is old." Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji, LOL. And I'm like, what are you doing?
That is bizarre.
It is bizarre.
Draymond Green versus Trysta Krick is easily the strangest thing to come out of 2025.
I don't even respond back, really. I'm just like, okay.
That's so strange. That is so strange.
Tell him to do what Zach LaVine told Devlin to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's a two-way street. No, I think in general, if De'Aaron Fox got traded to Milwaukee, that's what I would want if I was Milwaukee. I would want a player of that caliber. And I think it would be sweet justice for a guy who says he only wants to go to San Antonio and just got his extension. And like literally February comes, there's first time he's trade eligible. And it's like, sorry, ain't no loyalty in this business. See you later.
Wouldn't you ask? Okay, let me ask you this. If you're San Antonio.
Yep.
What if they said, no, sweetie, we don't want De'Aaron Fox. You can keep that. This is a good acquisition, right? We want Dylan Harper.
And so then you say, okay, it'll be Dylan Harper.
And then whatever makes the money work.
And whatever makes the money work.
Do you do it?
Yeah, I think you do it.
I think you do it too. We had a discussion. I said Dylan Harper, outside of Wemby, obviously, is the last resort for San Antonio. If they ask for Dylan Harper, I'm going to just start.
I think Steph Castle as well.
Like, what would you think? I would offer them Steph Castle before I'd offer Dylan Harper.
Really? Explain why.
I think Dylan Harper, I think he the truth. Like, he is not saying he's this good, but like Cade Cunningham like player.
Mm-hmm.
I think Steph is really good. Steph Castle is really good. I think he could be an all-star. I'm more convinced Dylan can be an all-star than Stephon Castle.
Well, but you already have an all-star in De'Aaron Fox. So why would you want a guy that may or may not be an all-star versus a guy who is an all-star? Just money? You don't have anybody making any money. So it really doesn't matter. The cap situation is fine with him if he's on the books. You have a marquee guy that will put butts in seats. At least will be exciting.
Well, just because, like I said, I think Harper is a better player than Castle. So I
mean, like, do you think Harper is a better player than De'Aaron Fox? Like, do you think that his upside is higher?
Yeah, I think he will be, like, in 5 years.
Yeah.
And then I'll trade
Dylan really could wind up being a 1. I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how that's going to work with San Antonio, but
like, that's a long way of saying, I think that's your future. Dylan and Wemby. That's your 2.
But is that future strong enough to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I mean, not by themselves, obviously, but like they'll like having Steph.
Is it
there,
stronger?
De'Aaron,
Is it stronger to have? And this, I think, is the question. TK, is it stronger to have Wemby, Castle, and Giannis, and then whatever the rest of the roster looks like? Or I guess in this situation, De'Aaron's there too.
Yeah.
In a pinch, if you made me, I'd trade Dylan because I got a chance with Giannis to win multiple right now.
But
like I said,
now.
I would go through everybody. I would try every other scenario on the roster.
Maturation process for Dylan to get to the place that De'Aaron Fox is you said, a half of a decade. I don't think Wemby wants to wait 5 years. I know Giannis doesn't want to wait 5 years. It feels like everybody's kind of got to be pretty much ready from the oven. Like, there can't be half-baked rolls playing next to Giannis. The question that I have, though, really, is whether Giannis would cede power to anyone, would cede being the heliocentric offensive engine to anyone, even a guy as powerful and has as much gravity as Wemby and or De'Aaron Fox and or Steph Castle. Like, Giannis wants to have the ball in his hand as the primary creator. Jason Kidd created a monster and also an MVP, but like, that's what Giannis has gotten into his head is his like best way of functioning in an offense. I don't think he knows how to play any other way.
Let me ask both of you guys a question. Today, on December 3rd, 2025, and even on June 3rd, 2026, should he cede any of that to anybody?
Yes.
He's better than all of them today.
No.
So?
He's a better player. He's the best player.
Giannis is still a top 2 or 3 player in the league.
Yeah.
So give me the damn ball. It's my team.
Here's the how does that, sweetie? How does that work out? When you have another star next to you, what happens with your team? You don't win. You flame out in the playoffs. You guys look messy. You have more injury risk because you have the ball in your hands so much. And we already know you've got so many lower leg injuries that you've been contending with. You need to think about how, not your ego and who's the best player, but what is the way that this offense can function as a well-oiled machine the best? And that sometimes, as Kevin Durant has said, sometimes that's pushing the bus. Sometimes that's being on the back of the bus. Sometimes that's being on the front of the bus. But it's not I go, you go, I go, you go.
Right. But what I'm saying is in 3 years, in 2 years, in a year, that might be enough to get us to win. Right now, you're not talking to Wemby, Steph, De'Aaron. You're not ready to take down OKC with running it through you. You're not ready. You're not there yet. If you were, they wouldn't be bringing me here.
Are you sure Wemby's not?
I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I don't think he's ready today. Once again, if
the other references are fine. Wemby's.
If they were, they wouldn't be bringing me in here.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
If they were ready to beat OKC today,
Well, but that's the
They would
different
give up to go
story.
get
You're
Giannis?
conflating two different points. Is this team complete enough to beat OKC? No. Does that mean that the thing that they're missing is Giannis bringing the ball up and dribbling a bajillion times and running the offense through him? No. What it is you want a guy that like has the ability to be defensive player of the year caliber, that can go out and get you 30 and 15 and 6, but not that you have to have him run the offense 24/7. I'd like Giannis to, I don't know, back cut every once in a while. Like maybe post up every once in a while. Do the things that are like normal for your body type. You're that big and that strong with that little of a bag with players who have a better bag than you, and you demand the ball at all times. I think that's nonsense.
Well, also I'm not saying he should be bringing the ball up, doing everything he did in Milwaukee.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I just think he's the best player on that team if he goes there at that moment.
Yeah, if there's 15 seconds left on the clock, I mean, you got the free throws to contend with as well. That's a big issue for Giannis. But you probably are saying Giannis is the player. Okay, so we'll just say a minute left on the clock. You probably give the ball. You say, yeah, Giannis, you can have the ball in that situation. You're a go-to guy. Like we're going ISO on you. But this isolation, heavy, heliocentric, Giannis-centered offense, I think is whack. And I think it vastly lowers the ceiling of any team that Giannis is on based on his oversized ego.
Damn. So no one should trade for him then?
I think you should have a conversation about, hey, do you recognize why things didn't really work with you and Damian Lillard? Do you realize that Damian Lillard is a better ball handler, primary creator, shooter, almost everything offensively better than you? He is, Damian Lillard. But it was never working because Giannis wanted the ball, and he made it a thing, and it created friction. And Dame, I'm gonna hold water for Dame right now.
Well, you ain't lying. Jesus Christ! Do not hurt yourself during this segment.
took a back seat for Giannis to get what Giannis wanted, because it was Giannis's team. If he goes to San Antonio, it's no longer Giannis's team. It's Wemby's team.
Also, that's also not fair. Weren't they both hurt the last 2 years they played in the playoffs?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
But it wasn't like, okay, but it wasn't like they were playing particularly well. It wasn't like the offense was as potent as we saw. Yes, like points per possession. Yes, they were the quote unquote hottest duo in the league, but they had significant issues in a variety of different ways where the offense looked very clunky. It looked very I go, you go. I'm not sure who should have the ball in the fourth quarter during crunch time. And so like that part needs to get ironed out, I think, before a team trades for Giannis. Like that conversation, you need to see if he has awareness and any appetite to change how he's willing to play for someone else. And that's like what Kevin Durant did so well when he went to Golden State. He's changed how he played.
Can I play a little devil's advocate let me hold a little water for Giannis, just a little bit?
All right.
Doesn't need more advocates.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't he do that a little bit when you talk about crunch time, when you talk about stuff like that, when Chris Middleton was in his prime? Chris Middleton was taking big shots in those moments too. And Giannis recognized he didn't have a problem at that point, at least not that I know of.
I think that happened a lot when Giannis drew too, not when like, hey, Chris, go to work.
So, but he would draw two and he would make the right play to get the ball to Chris. Like my point is.
So, okay, so let's play that out then. Do you trust Wemby, De'Aaron, and Steph Castle to be elite catch and shoot deep shooters? Is that like where they thrive, or like catch and immediately spring into action? Or do they need some time to get rhythm and get busy?
Fox, no. Steph, no. Wemby, no. But he's shown that he can miss a three and tip slam. So we got to factor that in. And what I mean miss a three and tip slam, his own miss.
Yeah.
Seen it with my own eyes.
Seen it with my own eyes. Yeah, I mean, Giannis better get ready to throw lobs to Wemby. That's what if you want to play point guard, Giannis, you need to figure out how to do that, which is not that hard because his
That's
wingspan's
crazy.
so
Having
crazy.
him at the point. That's,
So I just like real quick because you mentioned KD going to Golden State and how that like was perfect. Like KD was perfect in that situation. Like KD was absolutely the best player on the Golden State Warriors.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. But it was like, listen, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get a ring. I'm willing, and he was finals MVP, right? And so we all knew that it was like KD really has the most complete game. He's the best pure scorer. But truthfully, our offense runs better when we run that motion system where everyone's thriving, right? And at the end of the Golden State era was when KD was like, you know what, bump this. I'm done with all this motion nonsense. Just ISO on me and let me get busy. And it was like, ooh, this is starting to get a little friction, right? Because like that style of play for a bucket getter of those guys' caliber isn't that fun, really. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of mileage on the body.
For the Milwaukee Bucks, from their perspective, does any other team make sense than San Antonio? And the other team that makes sense is Oklahoma City, but no one wants to think about how awful that would be for everybody.
Oh.
I will say this. I don't think it makes sense for the other team, but from Milwaukee's perspective, there's nothing better than getting your own picks back when you're tanking. And so to a degree, and I don't want this. I'm just going to go on the record. I mean, you could probably tell I don't want Portland to trade for Giannis for obvious reasons. But I could see them trying to figure out a way to get their 28 and 30 first-round picks back. But you're not getting Denny, which is probably what they would want. Denny and some other, maybe Rob Williams or something. But I just cannot see that happening.
I was going to say, I don't know, you scoop back. You scoop back in the deal.
You'd have to put Scoot in the deal, and I think they would do that. I don't know how, I mean, we saw the Dame and Giannis experience and how it went. Didn't go that well. So I don't know why they would try to run that back. It's like, it's like when the Chicago Bulls and Sacramento Kings basically just swap seats, right? Like it was like, DeMar and Zach LaVine. Like we saw it was largely the same as it was in Chicago. Not great.
Chicago,
way worse.
Chicago, by the way, not good anymore.
I told people, I said this team's not good. Do not believe in this 5-0 start to the season. It's fugazi. And people were like, oh, Trysta, you're such a hater.
Draymond say that?
The funny thing is, they're the same exact team that they were to start the season.
Yeah.
They're scoring 100. They're just losing these games now where they score 100. I think they had a game a couple of days ago that I looked at where they scored like 100 or 101. It was like, oh, what happened?
Right.
But not like it's the same basketball team. They're playing the exact same way. It's just the league plays like that now. It's like, oh, this is what they're doing. Okay.
Got him.
Okay. Yeah, got them. They're still fun to watch. Put them on League Pass. It is enjoyable as hell. Because, you don't have to worry about a LSU Alabama defensive slugfest when they're playing.
No, you don't. How did you guys feel about the weirdness of this Chris Paul go home?
It's pretty weird. Yeah. It's pretty weird. Like, it's not like he just signed with the Clippers this offseason. Like, the majority of his legacy is the Los Angeles Clippers. Like, it's the Clippers and, the Hornets / New Orleans, whatever. Charlotte / New Orleans. Yeah, it was pretty weird. And there's a lot of Chris Paul detractors, so they're eating this up.
Yeah, I saw a report that Harden and him weren't getting along, and I was like, well, yeah. Did they ever patch things up?
Didn't we already know that? Yeah.
We already know. Like, they couldn't stand each other in Houston. It was one of those, it's either him or me headlines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that led to the Russell Westbrook trade, did it not? I mean, that was a whole part of that. So, yeah, I would imagine that they're not any different human beings than they were 7 years ago or whatever it was.
Mm-mm. No, it's still a weird ending, though.
Yeah, I did a little digging. I made some calls to some people closer to the Clippers organization because I was talking to y'all, and they said that it was like, it's one thing for Chris to be annoying and aggravating and holding people accountable when he's raising your floor and like helping you win games, at least a little bit, like he did in Phoenix, like he did in San Antonio, like he did in Houston. Obviously, he raised their floor a lot, like he raised their ceiling. It's another thing when he's like washed Rajon Rondo and he's pissing everybody off and he's, and Ty Lue is like kind of feeling like, well, why are you talking to me like this? You just got chased down by Brandon Pajemski. You're completely cooked. Okay. So I think you get a lot more leeway, no pun intended, because that was what he posted on his story. You get a lot more leeway when you're not the one that's the liability in every way. So, but also I think he's probably telling some truths in terms of holding the front office accountable, being like, these guys stink. Do they not know that Brook Lopez isn't any good anymore? That John Collins has been bouncing around and been in trade rumors when he was in Atlanta every year because of this version of what we see right now? Like, what is this damn team? Why'd you guys make these moves?
Well, and
hold that thought. Can you hang out a couple of minutes?
Man.
Can you hang out a couple more? Okay. Trysta Krick she'll stick around. Don't go anywhere. It's D'Lo and KC. We got James Ham on the way too here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Dan Orlovsky's playing video games again. This is fire.
Yeah, this looks great. This is the best smoothie I've ever fucking had.
It looks good. That's the peanut butter on the side.
So
They put it around the edge so that you can see the peanut butter.
Yeah, this was great. I was so hungry. I knew a juice wasn't going to cut it. This was perfect.
That's your first meal of the day?
No, I ate a little bit, but my training today was brutal. And I thought as I was eating, this plan I have isn't good enough. I have to figure something else out. So I ate and I was like, no, I feel pretty good. I'll be fine. And then by 12, I was like, oh man. So
you had to DoorDash a smoothie?
I did. And I talked myself out of it. I was trying to talk myself out of it because it was, a $6 delivery fee, a $3 tip. All of a sudden,
you're like,
$12 smoothie is $20.
You're like, dang.
But I got somewhere to go after the show, so it's like I gotta eat.
I can tell with that sweater and the tie underneath.
Ain't no tie there.
That's not a tie. Oh, okay. Looks like a little tie.
I just have it buttoned all the way to the top.
No. Yeah, you guys. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Yeah, strong 90s R&B vibes here.
Yeah. Wednesday lover. Wednesday lover. Wednesday lover. There's. We're not back on the radio yet, are we? Because as far as I know, we could just jump right back in it.
We would tell you.
They're also saying that the Hawks are a dark horse for Giannis.
I heard that too. Yeah, I heard that too.
Hell, can you imagine you trade New Orleans pick?
Well, because the Hawks have the best of the Bucks or New Orleans' first round pick this year. So they could give them back their pick.
They could do that and still keep control of the Pelicans pick.
I don't know. And then they could also, they said, offer Zachary Richeche, who's got like some upside. Probably have to trade Trae Young. You could probably trade Trae Young as well.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Trysta. Do you believe in the conspiracy theory that Joe Dumars was sent to New Orleans to destroy basketball there so they can relocate to Seattle?
No, I don't believe that at all. I think he's just old and senile. I think he's just inept.
Did you see the video of, it's been happening all year, but the crowd at the Pelicans game yesterday?
Oh, yeah, it's bad. That would be an awesome movie, like a made-for-TV movie about like a commissioner that his
starring Kevin James.
Yeah.
All right, Trysta, we're coming back.
Welcome back. Welcome back, D'Lo and Casey. It's ESPN 1320. I'm Trysta Krick here as a guest, like we are normally on Tuesdays. But I had a teeth cleaning, so I had to do it on Wednesday.
Your teeth do look immaculate.
I'm just trying. I'm trying to get on your level. You know,
Fantastic.
I'm an every quarter kind of gal.
There you go.
You know, we need to. I was thinking about this today. It's funny that this happened. We need to get some drops. We need drops in 2026. We need drops. Like, hey, this is
the
Trysta
Penguin.
Krick. I'm tapped in with D-Lo and
yeah.
KC. You're on ESPN 1320.
Oh yeah.
I would do those.
I'm listening to the sports animals here on ESPN 1320.
I'm an animal, and I'm listening. D-Lo and KC.
Well, we have we have artists pull up here.
That's what I'm saying.
all the
Like, we just need to
time.
start collecting them and play them.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. Trysta's sticking around here with us for a couple of more minutes. Since we weren't able to talk to her yesterday, and on Tuesdays we could just kind of blow through commercial breaks and do what we want to. This time we actually had to take a commercial break, but Trysta kind enough
How come?
to stick here with us. We had it because James joins us at 3.
Got it.
And we go till the 28th with James, and then
Got it.
at some point you gotta pay the bills.
Yep. At some point.
What are you thinking about?
Can't remember what I was going to say.
Oh, good. All right.
Wow, we're really prepared.
What were we talking about?
That's what I was going to say. Was it about Atlanta? And we're talking Giannis.
No, we talked about that off the air.
Okay. So one of the conversations we were having off the air was the Atlanta potentially being a dark horse candidate for Giannis. Do you think anybody takes a risk on a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal in that he has next year? He's under contract next year. Then he has a player option. So you're kind of rolling the dice a little bit here. Do you think anyone would be like, yeah, that's cool, I'll do it?
I mean, Masai doesn't exist anymore in Toronto, so I would have thought maybe he would do that. No, I don't. I think he's got to just choose. You know, and Milwaukee said they're not going to trade him anywhere he doesn't want to go, which I think is hilarious, considering that the last trade of this caliber was Dame Lillard, who didn't get to go where he wanted to go and ended up in Milwaukee, which sort of was the final domino for Giannis deciding to want to go, which we kind of knew was always the case, right? We talked about the fact his wife and family are living in Athens full time. And she was like, yeah, I'm out of here. We're like, let's just get rid of the crib. You just live in like an Airbnb for a while. And we'll see in February when you end up in like New York. The New York trade is fascinating, by the way. Like,
how does that work? Because it feels like
makes sense.
If you can go cat for Giannis and like a random guy that I really don't even know him, like who he is. I just put his name in the trade.
Why would Milwaukee want to do that?
You can give him a bunch of picks.
Do they have picks?
Yeah, they have enough picks. They do.
Not as many as they had a year ago, but they got some.
Okay.
They do. They've got they can send their 28 pick as a swap or as a first round pick. They've got a 2030 and they've got a 2032.
I know the money. Well, maybe the money does match up. But tell me what you think about this.
His name is Ariel Huckporty, the guy that I put in this trade generator. So never heard of him.
Tell me what you guys think about this. If I'm New York, I know people talk about cat. I may be more apt to move in. I would say OG. I like OG better than Michael. And Hart. And keeping a Cat Giannis combo. Because Giannis isn't a center. So you'd be trading your center away. And OG is fantastic. I love him, but you would be replacing OG with a Giannis.
But then you lose all your like catch and shoot shooting.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is a problem. But I don't know. I mean,
and then you have to put it all on Mikal, which I know you guys know we shouldn't be relying on Mikal.
And I'm not saying he's Dale Ellis out there, or Craig Elo, or Mark Price, but I mean, you got Cat on the perimeter as a shooter.
You do.
Catch and
you
shoot
do.
guy.
I don't know. What do you think, Damian? Like, what team is better? Which Knicks team is better?
The one with Giannis.
Well, no. I mean, with either OG gone or Cat gone.
Yeah, simpler way.
Cat gone. Yeah, I'm not. Ooh,
it's tough. It's a tough one.
Ooh. OG. I think the one with OG gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, break it down.
I think Kenny's right.
Yeah.
You got that. Like, I'm not
You
the.
got
I'm,
Giannis
I'm,
as the
I was
rim
gonna say I'm not a
protector.
big Cat fan. I'm actually not a fan of Karl Anthony Towns at all. But he can shoot. Like, and if
Yeah.
you have a big who can stretch the floor like that, and that's a unique dynamic to them. And now you have Giannis, handling the paint work. Yeah, I like OG Anunoby a lot, but you could probably do away with that.
You'd have to reroute OG. I don't think Milwaukee.
Yeah, like, so that's the other thing. So that's actually that was the follow-up I was going to ask you. I don't feel like a New York trade makes sense for Milwaukee. Like, if Milwaukee was presented, just hypothetically, a deal, and we could throw Atlanta into this too. Atlanta, San Antonio, and New York, unless there is some form of a deal with the Knicks that that we've been unable to conjure up, the other two deals seem to make the most sense for like a long-term future, I guess. Like, if you did a deal with the Knicks, and we'll, just because the math is easy, say Karl Anthony Towns comes back, you could be relatively competitive right now, but in the end, what is that getting you? Mm-hmm. Even with the draft picks coming back, like, what is remaining, in the 10th spot or competing for the 10th spot or the 9th spot or whatever? What does that ultimately do for you if you're the Milwaukee Bucks?
Let me ask both of you guys this: What if I switched OG?
I don't think so.
What if I switched OG and Mikal? You kept OG and you got Mikal out of there.
Are you asking what Knicks team I like?
Would that look a little bit more appealing to Milwaukee? Like,
it just feels like imprudent trade management. If you traded all those picks, you're getting no picks. If we're trading in Mikal Bridges, getting one swap or something. We're not giving you any. It took us 4 picks to get Mikal. We're not going to send more picks to you because.
Can I play
devil's advocate?
Yeah, you've been doing that a lot.
Essentially, if we're going to go that far back, I traded those picks to get Giannis. That's what I did. I traded.
No, but not if there's 3 more. Not if there's 3 more to get Giannis. Mikal plus 3. No chance. That's why I said there's no more picks coming.
I traded 8. Hey, that doesn't sound crazy.
A little bit.
It is, but it sounded. What did we always talk about? What did Rudy go for?
4.
Was it 4?
But he reset the market.
5 because.
So if Rudy,
he didn't reset the market.
He was like an anomaly. He was like an anomaly.
Yeah.
But if Rudy went for 5, then Giannis going for 8.
No, that's not how that works.
I'm trying to rationalize it if I'm the Knicks to do that. That's all I'm doing.
Also,
the best comparison is KD to Brooklyn, I think.
Yep.
And that was 4?
I think it was
KD to Brooklyn was 4, wasn't it?
4, yeah.
I only said Rudy was 5 because they got the rookie,
the
kid that they drafted. Like, I don't think it was actually 5 picks. I think it was 4 picks plus the rookie, which essentially was 5.
Marketing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And now I'm only giving you 1 player and 2 more picks.
I've died on the Mikal Bridges hill for so long. I am tired of that guy.
Same.
Kill me a different way. I am unwilling to die that way anymore.
You know who this affects in like a hilarious way that not many people are talking about is how appreciated and loved and expendable Miles Bridges immediately becomes, or just there all by his lonesome, cheese curtain away if Giannis ends up getting moved. It's just sweet, sweet justice.
I think you said Miles Bridges. You mean Miles Turner?
Miles Turner, excuse me. Yeah. We were talking about Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, Miles Turner.
Yeah, we were talking about him earlier. He's got to feel like the biggest idiot in the world. And that's his fault. Like, how did he not know?
Sir, do you know that you're literally like the last pair of lingerie before she breaks, like that you can give to your girl before she breaks up with you? Like, you are the last just desperation play. And now she's broken up and those lingerie is sitting in Goodwill.
Damn.
I don't want these anymore.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Are you supposed to give lingerie to a woman?
I don't know if you're supposed to or not.
I mean, what's wrong with it?
Because no, there's nothing wrong with it, but it feels like that's something the woman would buy on her own.
What? No.
No.
That's a nice gesture. When you guys go to New York, go to AP. What's AP stand for? Agent Provocateur. Go to Agent Provocateur.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to say that first word again.
Agent.
Oh, agent. Okay, got it.
AGENT.
Okay, got it.
Provocateur down in Soho.
Oh.
And that'll be one of the little stocking stuffers for Katie. It'll be expensive, but she'll get dressed up in it for you guys. You can pick it out together. It's very sexy.
Okay.
Yeah, you're seeing
Oh! Yo, you said it'll be a little expensive?
Yeah.
This bra costs $735.
Not all of them are that much. Not all of them are that much. That probably has gemstones on it.
Trista, how you gonna set me up like that?
Listen, it's like probably $225 for a decent bra and like another $190 for a pair of like
this lingerie set is $330.
Dress you up just to take it off.
Come on. Listen.
I don't know if I need the lingerie. I'd rather get just a nice outfit, like a nice dress. I'd rather do that for $7.
It's not wrong with it. It's right in Damien's wheelhouse. I bet you Katie would appreciate it.
Well, okay. All right.
Get a little, then you maybe go down and like get some hot cocoa and then go see 30 Rock and you got the Agent Provocateur bag in your hand. You're doing your thing,
Oh, yeah. We're going to go to the top of the rock. Leave that. Don't go to the top of the rock.
It's just right around the corner. Now it's in your head. Now it's in your head. I had one time a guy that I dated who like I barely even knew was like, I want to take you and just like buy a bunch of lingerie. And I was like, I kind of feel disrespected a little bit by this. Like you just don't like.
Yeah, that's what I would.
That's what
I thought.
No, but Asian Provocateur is like, I'm not buying that myself. Come on.
I'm not either. Just let the record show. I'm not buying that either. I'm willing to buy nice things.
You will for like a nice one-off. You never know.
A one-off? It was a $750 one-off.
Like an anniversary. Tomorrow will come. You know what I mean? Like it's like a night. It's like a night. Nice hotel, bubble bath, lingerie. Do your thing. Thug thizzle. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to make sense to you, isn't it? It's a moment in time. Instead of a big dinner, save the calories. Get the panties and the panty dropper ready.
That's the show. Get the panties. That's the name of the show right there.
GTD.
No, I didn't mean
GTD.
He said, "I'm gonna need you to say that word one more time." He thought.
I thought
he was gonna be Googling Asian.
I thought that's what you were saying. I was like, man, I'm not Googling this,
dude. It's gonna hit the Odyssey firewall.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
All right, okay. Well, we appreciate you. Thank you as
Love
always.
You. I'll talk to you later. Go get that AP, baby.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Trista. Man, she set me up. Joint was 7. It was just the first thing I clicked on too. I didn't even look for anything. Ooh. Again, I don't mind buying nice things, but a $750 piece of lingerie.
Yeah.
I love my girl and all, but man,
I don't know about that one.
I was thinking when she was talking about Draymond Green clapping at her again. Did you see Eddie's? Oh, it might not be here anymore. It is. Did you see Eddie tweeted last night? Tuning in for a Steph Curry game and getting pods is like going to a Michael Jackson concert and Tommy Richmond walks out on stage.
I did see that.
Did you see Tommy Richmond responded? He hit him. He hit him with the thumbs down, which means
oh snap!
Tommy Richmond searched his name in Twitter and found Eddie's tweet
Was that being retweeted a lot?
No,
Oh, that's even worse.
no, it didn't.
What are you doing on a Tuesday night search?
Shout out to our man Eddie, but it's not like that tweet had a bunch of juice. Nah, he just hit him with the thumbs down. That's pretty funny. I don't know why I saw that. I thought that was hilarious. Eddie's funny.
That is hilarious.
Also, Tommy Richmond.
Tommy Richmond, what are you doing on a? Well, nah, I'm gonna call Cap.
Okay.
I don't think this is the real Tommy Richmond.
Oh, okay. I was so
It
for
could
the
be.
record, I was on Instagram. Eddie screenshotted that, put it on his Instagram stories. That's how I saw it.
Let's see it. Let's see if I can find another Tommy Richmond. It might be, but this guy only has 19,000 followers.
Well, I mean, like, what are we talking about here?
I'm starting to. I don't even know if he has a Twitter.
Oh no, still funny though.
No, it's hilarious.
Still funny. Again, saw it on Instagram. As we welcome in James
What is
Sam.
this guy doing on a Tuesday night? Searching his name.
James, the conversation all day has been centered on Giannis Antetokounmpo and where he can play and what teams are interested. There are rumors Atlanta's interested. We've put together scenarios for the San Antonio Spurs. We put together scenarios for the New York Knicks. Shams is reporting more on exactly where this breakup emulated from. And James, I'll ask you, because I think you were the first one to point. This could go either direction as it pertains to the trade deadline. Or I guess the trade deadline is a long way away, but as it pertains to December 15th, trades being made around the league, everything could be halted until the Bucks decide what's happening here, or it could speed up the process because we might be dumbed down to just a handful of teams in the Giannis Antetokounmpo sweepstakes.
Oh yeah, this thing could go in a bunch of different directions. Like I think that there are going to be plenty of teams because like look, the Sacramento Kings, we've already heard over the last couple of weeks that that there's interest from the Milwaukee Bucks and a guy like Zach LaVine. I'm hearing that the Knicks might be interested in one of the Kings guards. So like these are things that, like, sure, they could happen today. You could make a trade, or you could wait until December 15th when, some of these players can be moved. They can't be moved currently. But there's also a possibility that the Knicks sit back and say, hey, we have to put everything on hold. We have to put everything on hold because we might get Giannis. And like, maybe we can tie you into that deal. Maybe we can figure something out. But until that's like, we've taken it as far as it can go, we've got to focus on that. And we've got to make sure that we have our assets ready for that transaction specifically. And that, again, that could be like, do you think Zach LaVine is going to go to the Milwaukee Bucks if Giannis Antetokounmpo is not there? The Zach ties sound like something where you're trying to give Giannis someone else to play with, right? Someone else that can help him. That's what that feels like. It does not feel like a move that the Bucks are making for their post Giannis life. And so, like, look, I think that this can tie up a whole bunch of stuff, and that's just the Kings. Like that's one team that we know of that has ties to it. That I know, like, has ties to at least two of these other teams that might be involved. And so now, what does the rest of the league do? How are they all getting, sort of their ducks in a row? And can you be part of a much larger transaction that maybe one of those teams does need a guy like Zach LaVine to make the money work? Maybe they need a guy like DeMar DeRozan to make the money work, because that's where it gets super complicated, right? And I'd also add, the Kings did something really sneaky at the like right at the beginning of free agency, and so they ended up doing a sign and trade for Dennis Schroeder, right? And if we remember back to that date, the reason why they did the sign and trade for Dennis Schroeder was because they had the expiring trade exception from Kevin Herter, right? So instead of using the mid-level exception, which is 14 point whatever million bucks, they used this trade exception. The trade exception expires after a year from the trade. The mid-level exception doesn't expire until the trade deadline. So again, it's a way in which the Kings could potentially get involved into a trade where, again, like this is all weird moving pieces all over the place, but the Kings can trade a mid-level exception to a team for a $14 million player that goes somewhere else. And so basically they're trading a salary slot. So there are ways in which you can get involved in these deals because you have something like the mid-level still. Now, the Kings can't go out and just sign somebody using the mid-level. They can't trade and bring someone into the mid-level because they're hard capped at the first apron. But that doesn't mean that they can't make another move that clears up a bunch of cap space. And then all of a sudden they have this mid-level to use as part of a bigger trade. So again, like trades in the NBA are super, super complex. And when you throw in the aprons and this whole idea that you have to trade dollar for dollar and all that stuff, it becomes even more complicated. And so there's a possibility here that, maybe a team like the Knicks, they need to clear up cap space in order to get below one of the aprons in order to make the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. Because they're already above the second apron or they're approaching the second apron and they're hard capped. Well, they can still make a trade to take back less money and get themselves lower and then, work other trades. So this is where it gets super, super crazy and weird, and why multi-team trades sometimes are the only path forward. And sometimes they're too complex to figure out. And you just like throw your hands up and go, okay, we can't do this deal.
Very, very funny moment last night on Twitter as there's a guy in Michigan who for the last couple of days, I don't know if he's a reporter or I don't know who he is. He doesn't seem like a random, but I don't know if he's connected. He's been talking about how the Kings and the Pistons have been discussing a trade in recent, like in the last week. And somebody might have asked him, they said, hey, Dennis Schroeder may be going back to Detroit. And he goes, currently actively being discussed. So Jill asked the question, she quote tweets him and she says, correct me if I'm wrong, but because it was a sign and trade, doesn't that mean he can't be traded back there for a year unless the third team is traded for him first? If he signed as a free agent, that's different, but it wasn't. Is there some loophole we aren't aware of? And the guy responds back to Jill and says, IDK.
Oh, great. Nice. Sit your ass down, man.
I bring that up.
You got Jill ads running laps around you, boy. Sit down.
I bring that up to ask you, James. Is it possible for the Pistons and the Kings to work on a trade involving Dennis Schroeder because of how he was acquired over the summer?
I'm almost positive that the answer is no. They cannot reacquire Dennis Schroeder for 1 year. Yeah. So like from what I know, that is not a possibility. Now I can dive deeper into it and make sure there isn't some weird little thing, but I'm pretty sure there's not. But that doesn't mean that Detroit and Sacramento can't discuss a trade on another guy that they had interest in like a year and a half ago in Malik Monk. I mean, but I think Schroeder is off the table for that specific team. The league puts in these weird rules all over the place. We talked about it earlier. Me and Kyle did on the Insiders. The Zydrunas Ilgauskas rule, where you can't trade a player to a team and then he gets waived and then you sign him back. So they closed that loophole because that was a way that, a team like the Cavs during the Mike Brown era in Cleveland was trying to get around. They were trying to circumvent the cap. They wanted to make a trade, but they also wanted to get Zydrunas Ilgauskas back. They had to use Zydrunas Ilgauskas to make the trade, which they did. The other team waived Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and then they were able to re-sign him. And then the NBA said, nope, we're not doing that anymore. And they closed that loophole. So yeah, there are ways in which you can manipulate the cap and stuff, but there are also just clear-cut rules where people have tried to circumvent the cap in the past, and the NBA ends up closing those loopholes. And I do believe that the Dennis Schroeder thing is one of those loopholes.
James, this start of this season is kind of all over the place. Like, obviously the Kings are a disaster, and the only team rivaling them might be the Los Angeles Clippers, and they're the other team that were in the news today with the Chris Paul situation. But you've also got the Pelicans fallen like in the garbage disposal of the last 2 days of the news cycle. Is that Giannis is out for like 3 weeks again, or not Giannis,
Zion.
Zion is out 3 weeks. And you start looking at the Pelicans and some of the bizarre things that they have done. Do you think, after such a very strange and abnormal offseason, that the start of this season and the way some of these teams are performing, particularly ones with draft capital issues, opens up this trade deadline a lot more?
Yeah, I think that there are a bunch of teams that are looking around and like, man, we're bad. Like, how do we get better? And, I like jokingly, I wrote in the rundown this morning, can you get better just by getting like 3 bad teams together and have them switch players? Not all of the players, because then you're just switching players and having them in a different location. But if a player isn't working in one place and another player isn't working in his place, but there's a possibility that those players might work if they were traded for each other, then you should be exploring that, shouldn't you? I'm just going to point this out. Like, early on, we're already hearing, like, I'll tell you 3 teams. We're hearing this rando in Detroit talking about the Kings and the Pistons. We're hearing a little murmur out of New York about like maybe some interest in Dennis Schroeder with the Knicks. And we've heard during this offseason about Zion Williamson and, a potential, would he fit with the Kings? And would that make sense, right? And what are the things that tie these 3 cities together, or these 4 cities together? Scott Perry. And so, again, Scott Perry was the GM of the Knicks. He was an executive in Detroit for years, and he was an executive in Detroit with Joe Dumars, who's running the Pelicans. So when we start seeing these things, you have to ask 2 questions. Are other people making the same ties the same conclusions that I'm making right now? And saying, oh, well, maybe this would happen because because Scott Perry's in Sacramento and he has ties to these guys. Or is that a real thing? Or are the Kings and these 3 teams like having conversations about things because they have like very close relationships? And that's how a lot of trades work in the league. I mean, think back to how many times the Kings and the Houston Rockets have made trades. Think back to all the times that the Kings and the Portland Trailblazers made trades. Like, it's usually you make trades with people in the league that you're familiar with and people that you trust. And so that's why you see a lot of these things go down like this, because multiple trades happen with teams because they feel comfortable with each other. They already know what each of them want. You had a deal, a year ago that you might have worked on. And in that deal, the team told you that they were really interested in one of your players. That player wasn't included in that trade. But fast forward a year, maybe that player is in a different place with your organization, and you want to go out and make a trade for that player. So again, like, trades are really complicated. Sometimes they take a year. Sometimes they take a year and a half. Sometimes, again, you start working on a trade during one of the sneaky things in the league is the G League Showcase, where a whole bunch of the executives show up to the G League Showcase and hang out together. And next thing you know, that's where deals are spawned, where the first idea of a potential trade starts to be formed. And then 6 months later, or 3 months later, 2 months later, you get the deal done. But it's usually that face-to-face contact that you actually have a better chance of getting something done.
I was just going to ask both of you guys, do you think, kind of like allegedly free agent free agency goes, they might know now what the summer of 2026 is going to look like. Do you think trades work that way for the most part? And I'm not saying they do. I'm just saying the framework of a Kings Knicks deal might be done by right now, but obviously they got to wait to the 15th. And is it, if it's not done, it's like 85% complete and they're working on a Dylan Cardwell type guy? Like, is that usually how things go with trades? Like, or is it, hey, it's December 15th. This is the first time I talk to you. Let's work on something. Like,
I don't think it's that.
Yeah.
James probably. I don't think it's that though.
Yeah, very, very rarely is it like, what was it? Is it the Philadelphia Eagles GM that just like when he's got a stack of draft picks, he'll just call around like, hey, would you take a second round pick for AJ Brown? And Tennessee goes, you know what? We will. He goes, oh, okay, let's do the deal. Like, you're like, wait, what? What just happened? I think that there are deals like that, but I also like, you got to remember that there's only a couple of teams in the league that are cap teams, right? That have actual true cap space. Those teams, I think this year it's Brooklyn, and I think there's one other team that was able to clear up space at the last second, and they have cap space as well, right?
Utah, that team?
Maybe it's Utah, but I don't think so. I think there's one other team in the league, and I can't remember who they have, who it is that has cap space. But the point is that every team in the league is called that team and tried to work out, or at least has a parameters of what they're looking for in a salary dump situation.
Brooklyn's another team that has a lot of cap space.
Yeah, it's Brooklyn and someone else. Yeah,
I think it's Utah, right? I think those are the only two.
Oh, maybe it is Utah. Yeah, so everyone in the league.
Danny Ainge sucks.
That's
how you capped out.
Even if it is, Danny Ainge still sucks.
Yeah, Danny Ainge always has his options open. That's what Danny Ainge is. He's a guy that, like.
That should be on his tombstone.
Yeah.
Danny's options to like come back from the dead are still open. Like, he hasn't decided what he's going to do yet.
Yeah, it's like, hey, are you dating her? Like, no, we're just hanging out. We're kind of talking. It's like, oh, and then another girl, you're like, are you dating her? Like, no, we're just kind of, we talk every once in a while. It's like, what about that girl over there at the bar that keeps looking at you? I bought her a drink last week. It's like, that's Danny Ainge in a nutshell. You're like, dude, you got a lot of like.
And now all these women hate you.
Yeah, you got exactly. Yeah, yeah. What is it? You got whatever in the fire. You got a lot of like, yeah. He irons in the fire. There we go. Yeah, he's always working, but people know that, and he's always looking for the best deal, and so you're always kind of like, all right. It's just bad to deal with him because he ends up dragging it out, and not only that, but he also plays a media game. So that's the other thing. Like, how many times have we heard that Harrison Barnes was getting traded to the Boston Celtics and when Danny Ainge was there?
Yeah.
Like, it was like every 3 months, every time there's a trade deadline or a summer. It sounds like things are getting close with the Celtics and the Kings for Harrison Barnes. It's like, no, Danny Ainge just kept telling people that,
You know what the funniest part about that whole thing was about Harrison in the Celtics? Brad Stevens, the coach of the Boston Celtics, did not want Harrison Barnes. Made that very loud and clear in the organization that Harrison Barnes is not the player that we need for this team. But everyone knows that the leak about Harrison Barnes and the Celtics kept coming from Danny Ainge.
Doesn't make any sense, but you see it all the time. I mean, it's like, how many times is John Collins attached to the Kings? I know when he was in Atlanta, he almost got traded to the Kings. I know that last year, the Jazz and the Kings discussed, John Collins coming to Sacramento again. Mike Brown allegedly didn't want John Collins on the roster. But again, if you're like,
I don't think Mike was alone in his defense, but it was his staff. I don't think his staff liked John Collins.
Yeah. Well, and there's why? Because their assistant coaches in the NBA have worked everywhere and they all have ties to each other. So they all they use their little network to figure out whether a player would work for your team or a different team. So, there's plenty of assistant coaches that were in Atlanta or at some point were in Utah with John Collins, who have had conversations with coaches that are here or that are friends with coaches that are here in Sacramento. And they all have this little network where they have conversations. Like there's all kinds of those networks, just so people know, where, you know, I get phone calls about specific players in Sacramento. Like, what do you think about this player? Like, what do you mean? What do I think? What's your question? And it's like, well, is he a good dude? It's like, yeah, he's a good dude. Like, is there a problem there? Like, no problem that I've heard. But then other players are like, well, all right. I mean, at your own peril. Like, because it's on me to be as honest as possible, because that's what I'm expecting back from them. And so we have conversations, and that's kind of the way it goes around the league. It's a very, very, very small league, but also there are way more ways to get information than you think. So
when all is said and done, I mean, and given the you know, the news we have today and the names we already know out there, what would you consider, like, let me start with this question. This is probably a more appropriate question. Is the pressure on Scott Perry this trade deadline? Like, do you think there's a decent amount of pressure on him, given how bad this season has started, given his one main free agency move has not turned out very well? Is there a little extra pressure there?
I think it's not about that. It's about that this team is beyond broken.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who is in charge of this team and who has autonomy from what he says and from what everyone around the team says, that Scott Perry has autonomy to do whatever he needs to do to make this team better, whether that means taking a step back and moving forward, that puts some pressure on you, because what you don't want to do is have the brokenness become like who you are as a franchise. Like, you need to figure out what's broke, and you need to figure out how to get rid of what's broke as soon as possible. You need to, like, again, like, I don't know if the Clippers did right or did wrong here, but waiving Chris Paul to them felt like a way to stop some of the noise behind the scenes. And so they did it. And in Sacramento, it's a lot more complicated than that, because you can't just, like, a guy with a 3-year contract, and we're past the deadline for stretch provisioning people. You can't just waive somebody with a whole bunch of money on their contract and think that you're going to be okay. Like, you know, pushing money down the road is not good business. Like, the key to, you know, maintaining a good balance sheet is to try to trade away players, not buy them out. But, you know, like, look at the Suns. The Suns are going to pay $20 million a year off their salary cap for 5 years for Bradley Beal. Like, that's not good business. It wasn't good business to sign him, but, like, look, if there's nowhere for him to go, then I guess that's your best option. But that's kind of where the Kings are. I don't see them taking, like, that same route with Zach LaVine right now. And I certainly don't see them doing that this summer, because this summer he's a $49 million expiring contract. You might be able to get a couple of players for Zach LaVine this summer. And that might not be what Zach wants to hear. It might not be what the Kings really want to do. But at the end of the day, that might be the most prudent thing to do. Is just say, hey, look, you know, sorry it's not working out here, but this summer we'll try to find you a new home. And, you know, hopefully that works out for us and it works out for you. But, you know, maybe you take back 2 $25 million players that have 3 years left on their deals, but just aren't the right fit for the team that someone else is building. And maybe that helps you rebuild faster. Or maybe you do buy them out this summer and say, hey, we'll pay you $15 million a year for the next 3 years. And that way, you know, at least you're only losing that much for 3 years, as opposed to like the Bradley Beal deal where you're losing $20 million for 5. Not easy.
We'll come back. We've got a lot more to talk to James Ham about, including basketball tonight. The Sacramento Kings are back on the floor. Yeah, they are in Houston. It's the Kings and the Rockets tonight. Only 2 games this week for the Sacramento Kings, one today and one on Saturday against the Miami Heat. So we'll touch on all of that with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with Dealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, the Chris Paul thing, I think we've all been at a job where you hire somebody and the first thing they do is they're like, hey, I that person over there makes more money than me. I want a raise. And you're like, you've been here like 2 weeks. What do you mean you want a raise? Well, yeah, but that's not fair. They haven't been here that much longer than me and they make more money than me. And then the next day they're like, I really kind of feel like I do a different position than this. I think I would be better in that position. It's like, well, we didn't hire you for that position. We hired you for this position. It's like, yeah, but that's kind of more like what I want to do. It's like,
and it doesn't help when things are going so badly. Like when the things with the company, so to speak, are going so badly in that scenario, like it doesn't help.
Yeah. And with Chris, just like, all right, just go. Like,
yeah,
you're being critical of everybody. Like, we get it.
I like Chris Paul. I had a lot of interactions with him over a handful of years, and he was always terrific. So I always judge him on that. But man, he has a lot of workplace detractors.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah. Leezy, this is, I don't know who's better. I would just tell you that Dylan Harper has more value and has a higher upside, in my opinion. And I think around the league, that's probably the same opinion. Like Dylan Harper was the third overall pick. Like he's considered, like in a really good draft, he's considered very, very high end prospect. And every time he stepped on the floor, you're like, ooh, look at that. So I'm going to say he has more value.
Man, Chris Paul and Lawrence Frank met for 3 hours. That meeting started at like midnight.
Wait, say that again?
Crazy. Chris Paul and Lawrence Frank met for 3 hours after their plane landed in Atlanta, which means the meeting probably didn't start till close to midnight.
That's tough. Because that's a player like saying, don't do this. Yeah, that does not feel like, hey, let's figure this out and go a different direction. And I'm on board, you're on board and all that. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, from all accounts from a variety of different reporters, there were a lot of people who were sick of Chris Paul. That's too bad. That's too bad.
Stevie B, I don't know, to my knowledge, that a player has not been traded or has been traded for because somebody
Hold on, James.
asked me something.
All right, back here with James Ham, and the focal point of the conversation today has centered around hypothetical trades surrounding Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chris Paul being sent back or being sent home. And by all accounts, Chris Paul's career is over. Like, there seems to be no indication that he's going to sign with another team, and he hasn't even been cut or waived by the Los Angeles Clippers. So Chris announced, I think it was over the Thanksgiving break, this was going to be his final year. So by all outward appearances, Chris Paul has played his final game as an NBA player. One of the great point guards of our generation, for sure. Maybe a top five, maybe about it, a top 5 point guard of all time. I was just telling James, I had a lot of interactions with Chris Paul from probably like 08, 07 to maybe like 2010, 2011. He was terrific. Like, I found Chris Paul to be one of the nicest people I ever interacted with, one of the coolest people I ever interacted with. But he seems to have made a lot of workplace, I don't want to say enemies, but he seems to have made a lot of people frustrated in the workplace. So not the ending I would hope for a player the caliber of Chris Paul. With all that said, James, Kings play basketball tonight against one of Chris Paul's former teams. They play against the Houston Rockets tonight. Well, they had a couple of days off, as James is very clearly frozen. They've had a couple of days off. There's no point in me even leading into a question. James is very.
Look at that, James.
James is very frozen. He's going to unfreeze. He's not going to be happy.
I'm back.
And he's back. There's no point in asking, hey, what can we expect from Sacramento? But is there any reason to believe that maybe a couple of days of practice have done this team some good?
I mean, it can't hurt. But unless they pulled out like a stretcher and made their players taller and have longer arms. Like, look, well, before I get to that, the Chris Paul thing, like I wouldn't be like completely shocked if Chris Paul popped back up somewhere else. Like, I don't know if they waive him. The team the Kings are playing tonight, they probably could use a backup point guard, and Chris Paul's played in Houston, and maybe that's something that would make sense. I don't know, but yeah, he has been a great player in the league, and like even if you watched him in preseason, like he demolished the Kings in preseason. Like he came in and he had like 9 assists in 4 minutes, and was like, what in the world? Like, and I mean, that many assists in that many minutes, that means they scored like 18 or 20 or 25 points against you without him even really taking a shot. So I think a lot of us are like, as basketball fans, we're kind of excited not to have to deal with Chris Paul, the player, watching him on the court and just the antics. But that doesn't take away from who he is. Like, I mean, he's an all-time great. He's an absolutely incredible player. And
this breakup probably hurts. Another signing though, right? Like, because if I'm Houston, I got Sengun and Amen Thompson essentially playing my point guards, my facilitators, my ball handlers, my the guys who run my organizers, if you will. And given the headache that seemed to have been caused by Chris Paul in LA, that just, and like Chris Paul and Ime Udoka. Yeah, that could be explosive quick. that won't take 24 games to go bad if Chris Paul says the wrong thing at the wrong time. Like that'll wind up a Shams tweet within hours.
Yeah, but I'd also point out that you're a really good team. And I think that's part of Chris Paul's issue. It's like, hey, we're losing because we're not doing things the right way. Like, what are we doing here? And, like, I think that's, like, there are people in the Kings locker room that feel the same exact way. Like, we're losing, and it's our fault we're losing. We're not playing basketball the right way. And then there are other people who are like, I have no idea what's going on. It's like, okay, and then you have others like, here we go again. So, I think, there are all kinds of voices in a locker room. Some are big voices, some are little voices, but I think all of those thoughts are going through multiple players' heads when things go this poorly. And, I think the Kings and the Clippers are in a very similar situation. They're both the first and second oldest team in the league. And on top of that, they're not playing well. And when you're a veteran team who's not playing well, then, hey, people get waived. People get cut. I don't know what the Kings equivalent of that would be, because they don't really have the option to do it. But, like, if you were to go out and waive Doug McDermott tomorrow, no one would be like, oh, my gosh, you waived Doug McDermott. They would feel bad for Doug for sure. But he's not playing, so outside of that, I don't see another way in which the Kings could actually waive somebody to try to make this thing better. Just a tough spot to be in.
Do you guys think I guess his heyday was with the Clippers, Lob City, obviously, but do you think the way maybe the last 10 years of Chris Paul's career is gone will kind of mess with his legacy a little bit?
Nah, I understand what you're saying. Okay, season that 10 years.
Phoenix is too as well.
That's a real, like, that, what he did, like, obviously you go to the finals. What he did with Oklahoma City was pretty amazing. That was pretty incredible. I don't think so.
Yeah, the fact he never won anything, I think that is one of those, things that will hurt his legacy. And that every time he got to the playoffs, it felt like he got hurt. But also you have to remember his role in all the stuff off the court with the players union
Yeah.
and how much he's impacted the game. Because I think there's a handful of players that love him. And then there's probably a bunch of players who do not like him at all because of the policies he pushed forward. So changing the age limitation on max money deals, like that helped out a very few people and it hurt a ton of other people. And it just is what it is. It used to be you couldn't sign a max money deal after age 34. And he got that bumped all the way back to 36 or 38. And so again, that just means that a lot of your aging stars are making huge money and they're taking away money from the lower level players in the league. And that doesn't help. And I know Steve B here in the chat says DMC hates him. Yeah, there's no love lost at all there. And Chris Paul has a way of getting under your skin like no other player. Again, Kenny, I know we talked about Dylan Brooks the other day and how Dylan Brooks can be that player who gets under your skin, but you kind of like that. Chris Paul did that with all kinds of players. And Chris Paul did a lot of unsafe things on the court that put other players at risk. And there are players that don't like him for that. Rolling around on the ground, falling down every time you shoot a 3-point shot and then getting in someone's way and having them potentially hurt themselves trying to step around you. I mean, it is what it is, but that doesn't change the fact that he's an all-time great player because he is. He's just a tremendous, tremendous assist guy. And, I think he led the league in steals 6 times. He averages 2 steals a game for his career. Yeah, some of his numbers are bonkers.
He was so cold. He was so cold. I understand what James and I think Kyle was talking about it earlier on the Insider as well. I understand not really enjoying seeing him play. I always love watching Chris Paul play. His mind and the way he would operate on the floor as a leader, as a point guard was just always enjoyable and fascinating to me. I always enjoyed watching him play.
Yeah, as far as a basketball mind and a distributor, just incredible, absolutely incredible, a joy to watch. I totally agree. What I'm talking about is the BS that came with it, the flopping, the falling down, the fake stuff all the time, the trying to bait young players into getting foul calls and just all right, bro. Again, that's why DeMarcus hates him. It's not because he doesn't respect his game. It's because it was all the crap that came with Chris Paul as a player. And it's frustrating. I mean, someone who's covered the league for 16 years, I covered a lot of his career. And how many times did he almost get in a fight with the Sacramento King? It's almost every year there's someone who wanted to punch him.
Just wanted to shake his hand.
Yeah. Yeah. And on top of that, DeMarcus Cousins wanted to grab him by the ankles and do the Hulk smash with him. Just bounce him off the floor. Yeah. I will say this. So as we're wrapping up that about Chris Paul, I'll tell you, Michael Malone told me that Chris Paul's the greatest leader he ever coached without any question, the greatest leader he ever coached. And he said that, and that's a guy who was with LeBron as a young player. He is unbelievable as a leader. And that's why I think when you hear this situation with the Clippers, it's first of all, is it you or is it him? Is it his fault that this is going on, or is it their fault this is going on? Because it sure does look like the Clippers have a bunch of problems that aren't named Chris Paul, and all of a sudden he's on his way out the door. But what exactly did he do that was wrong? It's you can sit there and blame a guy, but if what he's saying is true and factual, and you have issues, then you probably should try to address those, because that guy knows a lot about being a leader and about being a very good basketball player.
Who would be the most likely player sent home from the Sacramento Kings for telling it like it is?
Russ.
Oh yeah, it would absolutely. That was easy.
Outside of Russ.
Malik.
It would be Malik, and that's because like he does let it fly. And again, maybe that's not a good thing at this point. Like losing your cool in the locker room is not always the best thing.
It truthfully, Hammer, doesn't feel like there's any, maybe Chris thought he was going to get through to these guys at some point. Maybe this is, Chris's wake up call that he can't be a coach. Like maybe this is what he envisioned leadership to be. And it just, guys don't respond to that. I think trying to find what guys respond to might be in Sacramento right now. Finding what these Kings players will respond to, that just might be a lost cause at this point. Like it could simply result in at some point they're going to have to get on the floor. They're going to have to play better than they have, and then something will start clicking for them. But I don't know if there's anything Doug could do, Russ could do, Alvin could do, Scott could do. I don't know that there's anything that those guys can do that'll change the course of the path that this season is very clearly and frustratingly on.
Yeah, I would even say that Doug Christie is probably closer to like the Chris Paul scenario here, not like getting fired. I mean, I haven't heard any of that, but like it's really, really difficult to be a leader or to try to work with an old group of players, with a group that already believes that, number one, a lot of them feel like their legacy is cemented. A lot of them feel like they've been doing this so long, they know more than you. Even though he's a guy who was a player who became a coach, there are guys that probably look at him and go, well, you were a player, but you weren't as good as I was. And so you have this whole element here of, like trying to right a ship with a bunch of veterans. It's just really difficult, and it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're, again, like leading as trying to lead as a player or try to lead as a coach. If the guys around you aren't receptive to what your message is, it makes it really difficult. And that's why, I think the part of the frustrating thing for Doug is you see his team respond and be the team that he wants it to be. And then they go away from that. So they can respond, they can beat Denver, they can beat Minnesota somehow, and then they can come back and lose to three teams that aren't nearly as good as those two teams. And so there's this level of frustration. And then the other thing I'll point out, I think last game was like a microcosm for this season. Like your starting five were horrible, straight up. They were so bad, you couldn't put them on the floor. You took them off the floor, put in a group of young players, and they got you right back in the game. The second you went back to the starters, they sunk you again. You go back to the young players, they bring you right back in the game. And if you're a coach, you're looking around and saying, so it's not my message. It's not my plans. It's you, the player, you, the group of players that aren't getting it and aren't buying in or aren't doing what you're supposed to be doing. It's not the whole thing. It's some of you that are a problem. And that's a really difficult thing to deal with because, like, are you just supposed to bench everybody? And I think a lot of people go, yes, bench everybody. It's like, okay, well, that won't work. Trust me, it won't work. Like, it's been tried. It's, again, we talked about it on the podcast last night, me and Sean and Brendan, that Dave Yeager did that one time. Like, everyone said, oh, just play the young guys. Just play the young guys. He played all the young guys and got beat by like 45. And they were done 3 minutes into the game, just getting pounded. You're like, oh, that's not good. That's not what this is supposed to look like. And so, like, I feel like the same thing would happen here. Like, you want to run 5 guys off the bench tonight against the Houston Rockets to open the game? Okay, that's fine. You'll appease some people and you'll lose by 35 or 40. And that's just reality.
James, we talked, myself and Damian, we talked yesterday about this start to the Kings season and comparing it to the Clippers start of the season. And Kawhi's been in and out of the lineup. I think Bradley Beal was hurt. There's another guy that has been struggling with injuries. But we talk about the Kings, and Yeah, they've had some tough injuries to start the season. Like you are missing not only 2 starters, and you can put Schroeder in there as well because at one point he was a starter. He hasn't played in about a week. But not only are you missing 2 starters, but you're missing maybe the 2 starters you could not afford to lose. And sometimes it's an excuse because you're making an excuse, and sometimes it's a reason, as to why you're struggling. How much do you put into the Kings' struggles, the fact that they've had Sabonis and Keegan not together at all this season?
I think it's a huge, huge, huge deal. Like I've said this the last like 2 years with Kyle. Like the 49ers have all kinds of great players, right? The 2 players that they can't live without, like to me, it's pretty clear. It's Trent Williams and it's Fred Warner. Now, they've figured out ways to get around the Fred Warner thing, but there are players that mean so much to your franchise and that they have to be on the court. They have to be on the field. Now, we can disagree all we want about like the level.
That's 5, ladies and gentlemen. That's 5 seconds. We can disagree on the level, but that is the second freeze of the day. James is going to be hot when he unfreezes. This has been a tough day for the internet. It started with Kyle at home. Personally, I blame him. I absolutely blame Kyle Mattson and his stupid little home connection. It infected Jake out at Shady Pines retirement home in Connecticut. The only true professional left in the game is the one who was trying to sell me $750 lingerie, and that's Trysta Krick. Flawless internet connection, beautiful camera. James is furious right now. A bourbon glass probably went flying across the handbar.
The Dwight Clark book just got ripped off.
He is upset, and now it's just gone. Man, what a day! What a
and it makes
day.
us laugh every time.
Every time. I say this all the time. The only person who doesn't find this funny is James. James is a professional. He does not think this is funny. Meanwhile, we can't stop laughing. That's fine. James was probably about to make the greatest point in the history of Sacramento radio.
I know.
And we see, but I tell you, he's not happy. James, just blame Kyle. We haven't had internet connections in God knows how long, but Kyle's COVID internet infected all of us, and now we're just trying to make it through the next 10 minutes, man. That's all we're trying to do.
He ruined it for everyone.
That's what he did.
Anyway, to get back to the point I was making, because I know exactly where I lost my way there. Look, the most important 2 players coming into this season for the Sacramento Kings, and again, we can disagree or agree on their level of play or whatever. It was Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
You traded your backup center and brought in a 6'9" guy. That you had to supplement with another guy that you signed off the street at the beginning of the season in Precious Achiuwa. Again, Keegan Murray is the only guy who is a 3-4 combo that can play both positions and switch. And he's your best defensive player and one of your better offensive players. And, at this point, we're seeing the value of Keegan. The fact that you haven't had either one of, you haven't had both of them together, it's just such a bummer. And you know what? I'll say this though. I have not once heard anyone within the coaching staff or the front office say, man, if we just had Keegan and Domas the whole season, this thing would have been totally different. I haven't heard them use it as an excuse at all. It's a reality to the game.
Yeah, it would be a little bit different though, wouldn't it, Hammer?
Yeah, it would be different. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how different, but like that stretch where they lost like the 3 games out of 4 by like 30 plus, like those things happen because like the weight of the world is on top of you and you lose your way and you lose your spirit because you keep losing the same exact way or finding new ways to lose. And then all of a sudden it snowballs on you and you just get trounced a couple of games, like the mental lapse in the NBA, like one little mental lapse can cost you a 5-game stretch. And So I think that we wouldn't have been in this negative space that we're in. And that negative space clearly led to additional losses. Now, like, I don't know what to make of this team when they come out and they beat good teams and they lose to bad teams. But it's just unacceptable. And, that the effort at home sometimes has been unacceptable. Just the general vibe around the team has just been unacceptable. And so I'd like to tell you that they would be just like a 500 team if they had those guys to start the season. But I told everybody at the beginning of the season, before we knew that Domas would be hurt and before we knew that Keegan was hurt, that like 5-14 in the first 19 games was totally on the table. And that's exactly what they did. They went 5-14 and then lost 2 more after that.
And your opponent tonight is 13-5. And on a short list of favorites to compete for an NBA championship or compete with the Oklahoma City Thunder for an NBA championship. Oh, by the way, the opponent you have on Saturday is 14-7 as it stands right now.
Okay. I was trying to look at, let me see if I can pull this up in time. Give me a second. We're getting there. Hey. Rockets back home off a road trip. First game back.
Oh, boy.
Things are looking up for the Kings.
You know what that means.
Things are looking up for the Kings. Let's go.
Just wait till Saturday, though. The Kings are flying tonight to Houston, from Houston to Orlando. To Miami. They will spend tonight, tomorrow night, Friday night, Saturday night.
Yeah.
In Miami.
Is there an NBA statistic for spending too many days in Miami? Oh,
yeah.
You got a Miami stat?
Miami is also coming off the road at home to take on the Kings.
Yeah, good for them. They're not partying in their home city.
Miami played the Kings in the midst of, I know we're short on time. I think this is like 6 straight road games, and the Kings home game is in between. They're at Dallas, at Orlando, home Kings, at Orlando, at Brooklyn, at Boston, at Knicks.
Well, I guess being bookended by the Orlando game isn't too crazy.
Yeah.
You said
right
it's Orlando and then the Knicks?
No, it's Orlando, Kings, Orlando. Then the Nets.
Oh, the net. Oh, still in Brooklyn.
Boston, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nets, Boston, Knicks. Just came home real quick.
Schedule maker is fascinating.
Came home to play a Kings group that's just been hanging out in South Beach for a week. Yeah.
Well, the good news is it's like being in Vegas too long. Maybe they'll be in Miami too long. And by the time it's like Friday, they're like, man, we've been here. They're like, all right, man, we got it all out of our system. Let's just play basketball. The tricky ones are, hey, we're only here for a day, because then you just wild out.
I don't know if that's the tricky one, because the game's Saturday. That means you got Friday night in South Beach.
That's true.
Friday night in South Beach usually ends at 7 a.m.
That's true.
Good
point.
So,
good point. Well,
good luck to those.
Well, yeah. Good luck with that.
Game, it looks like, on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Fine with me. 5 o'clock start.
Yeah.
We're good. We good.
I was saying they got time to sleep it off. 8 o'clock game.
Well,
they got time to sleep it off.
Well, yes. Can you imagine if Doug says, all right, boys, no shoot around tomorrow? No shoot around tomorrow. Good news is I don't think there's a single marquee game in the league tonight. San Antonio and Orlando at 4 o'clock. That might be something we're tapping into. Outside of that, man, I guess we'll just be locked in. Detroit at Milwaukee will certainly might have to tap into the Bucks commentary for that one.
Worldwide Wobe said, awkward.
Yeah, just a smidge bit. But either way, we'll be with you tomorrow morning beginning at 10 a.m. With the insiders to recap it all here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, yes, still light the beam.
Excellent. It's always fun when a little news story pops up out of nowhere.
Yeah. I think an interesting thing, too, I was looking at the Orlando stats earlier. Paolo's not playing very well. Like, he's shooting 25%, something like that from 3.
I haven't watched Paolo since he came back.
I'm not sure how back he is. He didn't play yesterday. Or on Monday. He didn't play.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a rough. I think he's averaging like 21 a game, and just like, yeah, he was always a player. Though I'll just be honest with you, he's always a player that you knew was going to be really good right off the bat, but you didn't know if he would be the best player of that draft class when it was all said and done. Like 4 years later,
Paolo is not back at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was struggling. He was not playing well to start the season, and neither were the Magic. That's why them winning has become such a thing.
Yeah,
because he hasn't been there.
Hmm.
All right, guys. Enjoy the game tonight. Oh, sweetie, miss.
Man.
You will. I mean, you'll hear Young Zell tomorrow. Hey, we got you right here. You'll hear it. Like,
you know what she means.
You'll hear Young Zell unless it's. All right, y'all. Have a good day. We'll see y'all tomorrow.